The highest bounty 201-226. Chapter 201. The Truth. Nomi led Elizabeth and My Dear toward a hovercar. When Elizabeth bent down slightly to get into the driver's seat, she noticed that Naomi had a pained expression on her face. Elizabeth could not help but ask, "I noticed that a few people on your team were hurt. Were they affected by the waves caused by the deity's attack?" Elizabeth had always been an observant person. Previously, when she got off the spaceship, she immediately noticed that quite a few people were wounded. Nevertheless, they had tried to put up a strong front. Nomi, who was their team leader, was not that seriously wounded. That was why Elizabeth only noticed that Naomi was hurt when the latter bent down a little. Nomi hesitated for a while before she decided to tell the truth. It wasn't because of the deity. It was Gyuding. "We left 8 of us at the harbor in an attempt to surround and capture him, but he defeated us all." "How is it possible that Gyuding has become so powerful now?" Elizabeth was a little shocked. She had only watched videos of Gyuding fighting a few days ago. In those videos, it was shown that he was only able of fighting it out with rank 11 gene body powerhouses. Only a few days had passed and he was now powerful enough to take out an entire hunter squad. The hunter squad comprised 2 rank 12 gene body powerhouses and 8 rank 11 gene body powerhouses. Additionally, members of a hunter squad were considered much more powerful than their counterparts because of ultimate arts. If such a team had been defeated by Gyuding so easily, it meant that Gyuding had made great progress in his abilities. "I've found footage of the battle." My Dear managed to find videos of Gyuding fighting the hunter squad from Skynet. She proceeded to project the videos. Support our web novel Go.com. With the help of Phoenix's ability to space leap, Elizabeth and the others took only a day to reach Jer. By that time, the few videos of Gyuding fighting had been uploaded onto Skynet for a day and had accumulated more than 100 million clicks within the short time frame. In fact, many were interested in the clip when they saw its title that mentioned the Hunters. This was because the Hunters were considered a mysterious organization for ordinary citizens. Normal videos on Skynet occasionally showcased clips of Hunters carrying out missions and obliterating their enemies. This time, however, they were shown being beaten by Gyuding. That was why the videos had quickly become a hot topic of discussion. The videos showed Gyuding beating Nomi's team without much difficulty even though it was a 1 versus 8 fight. Consequently, Elizabeth and My Dear noticed the change in Gyuding. My Dear voiced out her opinion after watching the videos. "It looks like he has advanced to rank 6 and has also managed to awaken an ability similar to combat effectiveness field within him. It's very clear that the Hunter Squad's ultimate arts is no match for his ultimate arts. He seems much more at ease in the battle compared to his previous fights." "I think so as well. It looks like our previous assumption was correct. He's cultivating the complete version of ultimate arts that was passed down from ancient civilization." Elizabeth lifted her black hood. There was a serious look on her face. Only after listening to the discussion coming from the back seat did Nomi finally realize something. She had noticed that Gyuding's fighting techniques were similar to their ultimate arts. Now that the Lord had mentioned this, she came to understand that Gyuding trained with the complete version of ultimate arts. My Dear nodded. "I heard that the complete version of ultimate arts has 12 levels and is able to enhance one's combat effectiveness by 320 times at its maximum potential. It's a very powerful increase under the circumstance that your opponent is not a deity. Judging by Gyuding's basic effectiveness, him being able to go against rank 12 gene body powerhouses definitely has something to do with ultimate arts. When you challenged him in the virtual arena a few months ago, did you expect him to achieve such progress?" Elizabeth smiled as she asked. My Dear shook her head. There was a smile on her face as she said, "I had expected him to make something of himself, but I never thought that it would happen so fast. I thought it would take him at least 3 years or more to even make a name for himself. Nevertheless, it hasn't even been 3 months. Missy, you should take responsibility for him reaching such exponential growth. Who would gift a stranger dark iron grade combat armor on the first day of their meeting? I've never met him before. All I did was watch you fight him on stage. It was only natural for me to compensate him since you bullied him." Elizabeth did not think that there was any problem with her gifting him the combat armor. It was not bullying. All I did was give him a kiss on the lips. "You do know how little restraint I have when it comes to cute boys like him." My dear covered her mouth as she laughed. Nomi listened on as the women continued chatting. Since Nomi was also a woman, the two seated in the back were more open with their topic of discussion. On the other hand, this allowed Nomi to learn of things she had previously been unaware of. A little more than half an hour later, the car finally arrived at Leoben Prison. The women seated at the back finally quietened when they saw the prison completely destroyed. Elizabeth lifted up her hood once again to cover her face before stepping out of the car. Another car arrived right after them, and Nimitz got off the vehicle along with Kaputin. The four of them looked at the scene before them, not knowing what to say. They had seen the condition of the place in the video, but that was only through a virtual screen. Watching the video and seeing it in real life were completely different things. Hence, they felt overwhelmed, standing in front of the completely destroyed prison. Not a single part of land was spared in the scene right before their eyes. There were many cracks in the ground. The whole area looked like a dense spider web. As for the Leoben prison, which once had been known as indestructible, signs from its previous grandeur were evident as the building stood in shambles. Elizabeth and the other demigods could vaguely sense whatever had been left behind by the deity's will projection. There's definitely the presence of a deity's will here, my dear affirmed. Marshal Nimitz nodded in agreement. It should be a 2-star or 3-star lower-ranking deity. There are only remnants of one deity. His opponent must have had the god item that was mentioned by Miss My Dear previously. At that moment, Elizabeth reached out her hand and pointed her palm toward the sky. A colorless, translucent screen appeared in front of her. Then, a picture slowly appeared on the screen. The picture was a bright light that began to descend from the sky and later coagulated in the air, forming the deity's will projection. It was Elizabeth's special ability, image restoration. Her ability, image restoration, was not carried out by turning back time. Instead, it was through her deduction of what had happened, the assessment of remaining energy left on the scene and the backtracking of energy usage. That was why the deity's will projection that was being shown on the screen was blurred out, and the deity's face, as well as form, could not be seen clearly. Nevertheless, her ability was the most accurate way to reveal the truth of the battle to everyone under their current circumstances. As the deity descended on the screen, a huge python quickly formed within the prison. It was indeed the god item that had fought the deity. After this, the screen continued to show the battle that happened between them. Everyone watched the screen closely, unable to turn their eyes away. They witnessed the collapse of Leoben prison and what had transpired that destroyed everything around it. At the very end, the god item was seen to have lost the fight. It attempted to escape by running in different directions while the deity gave chase. Let's head to the second scene of the fight. Elizabeth disappeared immediately after speaking. Nimitz and My Dear quickly followed behind her. Stand guard here. We'll be back after we're done, Kaputin instructed Nomi and immediately vanished from where he was as well. Is that the teleportation ability of a demigod? King Kong asked softly after a while. It took less than a minute for the four of them to appear on top of the Oedipus Tower, the place where Gilding had been. This should be where the deity's will projection vanished. Kaputin confirmed the location with the coordinates Naomi had given him. It was right there. But I can't sense anything from the deity. My Dear was a little doubtful. All four of them had been able to sense remnants of the deity clearly at the battlefield near Leoben prison. They even had been able to feel the energy waves left over from the battle. However, there were no signs of battle at their current location, nor were there any remnants of the deity. Let me have a look first. Elizabeth reached out her hand, and a screen appeared once again. Nevertheless, nothing appeared even after a long wait. Quite some time had passed when Elizabeth finally put down her hand and shook her head. There's no sign of any remaining energy waves nearby. My Dear poked two fingers out. There can only be two possibilities. This was not the location where the deity vanished. The other would be his remaining energy was absorbed clean by someone. However, the chances that the second possibility happened are very low because we saw the deity's will projection crumble. Its energy pieces, having crumbled, would have left up to 100 million pieces of energy dust. No one would have been able to absorb them completely unless the deity's opponent was also a deity. Kaputin dialed Nomi's number. Mushroom, are you sure that the deity's will projection crumbled near that huge building? Did you make a mistake with the location? Chief Commander, There's no doubt that it is the right location. Our whole team witnessed it. The deity's will was projected in the air above the Oedipus Tower. That building is highly recognizable. It's more than 400 meters tall, and it's double the height of all the other buildings around it. Not only that, but the deity's will projection that was there was seen floating more than 300 meters high. With both heights added together, the total comes up to 700 meters high. It was only a few kilometers away from the harbor, so it's impossible that the location is wrong, Nomi answered confidently. Caputin had put her on loudspeaker, which was why everyone could hear Nomi's voice. Everyone looked around them and saw that the surrounding buildings were just as Naomi had described. They were all much shorter than the building they were on. It should be here then. Caputin trusted his subordinates. According to the current theory, a third person was probably involved in the battle. This third person could have been the one who destroyed the deity's will projection and absorbed it completely. The white-bearded Nimitz frowned slightly. The situation was getting more complicated than he thought. However, there's still something I don't quite understand. If that third person was able to crush the deity's will projection, that person must have been a deity too. In that case, it would have been pointless for him to absorb the other deity's will projection. Right? The deity that had his will projection destroyed was but a 2-star or 3-star lower-ranking deity. His energy pieces would have limited users even for a 1-star lower-ranking deity. My dear did not understand the situation. It is possible that the opponent was a monster demigod. If that was the case, it would explain everything. The monster demigod would have needed the deity's energy pieces to speed up the transformation of his body. Caputin voiced his opinion. That would seem to be the most logical explanation at this point. My dear was still doubtful, but she could not think of a better explanation. I'll return to the first scene and try to get some inspiration to achieve a breakthrough to become a deity. You can continue taking care of matters here. Elizabeth disappeared immediately after giving her instructions. Chapter 202 A trade request from the Lord of a Cosmic Nation. A black and white golden eagle could be seen traveling at a high speed in space. A group of people was discussing something in a circle within the cabin of the spaceship. In the middle of those people was a projection made by Neptune. The projection was a woman in a purple dress. She looked to be around 20 years old. Aside from the light shade of translucent lip gloss that was on her lips, there were no signs of makeup on her face. It was a picture of her without makeup, and she was so beautiful that everyone could not help but look at her in a daze. Only Robert was unfazed. Even Liliath and Elsa could not help but burst out at the same time. This big sister is so pretty. Neptune, who is she? Why are you showing us her picture all of a sudden? Gilding asked. Neptune finally answered after projecting a few more pictures of her. She's Elizabeth, who's 170 years old this year. She's the Lord of Fey Cosmic Nation. Today, at midnight, she managed to achieve God level. Now, the entire Fey Cosmic Nation is talking about her. It's rumored that her breakthrough made her combat effectiveness shoot up to 4 stars, and the federal government has openly evaluated her as a brilliant genius. Does she have anything to do with us? Gilding still did not understand what the matter had to do with him. Support our web novel Go.com. Of course it does. Elizabeth was able to achieve her breakthrough to God level because she was enlightened on Jerry. Even though it was the deity's will projection that helped with her enlightenment, if you hadn't gone to Jerry, none of it would have happened and she would have never been able to achieve her breakthrough to attain God level, Neptune explained. And then what? What are you trying to say? Gilding had no idea what Neptune was trying to say since he was going around in circles. After that, this beautiful woman sent you a video to say thank you. When Neptune said this, his tone sounded a little coy. He proceeded to project the video at the same time. It was a video that was self-taken with an intelligent ring. Hello, Gilding. I'm Elizabeth. Elizabeth waved and greeted him in the video. Her next few words surprised Gilding. You may not know this, but we're actually old acquaintances. Do you remember the dark iron grade combat armor I gifted you? Now, Elizabeth called someone to come over from the other side. My dear, come over and say hi. Right then, a tall, slender woman walked over and winked at Gilding. Do you still remember that kiss I gave you 2 months ago at the virtual arena? Gilding would never forget that terribly powerful woman from the virtual arena. Nevertheless, He had never expected her to be from Fey Cosmic Nation. She's a good friend of mine. We went to the competition at the virtual arena in Dragonsaur Cosmic Nation because we were bored at the time. We had not expected to bump into you. Nevertheless, she was looking for a fight, so she joined the competition, Elizabeth explained. Of course, this video I'm recording today is not to reminisce about the old days but to express my gratitude and negotiate a trade with you. I believe you've already heard the news about me ascending to become a deity. The one I'm most grateful to is the deity whose will projection descended. On the other hand, the second would be the deceased Thorso. Lastly, it would be you. I've investigated the incident. If you hadn't shown up, the god item in Thorso's hands would not have awakened and the deity would not have descended with his will projection. In that case, I would have never been able to attain god level. Needless to say, I still have to denounce you for the huge destruction you caused. If it weren't for you, Thorso would not have died, and the prison's employees would not have lost their lives. Even though most of the 80,000 prisoners were bad people, they should not have died either. Additionally, it is an unspeakable crime for you to have wounded a hunter squad so seriously. That's why I will allow the marshal to organize a meeting to raise your bounty because of what you've done. I won't go into more detail regarding what happened on Jer. Now, let us discuss about this deal. I hope you will be able to pass us the complete version of Ultimate Arts. In exchange, I will give you an Ultra Fire Spark from an Ultra Fire. Please give me a reply as soon as possible if you think the trade is acceptable. Then, we will proceed to decide a time and place for the trade. The projection slowly faded off as the other party stopped recording. The trade can't really be worth considering. A set of abilities in exchange for an Ultra Fire Spark. Am I the only one who thinks that Elizabeth is interested in Gyuding, or do all of you think the same? Liliath scoffed. I think so too. Elsa raised her hand high in the sky to express her agreement. Captain, I think if the person who taught you your abilities did not limit them to you, it would be a good trade to exchange them for an Ultra Fire Spark. If those abilities are not allowed to be taught to outsiders, then there's nothing we can do. Biggie gave his input this time. You all look pretty happy talking about this, but I have no idea what an Ultra Fire Spark is. Gyuding looked helplessly at everyone. He had cultivated his abilities based on a few sets of skills Neptune had thrown at him. Gyuding had found his own way of cultivating. Hence, there were many basic bits of knowledge regarding cultivation he was not aware of. As for his time in the military academy, Gyuding was only taught the simplest combat techniques, combat effectiveness, and bodybuilding, which did not make much of a difference. As for his basic knowledge of martial arts, the academy only taught him up till level 6. As for how to achieve god level, there was no information about it on Skynet. The information was considered classified and limited to only people of certain ranks. When Gyuding blurted out that he had no idea what an Ultra Fire Spark was, everyone looked at him as if he was an idiot, including Robert and Takor. Fine, allow me to explain. An Ultra Fire Spark is a necessary item one has to use to convert their human physical body into the body of a deity. Without the help of an Ultra Fire Spark, one would not be able to transform fully. Upon complete transformation, the Ultra Fire Spark would be used to acclimatize the body and increase the strength of the now divine body. Each Ultra Fire Flame could be split into 10 Ultra Fire Sparks. Neptune gave a simple explanation. Is it very difficult to obtain an Ultra Fire Spark? Gyuding was beginning to consider going through with the trade. If it was something difficult to get his hands on, it would be an essential trade. Very difficult. There are only 3 ways one can get it under normal circumstances. First, is to extract it from a deity who has just fallen. However, this can only be done by another deity. Not to mention, once a deity falls, its ultra fire quickly extinguishes under normal circumstances. Once the ultra fire is extinguished, getting an ultra fire spark is out of the question. Second, is when the deity is willing to separate the ultra fire sparks from the ultra fire within its body. This would cause the deity's abilities to decrease, which is why it's a very rare method people choose to use. Third, is to cultivate a special kind of ability to accumulate ultra fire on your own. Neptune explained in detail this time. Nevertheless, it was clear that Gyuding did not know any deities who would be able to help him through the first 2 methods. Neptune, can I pass those abilities you taught me to outsiders? Gyuding was somewhat tempted by the deal. Neptune replied graciously, there's nothing I'm opposed to about it. The conditions for cultivating them are extremely harsh, not many would be able to succeed. Those hunters who have already begun cultivating the incomplete version of Ultimate Arts won't be able to cultivate this complete version anymore. If they are looking to nurture newcomers, it would be impossible for them to train someone in such a short time. By the time they are able to train new recruits with it, you'd be long gone from Fey Cosmic Nation. Does that mean I should accept the trade? This was the conclusion Gylding came to. The ultimate fire spark is useless to you. Cultivating the Sun Sutra to a certain level will enable you to accumulate ultimate fire, which is the reason why I got you to drain the ability. Ultra fire sparks from the star fire accumulated through the Sun Sutra is considered to be one of the top ultra fire sparks out there. Neptune shared the good news with him. If I won't be able to use it, some of the others might be able to use it, right? Gylding looked at Lilith and the others. Don't look at me. I don't need it. I am fully capable of condensing an ultra fire spark from purgatorial flames. Lilith shook her head. Elsa waved no with her hands. I don't need it either. I've already got an ultra fire spark in my body, given to me by my dad. Biggie shook his head too. Darkness Inheritance has given me a method to condense ultra fire sparks. I don't need another type of fire spark. Robert shook his head too. The mechanical tribe's way of ascending to become a deity is to complete the transformation within our body. I'm not a human being. I don't need that sort of thing. Tagor's reply was also right to the point. Okay, since no one needs it, we'll reject the trade. Neptune, call her number. She wanted us to give her a reply as soon as possible. Let's just give her a reply now. Gylding thought there was no need to go on with the trade since no one needed the Ultra Fire Spark. Wait, since we don't need the Ultra Fire Spark from the Ultra Fire, why don't we make the trade for something else? For example, enhancing materials that Robert may need or some cultivating resources we need for ourselves. Some of those things can't be bought with money. After all, since Elizabeth is the lord of a cosmic nation, she should have the most resources in the Fey Cosmic Nation, Neptune suggested. Gylding's eyes brightened. That's a good plan. Okay, everyone, let's gather and write down all the materials we need. Don't bother writing anything that can be easily bought. Jot down stuff that's rare and difficult to obtain. Also, list down whatever cultivating resources you want and pass it to me. Neptune will put everyone's list together. Everyone started to make their own lists excitedly after hearing Gylding's words. Even Tagor was hard at work scratching something out with his cat claws. After about half an hour later, everyone passed their list to Gylding. Neptune combined the lists and the total came up to more than 130 items. Most of the items came from Robert, who had listed more than 70 items alone. Neptune refined the list and removed those that could be bought. Tagor's list of more than 20 Genebeasts was cut down to 5 types by Neptune. In the end, the list was thinned out to 97 items. I should write her an email instead. Gylding was too embarrassed to inform Elizabeth about the list face to face when he saw how long it was. Hence, he chose to write her a well-worded email. Next was to patiently wait for her reply. Chapter 203 – Done deal. When Elizabeth saw Gylding's email, she immediately clicked on it. She did care about Gylding's ultimate arts. If she could popularize it to the entire hunter squad, it would be an effective blow to the interstellar pirates with high bounties. When she opened the email, she saw that Gylding had not written much, just a few sentences. They basically told her that he did not need the Ultra Fire Spark and wanted to make a deal for something else. Additionally, Gylding also told Elizabeth that the cultivation method of Ultimate Arts was extremely difficult and that people who had already begun cultivating the incomplete version of Ultimate Arts would not be able to cultivate it. Elizabeth was rather appreciative of his honesty. Clicking on the attachment and seeing a long list of materials, Elizabeth's smile turned into a wry one. Does that guy want us to do his shopping for him? My dear, too, was speechless at the list. 97 materials in total and 5 of them are rank 13 Genebeasts. Let's look at the list and see what we have. Then, we'll get a rough estimate of what it's worth. Elizabeth gave the order and the rest got to work immediately. About half an hour later, the warehouse had it all sorted out. Out of the 97 materials, they had 88 of them. As for the rank 13 Genebeasts, of course they did not have them. In actual fact, They were only 4 materials short of what Gilding and his crew wanted. Elizabeth wrote the results in an email and included the estimated cost of the list in it. Most of the materials Gilding's crew had put in the list were rare. Elizabeth knew at a glance why he wanted them. Most of them were hard to buy. Support our web novel Go.com. Gilding, who had received Elizabeth's reply, was pleased that most of the materials they needed were available. Nevertheless, when one added them up, they were worth far more than an ultrafire spark. There were not many materials, but because they were so rare, they added up to about 6 ultrafire sparks. Gilding had Neptune reassess the price Elizabeth had given, and it was actually reasonable. Elizabeth had quoted him with a price that was not too extravagant, and the most of the items were not valued at their highest auction price. Elizabeth also made it clear in her letter that his version of Ultimate Arts was not worth that much, and that if they wanted the materials, they would have to exchange them for something else. Exchange those materials for something else? She's the lord of a cosmic nation. Where are we going to find something that she doesn't have? After reading Elizabeth's letter, Lilith shook her head pessimistically. We have to take this opportunity to collect the materials. If we buy them one by one, we may not be able to gather all of them even after years. Gilding was well aware that their list of rare materials was full of hard-to-get items, many of which Robert had listed before but were not available on many planets. Neptune, is there any other way? My databank happens to have unlocked high-level restrictions. Since your promotion, I can access a large number of deity powers now. Even if she's the lord of a 5-star cosmic nation, I believe she only has a limited number of divine connection powers. Neptune finally had good news. Tell her that we'll exchange everything on the list for one defensive 2-star Divine Connection Tome and Ultimate Arts. The so-called Divine Connection powers were special abilities used by the deities. They could be evolved from original special abilities or directly formed through the cultivation of a Divine Connection Tome. Nevertheless, very few evolved their own special abilities, and most deities obtain their Divine Connection powers through cultivating Divine Connection Tomes directly. Defensive powers were extremely rare in Divine Connection Tomes. Gilding rephrased the email and sent a reply to Elizabeth once again. Divine Connection Tome? He has a Divine Connection Tome, and it's a defensive type. My dear's first reaction when she saw Gilding's reply was utter shock. It seems like we still don't know much about him. We've been paying attention to him, but we did not know that he owns a Divine Connection Tome. Elizabeth was a little surprised too. She had paid close attention to Gilding from the very beginning and knew about almost every incident when he was in trouble. Hence, it was a little hard to understand where Gilding had managed to get the Divine Connection Tome from. It's highly likely that he stole it from the Witch Tribe during his space-time backtracking encounter. My dear voiced out her speculations. She could not think of any other place because they had paid attention to everywhere Gilding landed and everything he did. A 2-star Divine Connection Tome is similar in value to these materials, which also means that the Ultimate Arts is free. Elizabeth laughed, covering her mouth. We'll profit from this deal. That boy is pretty sensible. He did not ask us for more things. My dear thought that Gilding was right to do this. I'm going to ask them what planet they're going to stop by next and when they're going to stop by there. Let's try to close the deal as quickly as possible, Elizabeth said, and once again sent an email as a reply. The nearest administrative planet is about 3 hours away. Do you want to stop there? Neptune, seeing Elizabeth's email, inquired. Let's stop there. The sooner we close the deal, the sooner we'll feel at ease. Gilding nodded. Are you not worried at all that she'll attack us after she gets hold of the Divine Connection Tome? Lilith asked. No. Gilding shook his head. Why? Lilith did not understand. That's because I know that's not who she is, Gilding answered confidently. After replying to Elizabeth with the time and place, Gilding immediately received a reply in return. See you later. The planet that Gilding and his crew docked on was called Pfister. It was an ordinary planet just as inconspicuous as Sarul in the cosmos. Their spaceship soon docked at the port. After getting off the spaceship, Gilding found it to be a peaceful planet. At the port, the pace of life everyone was seeing moving in was slow and calm. We're here. We'll wait for you at the port. Gilding sent a message to Elizabeth. I'll be there soon. Elizabeth replied quickly. Gilding and his party found a tavern at the port. They sat down at an open-air table outside, ordered drinks, and waited patiently. At that time, it was already dark and the clear starry sky was a pleasant sight. Before long, the nearby clouds in the sky began to change, slowly forming a vortex. Moments later, A white light cut through the clouds and stopped on the ground. In the middle of the night, the scene seemed very unusual and attracted the attention of almost everyone who was dozens of miles around. Under the white light, Yuding saw a woman in black robes slowly walking toward him. The brim of her huge, long gown obscured her face. This time, it was not a projection of her will, it was her original body. It was something Yuding had not thought of. The people at the port looked dumbstruck at the woman walking out of the light. Many only reacted after a long while by saying, "A deity has just descended." Elizabeth soon found out where Yuding and his crew were and appeared before them in a flash. Looking through the brim of her hood, Yuding saw her face for the first time in person. It was much more beautiful than in the photograph, and her disposition was very different under her black robes. "There are too many people here. Let's find a quieter place," Elizabeth suggested. Yuding's original plan was to complete the deal right there, and they would each return to their respective places. However, he made no objections to Elizabeth's suggestion. It was normal. No man could say no in her face. However, Yuding agreed, but not for that reason. It was because he noticed Elizabeth pulling down the brim of her hood in fear of being recognized. They headed for a park near the port. It had fewer people and was perfect for a walk. Once they were inside the park, Yuding found a spot in the field and sat down. "There's nobody here, is that all right? Are you not worried that I might attack you after getting my hands on the Divine Connection Tome?" Elizabeth asked Yuding the same question Lilith had asked him. "I wasn't expecting you to ask me the same question as Lili." Yuding laughed. "I'll give you the same answer. No." "Why not?" "I'm a deity. I could easily kill off your crew," Elizabeth added. "I know that you are nothing of that sort. Just as you know, I'm not a heinous wretch." Yuding spoke as if he knew Elizabeth well. "Besides, you gave me the combat armor. If it weren't for our statuses, maybe we could be friends." "Friends?" The word seemed distant to Elizabeth. She looked up at the distant, starry sky. She fell silent as if recalling something. "Let's go on with the deal," Yuding said after a while, as he felt that she should have had more than enough time to recall what she wanted to remember. Elizabeth handed over a wristwatch. "This is a wristwatch without a password. Though I know passwords can't stop you, why don't you count the variety and quantities of the items? Other than the purple energy crystals you use for cultivation, where you wanted 10,000 pieces, everything else is the same. I put 100,000 pieces of purple energy crystals inside instead." Neptune instantly finished counting the items and immediately sent the Divine Connection Tome to Elizabeth's mailbox. Hearing a prompt in her mailbox for new messages, Elizabeth clicked on it and saw an attachment included within Yuding's email. Just by glancing at 2 pages, she knew that the tome was genuine. "It's a pleasure doing business with you. However, next time, we'll be enemies." Elizabeth turned away after frankly uttering those words. "I know, I'll try my best to escape Fey Cosmic Nation." Yuding tossed the wristwatch into the air and caught it once more. After weighing it twice in his hand, he headed back for the tavern. Chapter 204, Greetings from Monster Concentration Camp. On planet Pfister, Yuding stayed for only one night to enjoy some local food. Before leaving the port early the next morning, Yuding's crew was in the kitchen eating breakfast. While he was drinking a glass of milk when a projection suddenly appeared from his wristwatch. The projection's background was dark except for a large silver X that flipped across the screen. "Hello, everyone, I would like to introduce myself. My name is X, and I'm a member of the Monster Concentration Camp. I come in peace. My purpose is simply to invite Mr. Yuding to join our concentration camp. Let me introduce you to the Monster Concentration Camp. The so-called monsters in martial arts are ultimate geniuses who can fight across 3 or more ranks. Additionally, we also bring in talented people who can surpass their limits like hackers at my level." The Monster Concentration Camp was founded with the simple idea of inviting only real monsters to join us and lead the human race to a more glorious future through the collision and cooperation of all kinds of monsters. Listening to the introduction earlier, it sounds very impressive. However, why did that last sentence come off like they're some evil cult recruiting people? Yuding could not help but quip. "I feel the same way." Lilith, who was at the side, nodded in agreement. "Support our web novel Go.com. I admit that the last sentence has been ridiculed more than once, but it's really the reason why we were founded. In every era, the rise of each and every small tribe is inseparable from the existence of a monster within a small tribe. Hence, we thought of putting all the monsters together to fight for the establishment of a small tribe. X continued to explain. I only wonder what good would it do me to join your organization? Gilding did not want to beat around the bush and asked a very realistic question. First of all, everyone who joins gets a welcome gift. I can't tell you what it is, but I can tell you that all of our members are 100% satisfied with our welcome gift. It hasn't changed in the past, and it will not change now or in the future. How many members do you have now? Gilding could not help but ask. All internal information about our organization is confidential until you join, because all the way until the moment you join us, we view you as a stranger. X's answer made Gilding shrug his shoulders. And what is there besides the welcome gift? Gilding continued to ask. There are mission bonuses. At this point, it's kind of like the Mercenary Alliance, but our organization has no hierarchy and everyone is free and equal. As for the difficulty of the missions, we will have detailed descriptions about them and will give you strength level suggestions on whether to accept them or not. Of course, we'd only be suggesting them to you, and it's not mandatory to accept missions. We will not stand in the way of those whose strength do not reach the proposed requirements, because we believe that all members have the ability to judge for themselves. Speaking of freedom and equality, I would also like to add that those who join our monster concentration camps are free to join any other organization. You could join the Federation Army or be an interstellar pirate. You could also join Liberty Alliance or even the Dark Sectors. In that case, how do you resolve conflicts that occur between different forces? Lilith, who was at the side, could not resist but raise her question. If both sides must have an outcome, then it's simple: a fight in the ring. You could choose to fight to the death, or you could choose not to fight to the death. X gave a very simple solution. The loser drops out of the monster concentration camp. Mission rewards. In addition to items, members will also be awarded reward points according to the difficulty of each mission. Reward points can be redeemed for goods, and almost more than 90% of the entire Cosmic Sea can be redeemed through our organization. Legendary Divine Connection tomes, god items, and even complete deity bodies. Of course, the more valuable they are, the more points they're working inquiring. Other than missions, the other way to get points is through the Virtual Killing Ground. It is a game similar to the Virtual Arena that we developed separately from Skynet. On the other hand, it's much more fun. You'll definitely get a chance to play it in the future if you join. I'm one of the game creators. I think you'll like it. Summit is also a virtual game, but it's held once a year and played in the same way as the Virtual Arena. The higher your ranking is in the competition, the more points you'll get. Other than combat, there are non-combat ways for you to earn points. Help people solve questions and get paid with points. Such questions are all over the place. There are questions related to martial arts cultivation, pharmaceutical refining, mechanical manufacturing. Of course, such questions are usually hard to solve because everyone is a monster. According to my current statistics, only 17% of the total number of questions have been solved and the remaining 83% is unanswered. You could try your luck there if you're interested. Or if you have any questions, you can put them up there. Of course, you'd have to pay us with points. In addition to the welcome gifts, the mission rewards, and reward points, there are also referral rewards. If you find a monster and successfully invite them to join the monster concentration camp, you will be rewarded accordingly. The higher their monster ranking, the more you'll get in rewards. That's pretty much about it. We do not restrict our members. You can stay off our network for tens of thousands of years. You won't be removed for not contacting other members or not participating in any of our activities. Of course, we will send you some mission recommendations from time to time, and you can always choose to ignore them. They won't affect you at all. You can also log into the system and set it to refuse to accept recommended missions so that you will not receive any more spam. This is because we follow the principle of respecting the choices made by all our members. You can think about it before giving me an answer. My nomination is valid for 10 days. If it expires, I won't be able to make a second nomination. At that point, you can only wait for someone else to nominate you. I'm in. Gilding made his decision on the spot. You're the fastest person to have accepted my invitation. I'm so glad that you can join the family. I will send you your ID card. It's a virtual card that will allow you to access the system. X then continued, as for the welcome gift, since it is physical, You'll have to get it yourself. I've taken a look at your current location. We still have about 10 days to go before we reach Probrand. We have someone who can pass you the welcome gift near that planet. I'll inform him to get there as soon as possible and have him wait for you there. You will not be disappointed with the welcome gift. I'm looking forward to it, too. Gylding did not really know what he wanted at that moment, but he was looking forward to it. Then I'll leave you to it. Goodbye, everyone. As for the other super intelligent guy, I'd love to invite you to join us, but I'm sure you'd turn me down anyway. Besides, it is my duty as a referee to leave Gylding with a referral bonus. X's words were clearly addressed to Neptune. When the opportunity comes, we can have a head-to-head contest. As soon as X finished, the projection immediately shut down. The damned thing. Neptune cursed in rage. How dare he invade my territory and challenge me? Gylding and his crew were amused. It was the first time they had seen someone humiliate Neptune. It meant that the guy called X was indeed a terrifying presence. I just slacked a little and didn't change our original address on Sarul. He managed to track us with our original address, Neptune said defiantly. Actually, this method of his was equivalent to leaving a secret door behind for a few masters. The secret door would be locked, but as long as someone was able to unlock it, they could easily find them. Besides, when Neptune first locked the secret door, he still had restrictions on himself except for the lowest level. Since nobody had been able to unlock it all this while, he did not change the lock. Nevertheless, after this incident, Neptune realized that some humans were indeed strong enough to unlock his passwords. He needed something to prove that the men in Monster Concentration Camp are strong powerhouses. Not to mention that he's capable. That was why he chose to unlock it that way. Since sending the invitation to a public email address would not be enough to arouse my interest in joining, it would have been very likely for me to put the invitation on the back burner. Gylding guessed X's intentions. Here comes the ID card, Neptune suddenly said and projected the card. It was a black card with not a single word on it. Not even a picture. The black card flashed a white ray of light and scanned the crowd until it finally locked onto Gylding. The white light dissipated and two pale blue beams shone directly into Gylding's eyes as if they were taking down information. Moments later, the blue light dissipated, and the card projected a transparent screen in front of Gylding. It showed two, three-dimensional, dented palm prints. Gylding put his hands against them and the translucent, three-dimensional image immediately showed Gylding's palm prints. Having recorded his identity, a robotic voice said, "Welcome aboard. Do you need to enter Monster Paradise? Don't enter it yet. I'll see if I can sneak in without the card." Neptune tried for nearly 20 minutes before he eventually gave up. "It seems like I can't." Monster Paradise was also made through Skynet, but its security is extremely tight. If I were to break in by force, it would attract Skynet's attention. "Let me go in and have a look." "You can enter directly through the card's link." "I should be able to use my intelligent wristwatch in there," Gylding said and hit the confirm button. Chapter 205, The Asking Tower. Welcome to Monster Paradise. I wish you a good time here. Gylding found himself standing at the exit of the starport. A line of text floated past the top of the port's entrance, and he heard a sweet female voice. "This so-called Monster Paradise is not entirely a virtual planet, is it? Isn't it too lavish?" Gylding could not help but exclaim. It was no wonder he was surprised. The virtual arena was merely a city, and the Hermian Alliance was merely a city as well. Building a virtual planet obviously required a lot more work compared to building a city. "It really is a whole planet here." Neptune's voice was soon heard in Gylding's ear. He had entered through Gylding's ID card. "Are you interested in earning some points? My databank isn't restricted so much anymore, and I should be able to answer most of your questions." Neptune still sounded a little mad. Having been beaten by X once, he wanted to make some trouble. Gylding, of course, agreed. He wanted to score points in exchange for some rare materials. Under Neptune's guidance, Gylding soon arrived in front of a huge tower with unique designs. "Support our web novel Go.com." Two words were written on the huge tower's plaque, "Asking Tower." "Why does it feel like an ancient building?" Gylding could not resist letting out a quip as he stepped into the tower. On the first floor, there was no one but a maiden at the door. "Hello, may I help you?" A nice-looking girl guide came over. "I want to know how to solve questions," Gylding asked. "Gylding, she's not a real person. She's only a virtual character here, sort of like an NPC in games." With only one glance, Neptune saw through the maiden's true identity. That's easy. Simply connect your intelligent wristwatch's network to the Asking Tower's first floor to see the questions. If you have any questions about cultivation, you can also send them in directly, the virtual girl guide explained. Do I have to come to this Asking Tower every time I want to solve a question? Gilding found the setting inconvenient. Only new users who have not yet activated the function need to do it in person. Each time you activate a function, your intelligent wristwatch will record it. After that, you can just use it directly through your intelligent wristwatch. Not only do you have to activate the Asking Tower's function, but you'll have to activate other functions before using them. This is to familiarize everyone with Monster Paradise, the girl guide explained. I see. Gilding nodded. Neptune connected to Asking Tower's network, which showed questions that were only below demigod level. Gilding could not help but ask, can you see demigod level queries without having demigod level strength? The Asking Tower's first floor is filled with demigod level questions. You'll have to connect to the second floor of the network to see demigod level questions. Your access to the second level is restricted if your combat effectiveness is below demigod level. You must answer at least 3 questions correctly on the first level before the restriction is automatically lifted. By then, you won't have to come to the second floor here to reactivate it. You can check the questions on the second floor directly through your intelligent wristwatch. If you are a powerhouse with demigod combat effectiveness, you must go to the Asking Tower and smash the barrier door to the second floor with your combat effectiveness. Then, go up to the second floor and reactivate the second floor's network. Gilding nodded helplessly upon hearing the explanation. In his opinion, the number of reward points was not high since the questions were below demigod level. He tapped on the screen of his wristwatch to project a question. At the top of the page was a list that Gilding could see very clearly. It was a ranking of outstanding questions in terms of compensation. The first question had the highest compensation with up to 3,000 points. Then, it went down to 2,800, 2,700, 2,500. A total of 10 questions were listed on the ranking, with the lowest pay being 1,800. Are points that worthless? Gilding muttered under his breath. The girl guide overheard his remark and immediately explained, in Monster Paradise, 1 point is equivalent to 1,000,000 universe credits in the real world. Neptune also added, it's not that the points are worthless, the missions here are ranked. 1-star missions only reward 1 to 10 points at a time, while 2-star missions reward 10 to 100 points. 3-star missions are recommended for people who are at least demigods. Their reward points range from 100 to 1,000 points. Therefore, points are very difficult to earn with people who are weaker than demigods. With your current strength, you can only do 2-star missions with less than 50 points. If you intend to accumulate thousands of points, you'll need to do at least 20 missions. Even if you can complete a mission every 3 days, it'll take you at least 2 months to complete 20 missions. At such a pace, you may end up doing nothing else for the rest of the year. Even if you take on more than 100 tasks, you'd only accumulate 5,000 points, and that's if you don't use any of the points. Actually, when I look at the frequency at which people take on missions, the number of people who take on missions more than 10 times a year is very low, less than 3%. If you do it 10 times a year, it would take you at least 6 years to accumulate 3,000 points. After listening to Neptune's calculations, Gilding realized how difficult it was to earn points. I think the people who've placed these questions have basically taken out all their assets, which is why there are so many questions offering thousands of points. Neptune went on to explain. All right. Let's stop wasting our time talking nonsense. I'll start solving the questions, while you can look around yourself. Gilding looked at the projection of questions. The first question on the compensation ranking leaderboard was, which gene chain is the special ability, Water Split Body, located in, and what is the sequence number of its location? When the girl guide saw Gilding beginning to solve questions, she returned to her original position and once again looked at the doorway. Gilding watched as Neptune gave the first question his answer, third, NM_0118199932. Then, Gilding looked at the second question, which was an extremely complex mathematical equation. He had no idea what it meant. Neptune seemed to notice his gaze, and as he answered the question, he explained to Gilding, It's an equation of unstable variables used to make a special compound metal. His equation is not complete, so I will supplement it. In less than 20 seconds, the second question was solved. Then, Gilding turned to the third question. The third question was about refining medicine. The questioner provided a complete list of medicinal materials, and the question was, "I'm afraid I can't tell you how the ingredients are mixed and what the medicine is. However, the failure rate in refining this medicine is extremely high. How do I solve this problem?" He did not mention the ratio of the materials and the reason for failure. Who on earth can solve this? Gilding was speechless at the question. After all, he studied pharmacy as well. However, in his opinion, the question lacked too much information and he had no way to judge the refining process. Not to mention, the reason for its failure. Naturally, he could not improve the refining success rate. However, Neptune was able to give a clear answer directly. The reason for the high failure rate is the low degree of fusion of red fire crystals with other materials. Just replace the red fire crystals in the material list with Genebeast energy crystals which have fire properties. Neptune went through each question one after another. The 10 questions on the ranking list were all answered in less than 10 minutes, leaving Gilding in awe. However, that was not the end of it. Neptune had no intention of stopping. He seemed addicted to the quiz game. Gilding was also interested in many of the questions, so he indulged in it with Neptune and completely lost track of time. In a lab, a girl suddenly looked down at the intelligent ring on her finger. She had the ring on her left hand, and all 5 of her fingers had different colored nails. In fact, the nails on her other hand were also in different colors. That's interesting. Someone managed to answer last year's question? She sounded like a half-grown girl. She stretched out her right index finger, and her fingernail suddenly lengthened. She pricked her left thumb and squeezed out a drop of blood that was purple. She dripped a drop of blood onto a petri dish and began to observe it with a microscope. After observing it for a while, she took out a pile of tools and began to bury herself in her work. About half an hour later, she suddenly looked up. How can it be? That guy is right. That's indeed the gene serial number of the water split body. How did he know that? Hearing the ding, Gilding came to his senses. On the other hand, Neptune awakened from his obsession. What was that noise? Gilding looked around but saw nothing. A questioner just confirmed that our answer was correct. Neptune looked at it. It seems like the system makes a ringing sound each time an answer is confirmed to be correct. The first question on the ranking has been confirmed to be correct by the questioner. That means, we got 3,000 points. Gilding grinned. Let's call it a day. In half an hour, I've managed to answer 37 questions. The lowest reward is 700 points. By my reckoning, our total compensation amounts up to 56,700 points. With this many points, according to what I just calculated for you, with your current strength, it would have taken you more than 1,000 missions to save enough. Even if you do nothing and take on missions for a year, you'd only be able to finish 100 of them. It would take you 11 years to save that much. Are we going to continue tomorrow? I'm sure we can go straight to the second floor tomorrow, Gilding asked. Forget tomorrow. You've got enough points now. Besides, although we answered those questions anonymously, the organization's top management should know that it was us. It's just that by answering questions that are below demigod level, the best that they can think of is that I am highly knowledgeable. Additionally, I have an ancient civilization's databank that even Skynet would envy. Neptune was still unsure of the organization's background, so he planned on remaining cautious. All right, after we get our points tomorrow, we'll see what items the others might need. Then, we'll hang around the trade center. Only a little over half an hour has passed since breakfast. We still have a whole day left for cultivation. Chapter 206. Modekin's Call. When Gilding returned to the spaceship with his will and found the main cabin empty, he knew that Liliath and the rest had gone back to their own cabins to cultivate. The purple energy crystals he had obtained from Elizabeth were of high quality. The reason why they needed the energy crystals were that they were the main raw material required to the Dark Sector's black crystals. After some composition analysis, Neptune managed to come up with a method to make the black crystals along with some added improvements. For some of the easily procured materials, he had already asked Biggie and the others to help him get them. As for the other materials that were not easily procured, he managed to acquire them from Elizabeth. Therefore, as soon as he got the materials, Neptune contacted Robert and asked him to help him make it. While Gilding and the others rested at night, the 100,000 energy purple crystals were all made into black crystals by Robert in one night. Early the next morning, before breakfast, he handed out the crystals to the crew. Gilding, too, went back to his room. He closed the door and sat down on the floor. He took out a black crystal, swallowed it, and began to quickly work on his Sun Sutra to absorb it. The 37 circulations in his body began to run rapidly. It took Gilding 5 hours to absorb the black crystal. The circulation in his body changed from 37 points to 47 points, and his cell index increased by 5,000 points. Apparently, the black crystals that Robert has made using Neptune's method were much better than Dark Sector's ones. Gilding looked at the time and swallowed a second black crystal. 5 more hours passed and the circulation in his body increased to 57 points. Additionally, his cell index increased by 5,000 points. Within 10 hours, Gilding was able to raise his cell index from 80,000 to 90,000. Support our web novel Go.com. It was almost dinner time and Gilding was also beginning to feel hungry. He had only eaten breakfast and 10 hours had passed since then. It was normal that he was feeling hungry. When Gilding entered the dining room, Biggie was not there. Gilding felt that it was a little strange for a moment. Ever since Biggie became a part of his crew, the former took care of everyone's meals. There was usually something to eat as soon as one arrived in the dining room. Biggie and Elsa are trying to achieve a breakthrough to rank 11, so it's unlikely they'll be around these days, Neptune explained. Where are the others? Lily has just been promoted to rank 8 and should be out for dinner soon. Robert is working on his body and still lacks a few materials, so he has to do it one step at a time. As for Tagore, he's lying in the bathtub in his room, swimming and eating rank 12 energy crystals. Neptune was still not sure how strong Tagore really was. How many did he eat in 10 hours? Gilding frowned a little. Since there were no Jenna beasts, Elizabeth had them replaced with 500 rank 12 energy crystals. 10, one for each hour. Neptune, too, has been watching Tagore's movements. The intervals are regular. It doesn't seem like he's eating them at random. The energy crystals should have been absorbed, otherwise, the intervals would not have been so regular. Shaking his head, Gilding stepped into the kitchen, steamed some rice, and started making egg fried rice. Soon after, Lilith finally came out of her room. When Lilith saw Gilding in the kitchen, she was obviously shocked. "Why are you here? Where's Biggie? He and Elsa are trying to break through to rank 11 liters." Gilding was busy making the egg fried rice. "Are we having egg fried rice today?" Lilith looked at the food in the wok and felt a little relieved. If Gilding had decided to make anything else, she would not have eaten it. Not today, but for the next few days, Gilding emphasized. Biggie and the rest will probably take at least 2 or 3 days. Well, Lilith lowered her head somewhat feebly and then suddenly changed the subject to something she was more interested in. "By the way, how was the monster concentration camp?" "Not bad." "What do you mean not bad?" "Tell me, was there anything interesting?" Lilith urged. Only then did Gilding tell her about how Neptune answered questions to earn points. 1 point is equivalent to 1,000,000 universe credits and you earned more than 50,000 points in half an hour. That's more than 50 billion universe credits, which is almost enough to buy 5 Ultra Fire Sparks or 3 to 4 demigod items. It would be more if you switched to other resources as well. Lilith immediately calculated the currency in comparison to universe credits. Nearly 80% of what Elizabeth gave us yesterday. Gilding nodded. After some small talk, the egg fried rice was finally done. They arrived in the dining room with their plates. It felt just like several months ago before they met Biggie. While tucking a spoonful of rice in her mouth, Lilith mumbled, "Your egg fried rice is actually pretty good if we eat it every once in a while." "That's not what someone told me when they were clamoring to stop at Darius." Gilding chuckled. "Of course it's different if you eat it a few days in a row. Having egg fried rice for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, no one would be able to stand it," Lilith retorted, curling her lip. "I heard Neptune say that you've managed to achieve a breakthrough to rank 8. "Yeah. The black crystals worked really well. I only needed 2 pieces to hit rank 8. However, 5,000 cell index points per piece is too little for Elsa and Biggie." Liliar thought that the black crystals would be of little use to Elsa and Biggie. The ones they have are different. Theirs carry 50,000 cell index points per piece. Neptune spoke up and explained, the ones refined for you that add 5,000 cell index points are made from residual waste. It may be waste, but don't think too much about it. The difference is like fresh bread and bread that has been reheated in an oven once. You two have low cell index points, so they're adequate. Biggie and Elsa have cell index points over 1 million, so it would have little effect on them. Alright. With Neptune's bread metaphor in mind, Liliar reluctantly accepted the explanation. My cell index is now 13,000 points. At this rate, I'm sure that once we reach Pro Brand, I'll be a rank 9 gene body. How about you, Gyuding? I'm still a rank 6 gene body with a cell index of 90,000 points. I don't know if I can break through to rank 7, Gyuding said as he quickly finished the egg fried rice in front of him and rubbed his tummy in satisfaction. After dinner, they each returned to their rooms and continued cultivating. Over the next 2 days, Gyuding ate 3 black crystals in a row. As a result, his cell index finally reached 100,000 points. The energy circulation in his body also reached the limit of 81 points. Looking at the 81 convoluted circulations, some new information suddenly popped up in his head. They were transmitted by Neptune. Connect the 81 small circulations to form one big circulation as described in the Sun Sutra. Then, the primary power in your body will automatically change into righteous force, Neptune whispered in Gyuding's ear. Gyuding constructed it step by step according to the picture in his mind. He treated the original small circulations as energy points and then connected them to other energy points one by one. The process took him a whole day. The original unrelated points became a three-dimensional picture under the connection. If one looked at it from afar, they would see that it looked exactly like a starry sky. Once the big circulation was complete, the primary power in Gyuding's body began to change and convert rapidly. A few hours later, his primary power had fully transformed into righteous force. Only then did Gyuding open his eyes and put out a finger. A flow of golden righteous force came from between his fingers. He felt like it was an extension of his fingers, and it felt like an object. The Sun Sutra is the top primary power cultivation method. The big circulation is formed through 81 small circulations. Normal methods mostly utilize below 36 small circulations and 49 small circulations at most. There are 9 small levels in cultivating righteous force. You have to make 9 big circulations to reach your righteous force's limit, and it generates Starfire's spark in your body. Your righteous force already has the nature of burning and smelting, so you're the one restraining most of the righteous force. Neptune was rather pleased of himself for having chosen the Sun Sutra for Gyuding. I still haven't broken through to rank 7. Gyuding checked his health status and seemed disappointed. Each time you're about to get to the next level, you'll be stopped by your gene locks. You need a lot of energy impact to break through those gene locks. The black crystals are mainly to improve your true primary power and righteous force's strength. The increase in your cell index is through the conversion of your Sun Sutra. Moreover, black crystals don't work on gene chains and cannot help you break through your current gene level, Neptune explained. Aside from that, while you were breaking through, Modican called your number several times. Since you were cultivating, I blocked the calls. Damn, it's probably about the pharmacologist's newcomers ranking competition. I've been so busy running for my life these few months that I forgot all about it. How many days are there left? Gyuding asked hurriedly. 3 more days, Neptune answered quickly. He answered almost as soon as Gyuding asked the question. 3 days. I'll practice my medicine refining skills as much as I can these few days. Throughout the last few months, Gyuding's medicine refining skills had been put on hold. He had not used it even since the time he encountered space-time backtracking. Neptune, dial Modican's number. Neptune dialed Modican's number immediately, and before the waiting sound was heard, someone picked up the call. Gyuding, what's wrong with you? You didn't answer my calls the past few days. Is it because you're popular now, so you don't recognize me, your master? Modican's loud voice came from the communicator and made Gyuding feel slightly nostalgic. Chapter 207, An Unexpected Interstellar Storm. As usual, Modican spoke to him in a loud voice with no scruples. After 3 months without much contact, Gyuding was delighted to hear his voice again. Teacher, I have been busy cultivating these few days. My communicator was set to automatically block calls. I know you're busy. Seeing how your bounty increases every few days, I know you're not idle. You also probably don't have much time to practice your medicine refining skills. However, seeing how you haven't appeared on the news these past few days, I figured that you'd be taking a break. Hence, I thought I'd give you a 5 days notice. That's why I dialed your number several times. Nevertheless, no one answered. There are only 3 days left until this newcomers ranking competition. You can join it if you have time to spare. Forget about it if you don't. Modican did not seem to care much about the competition. No matter what result comes from it, I feel the need to participate. Gyuding's medicine refining skills were indeed pretty rusty, and it was not clear whether he could polish himself back up with just 3 days of practice. After all, it was not like the other participants stood by idly throughout the past 3 months. Never mind, let's not talk about it. I've got good news for you. Your master was just promoted to become an S-grade pharmacologist a few days ago and is now conferred as national treasure by the Lord. The first thing I wanted to do was tell you 2 baby apprentices, but I wasn't able to contact you nor Palmer. I finally managed to get in touch with you today. Modican revealed the real purpose of him calling Gyuding, which was to deliver the good news. Congratulations, teacher. I knew you'd succeed in achieving a breakthrough. Gyuding, too, was happy for Modican, who was a genius when it came to refining medicine. Gyuding also thought that it was only a matter of time before he was promoted to S-grade. Don't flatter me, I'm still not as famous as you even though I was conferred as national treasure. Just recently, you fought alone against 8 members of Fey Cosmic Nation's Hunter Squad. Those videos went viral in Dragonsaur Cosmic Nation. You're now the idol of almost every interstellar pirate in Dragonsaur Cosmic Nation. Not to mention, the Rose Tavern has become a tourist attraction because of you. The long queues extend out of the red light district each day. Moreover, many students have started to drop out of military and non-military schools to become interstellar pirates just like you. Support our web novel Go.com. Is it that dramatic? Gyuding felt that Modican was making fun of him. I'm not kidding. You can search Skynet for those videos later as well as other news stories. Modican emphasized the authenticity of the matter. What is Senior Palmer busy with these days? Gyuding changed the conversation topic. She's working on a virus antidote and has gone to the Dark Star sector. I haven't been able to get in touch with her for the past 5 days, which is a bit worrying. If I still don't receive any news from her after 2 days, I'll ask my friend for help. However, you shouldn't worry about this. Just take care of yourself. She shouldn't have any problems. Just then, a hiss broke out in Gyuding's ear as if the communication signal had been cut. What happened? Why did I hear a hiss? Modican had heard it too. It's a precursor to an interstellar storm, an electromagnetic disturbance, Neptune said in Gyuding's ear. It seems like we're encountering an interstellar storm. The call was cut off before Modican could finish. Gyuding's brows furrowed slightly. In the event of interstellar storms, spaceships could not perform hyperspace jumps and other operations and could only fly in normal mode. Interstellar storms, on the other hand, usually covered large areas and lasted a long time. Based on the situation at hand, the pharmacologist's newcomers ranking competition was likely to fall through because he could not access Medicine King Valley at all during the interstellar storm. Moreover, spaceships were often shaken and struck during interstellar storms. They were unsuitable to practice refining medicine. We're in the outer reaches of the interstellar storm, Neptune warned. Can we get out of the interstellar storm's range first? After that, could we leave by hyperspace jumping? Gyuding proposed his idea. It would be a good idea to go through it laterally. This interstellar storm is widespread. It would take more than half a month to get across the affected area by retrograding through the storm. Not to mention, retrograding is risky. Nevertheless, it'll only take 5 days to get through this area if we adopt a lateral approach. Neptune agreed with Gyuding's idea. Is 5 days the fastest? Is there a better way? At such a rate, Gyuding would not be able to get to Medicine King Valley in time for the competition. No, I've done the math. The best way to save time is to cross laterally. In fact, a cosmic storm is like a river. We have to retrograde to reach our destination. Moreover, a river is much smaller in width than in length. Hence, crossing it laterally is the quickest way to get out of it. All right, Let's turn around then. We're going to have to spend the next 5 days on the spaceship cultivating. Gyuding thought that he could also use the time to build a second big energy circulation in his body. The Golden Eagle, under Neptune's control, quickly changed directions. Except for Gyuding and Neptune, none of the other crew members were aware of this. Gyuding quickly moved on to the next stage of his cultivation in his own room. Throughout the past 5 days, there had been minor changes in his pace of life, but it quickly returned to its previous state. On the first day, Gyuding and Lilith each ate egg fried rice for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, while the others did not leave their rooms. Taeko only stole a few steaks from the refrigerator in the middle of the night. The next day, Elsa finally woke up from her cultivation and managed to achieve a breakthrough to rank 11 from rank 10. She accompanied Gyuding and Lilith for an egg fried rice dinner and raved about Gyuding's cooking. Biggie still had not waken up at this time. Taeko stole a few more steaks from the refrigerator again that night. On the third day, early in the morning, Biggie finally woke up. He succeeded in reaching rank 11. The first thing he did when he woke up was go straight to the kitchen and prepare breakfast for everyone. Everyone's life finally returned to normal. After 3 days of egg fried rice, Gyuding and Lilith breathed a sigh of relief. In the middle of that night, Taeko once again entered the kitchen and stole some steak from the refrigerator while everyone was asleep. On the fourth day, Gyuding finally completed the second big energy circulation structure in his body. His righteous force was now much stronger than before, while his cell index was still the same. Not to mention, his gene level still remained at rank 6. Gyuding had tried injecting himself with cell enhancers and gene enhancers, but none of them had any effect on him. Robert was still in his room. If Neptune had not said he was busy, Gyuding and the others would have wanted to see if something was wrong with him. As for the others, they cultivated as usual, just not as hard as before. In particular, Biggie and Elsa did so. The moment one reaches their gene level, they'll have a hard time breaking through without strong external support. Therefore, after achieving such a big breakthrough, they chose to consolidate their gene levels. On the fifth day, their spaceship finally left the interstellar storms area. Gyuding immediately dialed Hermione Alliance's Skyriver Sector Division's chairperson Antony's number. He apologized for his absence and explained why he had been absent from the competition. Gyuding did so because Antony was the one who had invited himself to the newcomer competition from the beginning, and he had high hopes for it. Antony was slightly surprised to receive a call from Gyuding. That was because he had already heard from Modican why Gyuding did not show. He did not want to see such a thing happen, but there was nothing he could do about the interstellar storm. Besides, with Gyuding's bounty, he really did not care about the competition's prize. Therefore, after receiving Gyuding's call, Antony immediately showed empathy. Having ended the call with Antony, Gyuding dialed another number which had no numbers. It was just a set of strange unreadable codes that had been left by X. Neptune immediately decoded them, trying to find X's position, but failed to get his location. After Gyuding dialed the number, the prompt tone rang twice before the call connected. "You encountered an interstellar storm?" X asked in his first sentence. "How do you know?" Gyuding wanted to tell him that there was a chance he would be 5 days late. Gyuding was not expecting X to already know that he had encountered an interstellar storm. "Of course I know. Just by looking at your spaceship's previous location and the Golden Eagle's steady sailing speed, I can easily calculate your position. You were right in the interstellar storms area." X explained easily. "The fact that you're able to call me now means that you are already out of the interstellar storm's reach. You only took 5 days, which means you chose to cross laterally. In other words, you are now further away from Probrand than you were 5 days ago. Then the purpose of your call should be clear. You want to let me know that you'll arrive at Probrand at least 5 days later than expected." "That's right." Gyuding did not deny X's speculations. "Well, I have good news and bad news for you." X paused as if he was expecting to receive a reply from Gyuding. "The good news is that the ship of the man who was supposed to give you your welcome gift is now broken. He won't be able to get to Probrand on time. The bad news is that we're not sure when his ship will be fixed. His ship is a very collectible old model, and it's a limited edition model. Some of its materials are hard to find. So we have to go straight to the planet where he plans on repairing his spaceship?" Gyuding asked. About that, I must admit that some members of our organization are not that easy to talk to. The guy refuses to reveal the location of the planet he has docked on and told me to go to hell with all the welcome gift stuff until his precious spaceship is fixed. So, X sounded a little helpless. Alright then, we'll reach Probrandfust and wait a bit. If we find ourselves unable to wait any longer, we'll leave first. Although Gylding was looking forward to the so-called welcome gift, he did not want to take up everyone's time for the matter. After hanging up, under Neptune's control, the Golden Eagle began to head straight for Probrand. Chapter 208, Carol. After escaping from the interstellar storm, Gylding once again found time to enter Monster Paradise. He had no idea how much attention Neptune had attracted with his anonymous answers. Of course, no one except the top brass knew it was Gylding. However, some people could also distinguish that there was more than a 90% chance that this was done by a new member. If it was an old member, there was no need to keep the points for so long without giving a reply. However, Gylding joined 3 others at the same time. In the 5 days since Gylding's absence, only one of the 3 had gone into Monster Paradise and has been probed enough to confirm that his score was 0. Therefore, only he was excluded. As he entered Monster Paradise, Gylding found that 56,700 points had all been credited to his account. It was clear that Neptune's answers were all accepted as correct. He was going to the trade center to help Robert see if he could redeem the few remaining materials, as well as to see if any items could help him to break through his current ranking. According to Monster Paradise's rules, one must activate all new functions themselves. Gylding, under Neptune's guidance, used the transport function to send himself directly to the trade center's entrance. After entering the trade center, he rummaged through the original list for the remaining 4 items. 3 of them could be bought with Gylding's existing points, but there was also something called the Energy Matrix, which would require over 8 million points to redeem. What is this Energy Matrix? It's significantly more expensive than most God items. Gylding muttered under his breath. Support our web novel Go.com. Energy Matrix is an essential item for metallic organisms to evolve into supermetallic organisms, because only by emitting energy from the Energy Matrix can the supermetallic organism's properties be brought into full play. It was not Neptune who answered, but a woman. The woman was very distinctive, with waist-length hair that had 10 different colors. They were spaced at the same distance from left to right. It did not look messy but gave a sense of order instead. The nails on her hands were also painted 10 different colors. What caught their attention was the stark white lady suit she was wearing, which contrasted sharply with the colors of her hair and nails. However, it made people feel unusually harmonious. Due to the strange get-up, Gylding's attention was drawn away from the perfect makeup of her delicate features. Are you new? The woman approached Gylding slowly, her pink high-heeled soles clattering against the ground, creating a crisp tapping that sounded more like musical notes than noise. When she reached Gylding, she stopped and held out her hand. My name is Carol. Nice to meet you. Hello, my name is Gylding. It was Gylding's first time meeting someone else in Monster Paradise. Judging by her appearance, he knew she was not a virtual character like the NPC. When did you join? You look unfamiliar. Carol was pretty sure he was new because she could tell Gylding's G level was not high. 5 days ago. Gylding was not trying to hide anything, and she seemed harmless. 5 days ago? You're not the one who solved the problems on Asking Tower's first floor, are you? Carol had been looking for the person who helped her solve her question. Gylding hesitated when he heard the question. It was not that he was afraid of getting in trouble. He had never been afraid of a challenge. The main thing was that Neptune had warned him to keep a low profile from the start. Seeing his hesitation, Carol basically figured it out. There are indeed some pesky people here who like to challenge newcomers who have just earned points to gamble said points, but that's alright. You can just tell me. I won't tell anyone else. Admit it, this woman isn't easy. If you don't, she'll find out sooner or later. It'll be awkward when your lies are exposed. Neptune just checked the woman's information. She had a very unusual background. Gylding then said, you can say that I solved those questions. I'm the one who asked the question about water split body that was number 1 on the list earlier. Thank you for your answer. I was able to learn a lot from it. Carol smiled faintly. I was actually a little curious about how you knew the serial number, But then I looked at the other questions you answered and decided that there was no need to ask. It was because you obviously did not come out with this conclusion through your own research. The questions are too broad, and many of the questions are asked after the research has reached a certain level. There's no way one can be proficient in so many fields. Therefore, I guess you hacked into Skynet's secret databank and got answers no one else could get. That's a reasonable hypothesis. Gilding did not admit or deny the answer. You should have more than 50,000 points by now, right? That's quite a fortune for members who are not even a demigod. Carol saw that Gilding was unwilling to discuss the subject and did not delve into it. It's not enough though. Gilding shook his head with a wry smile. The energy matrix Robert wanted would be hard to come by anytime soon. 8 million points, that was about as much as a middle-ranking deity in Monster Paradise could own. And he was not even a demigod. You want the energy matrix? It's only useful for metallic organisms. It holds no value to any other organism. The reason the concentration camp set the price so high was to prevent people from buying it at a lower price and then resell it at a higher price. If you really want it, the only way is to solve a few puzzles left by the medium-ranking deities. Here, Carol secretly looked at Gilding to see how he would react. However, the deities have changed completely into another entity. It's to be expected that their mentality changed greatly and that they will ask questions no one would expect. Moreover, to get to the 4th floor, you either have to wait until your combat effectiveness reaches a middle-ranking deity, or you have to answer 3 questions from a lower-ranking deity correctly. Therefore, 8 million points are hard to get, no matter how you look at it. I'd better wait. Gilding knew that Carol was right. He decided to wait and see for a while. Keeping a high profile would only attract unwanted attention. So far, the questions Neptune answered were below demigod level. If he could solve a medium-ranking deity's question immediately, Gilding would surely receive a deity's attention, and the attention would not necessarily be well-intentioned. All right, I have to go, and you can take your time wandering around. Carol checked the time, bid Gilding goodbye, and left the trade center. Gilding stayed at the trade center and examined 3 other materials. According to the name and quantity Robert provided, the total cost was only about 20,000 points. Gilding immediately placed an order, choosing Probrand as the delivery address. With 36,000 points left, Gilding was going to buy something that could improve his strength. Neptune, what could break my gene lock and get me to rank 7? You need to have a pretty strong energy shock. And considering how it'll fit with Sun Sutra, Earth Core Crystal is probably the most suitable one, Neptune suggested. The market price of Earth Core Crystals is around 1 billion universe credits per piece. If you redeem it with points here, it will cost 1,000 points per piece. Neptune finished and entered 3 words Earth Core Crystal in the inventory tab but did not expect the system to display, "This item is temporarily unavailable." Gilding was stunned. Not available? It's not considered a rare item. If it's out of stock, there are probably too many people in need of it. The search results were out of Neptune's expectations, but when Neptune thought about it, it was clear why it was selling like hotcakes. In Monster Concentration Camp, most of them were monster members like Gilding. The stronger their combat effectiveness, the more difficult it was to advance each time. Hence, when one needs a breakthrough, they easily thought of using Earth Core Crystals. Although he did not get Earth Core Crystals in Monster Paradise this time, Gilding had helped Robert to order the remaining 3 materials besides Energy Matrix, which still made it a worthwhile trip. Gilding, who had left Monster Paradise, continued his new cultivation in his bedroom. It took Gilding and his crew 11 days to reach Probrand. During the 11-day journey, Lilith finally managed to break through to rank 11 gene body. Not only that, but her spirit had also increased to 1 million points, and her cell index had increased from 13,000 points to 300,000 points. Her cell index had risen so fast because after reaching rank 9, the black crystals she ate were switched to the ones like Elsa. Lilith finally surpassed Gilding's cell index for the first time since leaving Coela that was in Grey Star sectors. Gilding did not seem to care that he had the lowest cell index on the crew. It did not disrupt his cultivation pace. He still ate black crystals every day and cultivated Righteous Force. The Righteous Force cultivation seemed to get more and more difficult as it got to later stages. He just successfully structured a third big circulation in his body before they reached the port. As soon as the Golden Eagle docked in the port, everyone could not wait to get down from the ship. It had been more than half a month since the spaceship left Vista without docking at any planet's port, and Gilding and his crew were indeed sick of staying on the spaceship. As he stepped out of the hatch, Gilding's communicator rang. He looked at the number. It was a long list of unreadable codes. Chapter 209, A Dinner Party at the Barbec Restaurant. Looking at the long list of unreadable codes, Gilding knew without a second thought that it must be X. However, he also guessed that it would not be good news if X called him at this time. The boy timed us right. Neptune could not help teasing. Gilding pressed the answer button, and X's voice came over slowly. I'm guessing you must have arrived by now. Am I right? We just arrived. What can we do for you? Gilding turned on the speaker function. How do I start this time? Gilding and his crew all heard X mutter under his breath. Then they heard X say, the thing is, normally, when I break bad news to someone, I try to find good news and say both of them together. That way, people won't think I'm a jinx who only brings them bad news. However, I have no good news for you today. Only bad news, but it's not that bad. Brother, can't you just say it? We'll think you more of a jinx if you keep on dilly-dallying. Lilith, who preferred to deal with straightforward people, finally spoke up. Well, the bad news is that the guy who is supposed to hand you your present won't be here for another 2 days. You'll need to spend 2 days on Probrand. X finally broke the bad news. Support our web novel Go.com. That's it? Gilding could not help asking after he waited for a while and did not hear anything else. What else do you want to hear? X asked. Nothing, Jinx. If there's nothing else, I'm going to hang up. Gilding reached out his finger and was about to hang up when he heard X's voice. Wait, there's one more thing. Can't you just tell us everything in one go? Lilith teased once again. All I want to say is, please don't call me Jinx, thank. Before X could spit out another word, Gilding hung up the call. The Barbec over there looks delicious. Let's try it out. Gilding had been staring at a shop 50 meters away since forever, and that was the main reason he was anxious to hang up X's call. Why, Gilding, you saw the same shop as I did. Lilith turned her head and made eye contact with Gilding, clearly a long-established understanding. Clearly, her displeasure toward X was also because of seeing the Barbec restaurant. Barbec. Elsa's mouth watered at the sight of the Barbec in the restaurant's window. The color looks good, and you can smell the aroma of the Barbec from here. Both color and aroma are perfect, so it should taste good. Biggie talked just like a food critic. Little cat thief. Tagore immediately leapt from Gilding's shoulder, and the rest immediately ran after him. As for the remaining member, Robert, he still maintained his mad scientist attitude. He refused any social occasions and locked himself in the cabin. In fact, he never opened the door to his room during the whole trip, except for when he got the 3 remaining materials from Gilding. However, Neptune asked everyone not to disturb him, so everyone let him be. The Barbec restaurant was called BBQ. As to what abbreviation it was, they did not delve into it. The Barbec restaurant had a large storefront and an outdoor terrace. On the terrace stood nearly 100 canopies, under it were brightly colored tables and chairs. It was midday, and business was good at the Barbec restaurant. The store was almost full, but Gilding and his crew were lucky enough to find 2 or 3 empty seats left on the terrace. Gilding led them to a vacant spot on the terrace and sat down. The crowd gathered in a circle, and Biggie sat down on the ground as usual. With his size, there was really no stool that could withstand his weight. They quickly ordered what they wanted to eat, then began to chat. Such scenes had not appeared for more than half a month. During the voyage of more than half a month, they were all in a frenzy to improve their strength. Admittedly, cultivation could bring great strength, but it was also boring. Everyone else was a little stressed out, other than perhaps Robert. This stopover also felt like a holiday after half a month of hard work. That was why when X said they needed to wait on this planet for 2 days, Gilding felt it was good news. Not only Gilding thought so, but so did Lilith and the others. Everyone's free to explore the town these 2 days. However, to be safe, at least move in pairs. It's not clear why my bounty has remained the same for so long, but surely the army will not give up so easily. Not only had Gilding's bounty not been renewed for more than half a month, but it seemed that none of the other interstellar pirates in the entire Fey Cosmic Nation had their bounties renewed. About this matter, I have just read that a half-month ago, some confidential information was lost in an attack on the databank of Midian Media Company's Fey Cosmic Nation branch. They've been reviewing the matter internally and the federal government is helping with the investigation, which has temporarily halted other projects. This morning, Midian Media Company's headquarters issued a letter of apology. Neptune said and projected the apology letter. The apology letter was not short, detailing everything that happened half a month ago. Then it went on to explain why the bounties had not been updated and assured everyone that it would be updated within 30 hours. Lilith, who had been drinking all this while, was not keen on hearing anything about Midian Media Company. What do you think my bounty will go up to? Gylding noticed Lilith's mood and changed the subject. I think it's going to be at least 2 billion universe credits. Biggie was the first to speak, and he guessed conservatively, 5 billion, I guess, because the Hunter Squad's leaders all had gene levels of peak rank 12, and their combat effectiveness has reached rank 13. The squad's highest capture award is 4.8 billion universe credits. You took out their squad, so it should be more than 4.8 billion. Elsa analyzed. That's not how it works. Lilith finally spoke. There's a lot more to the bounty amount than combat effectiveness. For example, things like the crew's strength, the level of threat to the federal government, various factors such as the nature of the damage caused in each event. They even analyzed everyone's personality, whether they are radical or conservative, and even dig deep into their character in terms of their upbringing. A lot of people are offered high bounties, not because of their high combat effectiveness, but because of the amount of damage they caused, which the federal government considers as bad. Gylding's incident this time, though influential, did not actually cause much damage. He did not even damage a single building, he only somewhat damaged the port's floor. There were also no other innocent people killed or injured. If you only take his combat effectiveness into account, his bounty is unlikely to rise above 5 billion. I estimate that his bounty will not be more than 3 billion. Do you think our bounties will increase? Elsa was looking forward to it. Probably not, because we were hardly involved in this incident. Elsa and Taegor, you two just stood by and watched the fight. There could have been a cascade of increases when the bounties are low, but our bounties are already quite high, so that is unlikely. Lilith shook her head. After we finish eating, everyone's free to move around, but then again, at least move in pairs. Gylding emphasized once again because he was a little nervous about them going solo. Although Lilith had already been promoted to a rank 9 gene body, her combat effectiveness was uncertain. Gylding figured that she would not be able to escape a rank 12 pursuer. Elsa was a confused little girl and could be kidnapped by someone with food. As for Biggie, without Lilith's hypnosis, he was not a threat at all. If no one was watching Little Cat Thief, Taegor, who knows what would happen on this planet? I'm going with Lili. Elsa and Lili were like sisters, they do everything together. The main thing was that Lili was more independent and she was less assertive. If Elsa stayed with Lili, she did not have to worry about anything. I want to go somewhere I can buy ingredients, Biggie said, thinking Lili and the others would not want to go to the food market with him. Then Taegor can go with you. Gylding looked at Taegor. Protect Biggie. If you want anything to eat, get Biggie to buy it for you. Taegor raised his paw and patted Biggie. It seemed to mean, don't worry, I got your back. He was lazy to talk because his throat was not constructed the same way as a human's, and it took a lot of effort to produce human speech each time. That's it, I'm with Neptune. Everyone has to hurry back to the spaceship before sundown and have dinner together. At night, we'll make arrangements regarding the situation. If anything comes up, contact everyone with the communicator. As Gylding spoke, everyone's barbecue was served. After a satisfying meal, they all went their separate ways. Lilith led Elsa straight to the boutique. Taegor hopped on Biggie's shoulders, and the two headed for the food market. Meanwhile, Gylding sat back and took a sip of his juice. The worst thing about this barbecue restaurant is that it doesn't serve milker. Would you like a drink? There's a tavern about 80 meters from here, at 2 o'clock. Apostrophe for Gylding. Neptune was an all-purpose guide. Yes, let's have a drink first and then we'll wander around. Gylding paid the bill and headed straight for the tavern not far away. Chapter 210, Encountering Roland. The tavern was called Old George. It looked old from the outside, and it gave people a nostalgic vibe. It was midday. The tavern had just opened, and Gilding was the first guest. The tavern owner was an old man named George, with short silver hair and silver stubble. He had a warm smile. "What do you want, young man?" "Milker, thank you." Gilding grinned back as the tavern reminded him of Rose Tavern. Auntie Roast Beef's Rose Tavern also had the same nostalgic vibe. "Good boy, minors should follow your example, drink more nutritious drinks, and take less alcohol." Old George smiled as he made Gilding's drink. Before Gilding's milker was served, another man came in through the door. He was a middle-aged man who looked about 40 years old, with short, white hair. He had a rough, unshaven face, with a long scar running down his right eye, which was all white. No one knew whether he could see. He was tall, about 2 meters or so, and with his face, he looked quite intimidating. "This man is a demigod. Be careful," Neptune whispered in Gilding's ear. "Support our web novel Go.com." The middle-aged man walked straight to the bar stool on Gilding's right and sat down. "I'll have a limo, boss." "Coming right up," Old George said, and served Gilding his milker. The middle-aged man's eyes fell on Gilding. "Milker, what a healthy drink." "There aren't many young people who don't drink alcohol these days." "Uncle, the limo you want is very healthy too, isn't it just limo juice?" Gilding took a sip of milker and turned around to reply. "Drinking more juice is good for your skin," the middle-aged man said, and pressed his left cheek with a finger. "Look at how elastic it is. Can you tell that I am over 4,000 years old?" "You look about 40, uncle." Gilding took a good look and answered. "See, I look 1,000 times younger than I am, so that means the juice is working." The middle-aged man gave out his bizarre theory. In fact, when one reaches demigod level, their flesh and blood would begin to shift toward the energy body, and they stop aging as a result. The theory was bizarre, but looking at the way the conversation was going, the man did not seem as standoffish as he looked. "Milker contains a lot of calcium and protein. With your petite body, you really ought to drink more." The middle-aged man's limo was also done. He took his glass and gave Gilding a wave. "However, most children your age prefer alcoholic drinks, right?" "My constitution is a little unique. I can't consume alcoholic beverages." Gilding shook his head. "You can't drink alcohol too?" "I used to like it very much. Then, I once drank too much and got into a fight with someone." "Did you notice the scar on my face?" The middle-aged man turned his face, pointed to the long scar on his right face that was more than 10 centimeters. "I got it from that incident, and because of that, I also lost my right eye. I haven't touched alcohol since." "Sorry." Gilding did not realize that he had accidentally touched a sore spot. "Actually, I have always been grateful to the person who gave me the scar." The middle-aged uncle smiled and shook his head. He did not seem to mind mentioning it. "I was really young then, certainly not as young as you are now. I was in my 20s, young and reckless. I did a lot of stupid things as I was talented. Every day, I did not cultivate properly. I would only eat, drink, and have fun. I'd go berserk every time I drank. After I got this scar, I began to cultivate crazily, travel around, and challenge all kinds of powerhouses. That's how I became the person I am today. In the beginning, I kept it for revenge, but slowly, I began to see it as a warning, telling me what to do and what not to do, making me a better person." "Did you ever meet the man who scarred you, uncle?" Gilding could understand his change of heart, but he still wanted to know how it turned out. The middle-aged man was silent for a moment after hearing this question. He nodded after a long time. "Yes, it took me years to find him. I still lost when I went to challenge him. I cultivated harder after that and challenged him again every time my strength improved. It lasted until I reached demigod level, and when I challenged him again, I won. However, by that time, my hatred of him had already dissipated. After that, we became very good friends. It wasn't until 300 years ago, when he died of old age, that he told me he was actually my birth father. I then understood why he accepted my challenges unconditionally, over and over again. He did not even move away from the planet because of the inconvenience I caused him. It was also then that I remembered that sometimes when we talked, he would occasionally bring up the subject of father and son. He asked me if I hated my parents as I am an orphan. He also asked me what I wanted my father to be. The middle-aged man's words also got Gilding lost in thought. Speaking of fathers, he only remembered Dad who had raised him. He had no memory of his biological parents. After hearing this story, Gilding began to consider a question he had never considered before. Who were his birth parents? I don't know why I can't stop talking so much. Maybe I'm just old. You'll like to nag as you get older. The middle-aged man downed the limo juice in one gulp. Boss, I'll have another one. Gilding also finished his milker. Me too, boss. I kept talking about my story. What about you? I don't think you're local. Pro-brand locals have slightly reddish skin. My name is Gilding. I'm an interstellar pirate, and I'm just stopping by on this planet. My hometown is in Dragonsaur Cosmic Nation. I'm just like you, an orphan since childhood. The shopkeeper served them their 2 non-alcoholic drinks while they spoke. Gilding raised his glass and laughed. Roland, interstellar loner. The middle-aged man also raised his glass. To the orphans. You're a loner, uncle? It was not Gilding's first time meeting a loner, but when he heard it, the first thing he thought about was getting him on his crew. Would you be interested in joining our pirate crew? Join a pirate crew? Roland raised his eyebrows as if he was considering something. Actually, I look forward to the life of an interstellar pirate. It's more fun to be together than to be alone, but not now. A demigod's lifespan is only 5,000 years, and I am now more than 4,000 years old. I must reach God level before my time runs out. That's why I've been traveling, looking for a breakthrough point. I'll think about it when I've entered God level. Gilding was happy that he did not reject him directly. Leave me your contact number then. Let's keep in touch. Roland did not refuse the request and gave Gilding his contact number. Uncle, since you stopped by this planet, is it because there's a chance for you to break through here? Gilding could not help asking. Number. It's just because my spaceship broke down and it's an old limited edition. Some of the materials are more difficult to get and need to be customized, so I'm stuck here. Roland shook his head and looked at Gilding's empty glass. Do you want more? No, I came here after lunch. 1 glass is enough. Gilding shook his head. I'll pick up the tab for 2, boss. Roland tapped his finger on the table. Thanks, uncle. I'll treat you tomorrow afternoon. Gilding grinned. He and Roland had a lot in common. The two of them became friends over 2 drinks. The establishment of friendship between 2 men was often so simple. If you say so, I'll pick the most expensive one tomorrow. Tonight, I'll think about what I'll drink tomorrow. After they left the tavern, they went their separate ways. Once Roland was out of sight, Neptune asked, Gilding, do you know who that was? Is he famous? Gilding thought the name Roland did ring a bell. Neptune projected Roland's information. Grand Duke, Roland. Title: the man closest to God. Gender: male. Age: 4243. Gene level: demigod. Strongest combat effectiveness: unknown. Special abilities: unknown. Other abilities: possesses the fencing to kill gods. Intro: the only demigod-level powerhouse in Fey Cosmic Nation who was made Grand Duke by the federal government. Owns unique fencing, killed a lower-ranking deity in 1 strike with demigod powers. According to some unofficial information, he's also a 5-star monster. In the Cosmic Sea, he's number 8 on the demigod monster ranking. The title Grand Duke is only given to 1 person in the entire Cosmic Nation, and that's the most powerful demigod. Before Elizabeth was promoted to God level, he was seemingly the most powerful person in Fey Cosmic Nation and the most promising one to break through to God level. Neptune then added, if it wasn't for the opportunity you gave Elizabeth, he would still be the strongest powerhouse in Fey Cosmic Nation. How dare you ask him to join us? Gilding grinned. I almost succeeded, but that's okay, we'll get another chance. I think he must have heard of your name because it's been so popular lately. However, he probably didn't think much of it, so he didn't seem surprised when you said you were Gilding and is an interstellar pirate. That's normal. Demi powerhouses are usually so focused on getting to God level that they don't have much time to think about anything else. Neptune found what had just happened a little strange. When he told us his name, I thought he just happened to have the same name, so I looked him up at once and found out that he was the legendary Grand Duke Roland. Is it hard to break through to God level? Can we help? Gilding could not help asking. There are a lot of factors that influence whether or not you can reach God level. For example, Elizabeth who you met earlier and Roland who you met today, are the top beings among the demigods. They've met all the requirements to break through to God level, they merely lack an opportunity. In this case, there is no way they can rely on external help, only personal luck. Generally, once someone reaches their level, the odds of breaking through are more than 90%. It's just a matter of time. However, Some who are very unlucky may not find such opportunities until they die, but such situations are very rare. Neptune's explanation made Gyuding feel a little helpless, and Neptune quickly added, monster powerhouses like Roland often have good luck. Personally, I don't think he'll have problems making a breakthrough. Once out of the tavern, Gyuding, under Neptune's guidance, headed for the medicinal materials store. Chapter 211, Biggie is attacked. Although he did not have to take part in the competition anymore, Gyuding still felt that he could not afford to lose his position as a pharmacologist, as every team was required to have one. His talent in medicine refining was undisputed. It was not acceptable for him to yield the position to someone else. While Gyuding was busy purchasing medicinal materials, Liliath and Delsa were also happily trying out new clothes in the bazaar. As for Biggie and Tagore, they had reached the market that was a little further away. Looking at the eye-catching variety of ingredients, Biggie was all the more convinced that this was his field. Compared with being a swordsman, he felt he was more suited to being a chef, since he did not possess the appropriate disposition for a swordsman to the extent that if he was not under hypnosis, he was incapable of even using his weapon against another person. Tagore perched excitedly on Biggie's shoulder, gawking at their surroundings. Suddenly, it saw a large glass fish tank that held a 15-meter giant star ribbonfish. The moment it caught sight of that fish, its eyes sparkled and it bolted madly in that direction. Biggie was standing in front of another stall tasting some specialty local spices. All of a sudden, his vision went black as if everything around him had completely vanished. What's happening? Biggie suddenly yelled in the darkness. You don't need to shout anymore. This is my personal domain. No one will hear you even if you yell yourself hoarse, a female voice announced, seeming to come from every direction. Support our web novel Go.com. Who are you? What do you want? Biggie's heart sank. Of course he knew what a personal domain was, a world projection that could only be created by someone who had attained the rank of a demigod. Within one's personal domain, that person's ability would be unleashed to its full potential. Don't be nervous. I only wanted to play a game with you. As the female spoke, the lights suddenly turned on all around. Biggie squinted to block out the strong light. Very quickly, his vision adjusted to his surroundings. He seemed to be trapped in a huge pagoda-shaped building that had 2 doors. Biggie did not make any rash moves. Instead, he scrutinized the area warily, trying to find any other useful information. Your mental fortitude isn't as bad as I thought it would be. You didn't make any hasty moves but observed your surroundings very calmly. If you had chosen to rush through any of those 2 doors, the chances of you dying would be very high. Therefore, I will now spend a bit of time explaining the rules of the game. The female voice intoned again. The game is like this. There are 2 doors, and only one of them is the correct one. As for the other, even I don't know what's behind it. However, I am absolutely certain that whatever lies behind that door will cause you immense pain. Therefore, please make your choice wisely. Of course, you can also choose to stay here and wait for your friends to come and save you. However, I do need to tell you that my personal domain is called the Nightmare of Hell, and I have now pulled you into the 3rd level of a dream state. The time ratio here to that of the outside world is 1,000:1, which means if you remain here for 1,000 days, only 1 day will have passed in the real world. If I manage to escape, will you guarantee that you won't attack my friends instead? Biggie asked very calmly. He reckoned the other party was not lying to him. Furthermore, the crux of the matter was that a demigod powerhouse was more than enough to cause total destruction to the team. Right from the start, therefore, he did not hope for Gyuding to come to his rescue. He knew that this time he could only rely on himself to escape from this predicament. As long as you can escape, I promise not to make another move, the female voice answered. In the first place, I don't hold a grudge against any of you. I am playing this game with you simply because I was tasked to do so. You may rest assured, all your companions are safe. Why me? Biggie asked right away. He could not escape the feeling that there was something fishy about this whole matter. Don't ask me this question. I am merely carrying out orders. As to what the person who set the mission was thinking about, I have no idea, and I don't care, the female voice continued nonchalantly. One more most important warning. Don't think that dying in the dream state means that your body won't suffer any harm. The time ratio reduces your lifespan exponentially. This means that if you remain here in the 3rd level of this dream state, For every year that goes by in the outside world, your lifespan will be reduced by 1,000 years. You are currently at rank 11 gene body, and your lifespan is 1,200 years. That is to say, it will take less than 1 year and 3 months passing by in the outside world for you to exhaust your entire lifespan. Once that happens, it will signify true death for your physical body. Furthermore, this is the third level of the dream state. If you die an unnatural death here, you will immediately drop into the fourth level. There, the time ratio is 10,000:1. If you die an unnatural death on the fourth level, you will drop into the fifth level. The time ratio will increase tenfold, and so on and so forth. As you can see, the further you drop, the more difficult it will be for you to return to the real world. I have another question. If every year in the real world is equivalent to 1,000 years in this place, does this mean you're going to waste more than a year of your time in here with me, and then I die? Biggie pointed out what he thought was a loophole. It seems that you haven't figured out how a personal domain works at all. But you can't be blamed for that, the female voice commented before explained slowly. Only those who have created their personal domain would understand that it's a projection of a mini-world. Although this projection can be controlled, it is also an individual entity operating on its own at all times. In other words, once I've pulled you into my personal domain, I don't have to bother about anything anymore. I can do whatever I please. Anything you do within my personal domain won't affect me at all. Of course, there's a caveat to this. Your abilities have to be much weaker than mine. If you are almost on par with me, it's possible for you to destroy my personal domain. At your current level of ability, however, I would recommend that you not waste your time in such useless attempts. Alright, I've given you all the rules of the game and some advice. I don't believe I've missed anything out. You can make your choice now, and I'll leave you to it. Once it had finished speaking, the female voice ceased. Biggie stood in front of the two doors and studied them for a long while. Both doors were identical to each other, even the distribution of the metal granules was identical. The female voice was not heard again. With no other alternative, Biggie randomly selected a door and pushed it open. As he crossed the threshold, he found himself in a strange room. Have I escaped? The moment the thought crossed his mind, Biggie abruptly realized that everything around him seemed to have grown larger. He looked down at his body and discovered that he had transformed into a thin, weak little child. Only now did he notice that the room he was in seemed to be a prison cell. Biggie, it's so late but you're not asleep. What are you standing over there for? A voice came from the top level of a bunk bed. Biggie lifted his head and looked over. He saw a youth, black eyes gleaming in the night. Biggie felt that his appearance seemed slightly familiar, and he sat on the lower bunk bed in confusion. What the hell has happened? What's up with you? You look so out of it. Even if Bree has threatened to beat you up tomorrow, you don't have to be so nervous about it. I'll teach you. Just concentrate on protecting your head tomorrow and don't let them hit you there. I've heard people say that if you get hit on the head you'll become stupid. If your body hurts a bit, just bear up for a while, it'll pass. The youth's words jogged a segment of Biggie's memory. He saw himself as a youth, cowering and protecting his head while being beaten up by a bunch of kids. That time, he saw a guard standing not too far away with a blade in one hand. He had snatched the blade from the guard and slashed at the leader of the bullies, decapitating the boy in one blow. The guards had gotten a fright and immediately tried to restrain him. Instead he ended up killing them all. The rest of the kids had been struck dumb at the sight, fleeing frantically. But Biggie had gone berserk with rage and massacred every single person in the reformatory, including his cellmate Belle. Only after he had come to his senses again did he realize the terrible thing that he had done. He knew he would be sentenced to death. In the midst of his dismay, an old man in a long black robe appeared before him. Do you wish to become stronger? To become so powerful that everyone will fall trembling at your feet? The man extended a hand toward Biggie, and from that very second, the nightmare truly began. When this scenario resurfaced in his mind, terrible pain filled Biggie's head. He held his head tightly, his entire body trembling in agony. All he could do was to try and stop himself from crying out. Biggie, are you all right? Belle seemed to be rather worried. Although Biggie tried his hardest to control himself, Belle heard him tossing and turning, and hung his head down the side of the bunk for a look. At the sight of Biggie in pain he immediately jumped down from the top bunk. Do you want to go to the infirmary to be looked at? Belle and Biggie were the same type of character. Both suffered the brunt of bullying in the reformatory. Because of this, they mutually took care of each other more than the rest. No. No need. I'll be okay after a rest. Biggie waved his hand in refusal. Once the visions had stopped, the pain in his head began to subside slowly. Why not just go to the infirmary for a while? You'll be able to avoid the confrontation with Bree and the others tomorrow, Belle advised. You look as if you're in a lot of pain, so it can't be anything trivial. If you can stay a few days in the infirmary, that would be even better. Moreover, if you're really sick and they get their hands on you, the infirmary staff will intervene because they're afraid you'll be beaten to death. That won't be of any use. Even if I can hide for a time, I can't avoid the conflict forever. You don't need to worry about me. I'm fine. This headache of mine is an old ailment. I suffer from it once or twice a year. Even the doctors couldn't find anything wrong with me after they examined me. The small infirmary here would only think that I was faking it. That would only make things worse. Biggie spun a lie. He had already given things some thought. This time he needed to tough it out. At most he would suffer from bodily injuries. He absolutely could not follow his previous footsteps. Even though Biggie's own memory still had not completely recovered, if he followed in his previous footsteps, he was afraid he would fall into the abyss, doomed and without any hope for redemption. Chapter 212, The Altered History. The prison door opened wide the next morning. It was time for the prisoners to go to work after breakfast. Youth reform prisoners had to serve time in prison and conduct heavy labor. Biggie and Belle's job was to help out in cleaning the spaceships at the spaceship repair shop. This job was the easiest among all the jobs, which was the reason why they were constantly bullied. This job had a change of personnel every 3 months, and they were picked by drawing lots. No one was allowed to exchange their jobs with another person. Biggie had drawn the lot twice in a row and Belle had also drawn the lot a second time for this particular job. Some people were sure that Biggie had cheated by drawing the lot 2 consecutive times, and everyone became convinced of it when Belle, who shared a room with Biggie, had drawn the lot too. The most important factor was that this job was a requirement for only one spaceship repair shop and there were only 2 vacancies for it, giving cause for anger among the other youth reform prisoners. The other youth reform prisoners were always giving both of them trouble over this issue of drawing job lots. Bree was convinced that Biggie knew how to cheat it and was always trying to force the secret out of Biggie, which was why he always gave Biggie a hard time whenever they met. However, the truth of the matter was that Biggie was just lucky enough to have drawn the lot twice. Biggie and Belle were transported to the spaceship repair shop near the harbor very quickly after they had breakfast. The boss of this spaceship repair shop was a very calculative man who refused to give them even a sip of water. However, it came as no surprise that someone like him, who hired youth reform prisoners on the grounds of low wages, was someone of bad character. A special liquid was used to clean the spaceships in the shop, and not drinkable water. If they wanted to have a drink of water, they had to go to the washroom. There was a sink outside the washroom with a rusty tap. However, even if they wanted to drink from the tap, they had to do it in secret, out of fear they would be caught by the boss. They worked at the spaceship repair shop for the whole morning and were only transported back to prison during the afternoon. Support our web novel Go.com. After having lunch in the afternoon, it was time to let out the prisoners. This meant allowing the prisoners free time. During this period, the gates between each prison room were opened. Biggie would usually hide inside his cubic space, refusing to come out. Bree and the others would normally drag him out for a beating, but this time, Biggie did not hide in his room. He walked out graciously into the open field instead. He was no longer that helpless child all those years ago. Besides, he has met many powerhouses during his adventures with Gilding and had even gotten wounded in battle. In fact, physical wounds were the least serious. Bree and the others stormed toward the field angrily when they could not find Biggie in his room. When they finally found him, the group immediately surrounded him. "How dare you come onto the field? It seems you're getting braver by the day," Bree said with a sarcastic expression. Biggie replied calmly, "I'll not only be here today, but I'll take a walk here every day from now on." Bastards who bully the weak and fear the strong is exactly how you should be described. No one had expected this weak fellow to be so cheeky. Everyone looked at Biggie with a shocked expression. Bree was taken aback when he heard Biggie's retort. It took quite a while for him to react. "You're asking for death. Beat him up real good. The group immediately came up to Biggie in a circle. Biggie curled up his body and hugged his head with both his hands as he quietly took the beating. Between the gap in someone's legs, Biggie saw the sword he had grabbed all those years ago for the massacre. It was hanging on the waist of one of the guards. When he spotted the sword, he frantically squeezed away from the group and snatched the sword, making a direct slash at Bree's head. This time, however, he did nothing. He quietly endured the pain brought upon him by everyone's punches and kicks, waiting for the ordeal to be over. Biggie did not even howl out in pain. The group surrounded him and beat him up for more than 10 minutes, but not a sound was uttered. Some of them started to worry that Biggie was dead from the beating and stopped their attacks. However, Biggie stood up instead. "If this is over, can I leave?" "Continue with the beating." The more Bree thought about it, the angrier he was. How could Biggie be so stubborn this time? Bree had not expected this and was determined to break Biggie down. Everyone surrounded Biggie again as they continued beating him up for more than half an hour. It was only when their hands and feet were starting to feel numb that they stopped. Biggie stood up once again and wiped the blood from his nose. "Can I leave now?" He must have secretly cultivated in some defense ability. "He's much sturdier than before," someone whispered into Bree's ear. Bree's hand and feet were aching too, and he had hardly any strength left. Even though he was unhappy about this, he knew that it would be pointless to continue. Besides, they only had 1 hour of free time, and they had wasted more than 40 minutes. So, he threatened Biggie instead. "We'll continue this tomorrow. We'll beat you until we break both of you." It was at this moment that Bree spotted Belle, who was sneaking some looks in their direction from nearby. Bree motioned everyone over with a wave of the hand and they made a beeline for Belle. Belle knew something was wrong and tried to evade them, but it was quickly surrounded by the group. Biggie frowned slightly. He wanted to stand up for Belle, but there was a jolt of pain from his internal organs. He realized that he was not just physically wounded. This body of his was too weak. His internal organs had suffered serious damage from the attack. If he continued to suffer from it, it would have caused his internal organs to be displaced. This would be lethal for an ordinary person. He had no choice but to stand by and watch what was transpiring as Belle covered his head with his hands while being beaten savagely by the group. Belle's screams of pain did not deter the group in the slightest. Rather, it spurred them further. They finally found the satisfaction of the beating with Belle, something that was absent when they were beating up Biggie. This had driven them to attack even more viciously. Belle clenched his head as his eyes looked helplessly at Biggie. The look was a desperate cry for help. However, Biggie could only slowly close his eyes. Belle may be small and skinny, but Biggie knew he had a better physique than Biggie had. He would not encounter severe injuries, and Belle would only end up with physical wounds. There was no need for Biggie to risk his life with this in mind. However, Belle did not think so. He was very sure that Biggie had secretly cultivated in some defense ability, which was why he did not fear Bree and the others. He felt a little resentful of Biggie when his call for help was completely ignored. Biggie clearly had the ability but was not willing to help him out, even secretly training in that defense ability without sharing it with Belle. The thought of this made Belle feel deeply disappointed. The more he thought about it, the more he hated this world. Suddenly, Belle saw a sword hanging on a nearby guard's waist from between someone's legs. A crazy thought popped into his head. Get your hands on that sword and kill every one of them. When this thought arose in his mind, he scuffled out from the beating from between one of their legs and sprinted toward the guard, snatching the sword from him. Belle pulled out the sword and ran toward the group, right toward Bree. Biggie was shocked into a daze when he saw what had happened. How is this possible? I was the one who snatched the sword back then and Belle didn't even suffer any beatings. Was history altered because I made a different choice? All control was lost on the field. Belle lifted the sword high as he went after Bree, who was always bullying him, for the kill. Bree's subordinates had made a run for it, leaving Bree to be chased to death by Belle. There was confusion among the guards as well. This was just a juvenile prison. No one had expected such a thing to happen. Many of the prison guards had gotten the job through unorthodox means and were not even official army personnel. They had no experience with handling such a situation. Moreover, there were no long-range weapons equipped in this prison and the guards could only give chase behind Belle. Despite that, whatever that should happen, happened in the end. Bree had tripped on his shoelaces in the confusion and Belle had immediately chopped Bree's head in half. When he managed to catch up to Bree, his brains fell over the floor like pink tofu as the sticky blood flowed out continuously. Soon, The blood had covered a range of about 2 meters of the surroundings. Biggie clenched his fists. This scene was like a bootleg version of what happened to him all those years ago, but with some different details. Bell did not stop at killing one person. He held on to the sword and continued giving chase toward one of the people who had beaten him. That person was still in shock, and by the time he realized what was happening, it was too late. Bell thrust the sword into his stomach and a clean sword pierced his chest, exiting out the back, completely drenched in blood. The juvenile prison descended into utter chaos at the second death. Screams could be heard from every direction. It was impossible to tell if those people were screaming for help. If Bree's death had shocked them, the second person's death had them in total panic mode, because it meant that Bell, who still had the sword, was now in a psychotic state. There might be a third and fourth person who was about to get killed. This scene played out exactly like the one in Biggie's memory, except that the main character was someone else. If this continues, he will kill everyone in this prison. What should I do? There was a frown on Biggie's face. He knew what would happen if this continued, and it was something he was not willing to see. Moreover, if this situation continues, Biggie will also end up being killed by Bell, which will only result in him falling from the 3rd level to the 4th level of his dream. Once he falls to the 4th level, things would become much more complicated. The time would be extended into a ratio of 10,000 to 1. One day in the real world would be equivalent to close to 30 years in the dream. He could live to 1,200 years, which means he would probably last 40 days at most before dying of old age. It would be impossible to grab the sword from him. Someone must have done something to that sword back then. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to slaughter everyone like sitting ducks. This sword should be the same as well. Someone must have tweaked it. However, with my current body build, it would be impossible to fight against Bell. Must let snatch that sword from his hands. What do I do now? Biggie's frown tightened. When the crew had met with problems, Gilding and Neptune would be the ones who came up with solutions most of the time. Everyone else would give simple suggestions and Biggie would normally act as an audience. This time, he had to make his own decision and he had no idea what should be done. Chapter 213, Taegor's Powerful Transformation. Taegor stared at the giant star ribbonfish in the tank, almost in a daze. He thought about sneakily eating the fish but knew it would result in a public spectacle. He turned to where Biggie was previously, planning to get him to buy the fish. It was then that he realized Biggie was missing. Hey, where'd the big guy go? Taegor jumped onto the random rooftop and looked around, but still could not spot Biggie. Where could he have gone in such a short time? He lifted his cat paws and quickly dialed Biggie's number. Even though he was not too willing to speak out loud, there was nothing else he could do. I'm sorry, the number you have called is not within this zone. Taegor had never really used an intelligent wristwatch before, and this sentence stumped him. What does it mean by not within this zone? He hung up and called the number again but had gotten the same answer both times. He had no choice but to call Gilding's number for help. Support our web novel go.com. Just as he keyed in the number, he sensed danger coming. The scene in front of his eyes changed suddenly. The noisy marketplace had transformed into a wilderness. The ground was filled with tens of thousands of different types of swords stuck into it. Most of these swords were imperfect. There were traces of cracks and breakage on them. A gigantic rock stood like a wall at a distance. There were marks of sword slashes on the gigantic rock. Taegor lifted his head and realized the enormous rock was actually a gigantic rock sword. The sword was embedded deep inside the ground and clouds were floating around the rock sword from above. The handle could be vaguely seen, which was enough for anyone to differentiate it from a rock wall. I'm sorry, the number you have called is not within this zone. The notification voice sounded from the communicator again. Taegor figured out what had happened to Biggie and he looked around warily. I'm sorry, little kitty, I can't allow you to reach out to Gilding and the others for help. I have no choice but to make you go through this and trap you within my personal domain. A middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of Taegor. He had a large build and looked to be 2.12 meters. He had a rugged look about him and the what stood on was that scar on his right eye, which was about 10 centimeters long. Gilding would have immediately recognized him if he was here. This was Roland, the man who had bought Gilding drinks in the tavern. Taegor could tell that this person was not antagonistic, but he also knew that Biggie was now in danger. He had heard from Gilding and the others that Biggie had little to no combat effectiveness without the help of hypnosis. Gilding had given Taegor the responsibility of protecting Biggie, But now, not only has he lost Biggie, but he was also trapped in someone's personal domain. This was something that Taegor was not able to accept. What made the whole situation even more unacceptable was being called a little kitty by this man. As that strange middle-aged man got out a stick for playing with cats from his inventory and slowly moved toward Taegor, it only served to anger Taegor more. "I love little animals. Play with me a while, little kitty. I'll let you out once Biggie is done." "How does that sound?" Roland said as he slowly stuck the stick out in front of Taegor. He had no idea that his actions had seriously crossed the line with Taegor. Taegor finally flew into a rage and his body, which was supposed to be as large as a palm, began to grow at a ridiculous speed. Flashes of red energy flowed out from within his body, which later coagulated. Roland was a little taken aback by what has happened in front of him. He did not stop this because he wanted to know what this little kitty was made of. In less than a minute, this little kitty the size of a palm had grown into a huge beast of close to 100 meters. This huge beast was blood red with black stripes all over him. It continued to grow and mutate physically. His tail had also quickly split into two, and later two into three. It continued until 9 tails were formed, dancing behind him madly. His eyes, which had a spirited look in them, had transformed. They now looked like golden flames that shot out from within his body. The most unique part of it all was his forehead. There was a piece of ink-black crystal on it, almost as if it was embedded there. Roland could not tell what sort of creature this was, but there was an aura about the creature that warned Roland that it was no weaker than a demigod such him. Roland knew it was time to be serious. In another personal domain, Biggie was in danger. Bell was going on a murderous rampage, slashing everyone with one stroke of the word. No one was able to stop him. If this continues, history will repeat itself. Biggie was a little anxious. He knew that if everyone only cared about escaping instead of defending themselves, they will all end up massacred. This was because Biggie had gone through this many years ago, except that he was the one killing everyone then. This was a juvenile prison, after all, and the oldest prisoner was only 14 years old while the youngest was only 7 years old. Most of these children were ordinary rank 1 gene body and had no combat effectiveness. Even the few of them who were rank 2 gene body had only a slight advantage during fights. Now, they were all shocked into a daze and were unable to defend themselves. "Stop running around so erratically. Everyone run toward where there are guards. They have weapons." The guards can work together and snatch the sword from his hands. Biggie shouted. He remembered what Gilding had said before. If there was something that cannot be done by one person, then let a team of people do it and it would not seem too difficult to settle things. That was why the more difficult the situation becomes, the more important it was that everyone worked together. Some of them heard Biggie's voice. It no longer mattered who had shouted the instructions as it sounded reasonable. So, they ran toward the guards. As for those who did not hear Biggie, they ended up being part of the massacre. It took less than 5 minutes for the entire field to be covered in blood. More than 80 people were killed in this prison of more than 300 juvenile prisoners. The field was ridden with dead bodies. Under Biggie's continuous shouting, most of them had hidden behind the guards. Bell's sword was pulled out from the last body and he turned toward where the few guards were. There was only one target left within his viewing range. He lifted his left index finger and ran it across the back of the sword and poked that now bloodied finger into his mouth. It was as if he was eating something delicious. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he looked at everyone with a disturbing expression. This scene chilled all them to the bone. Biggie seemed to remember himself doing the same thing before as the scene he had just witnessed felt vaguely familiar. At the moment when Bell placed his fingers into this mouth, it reminded Biggie clearly of how it had felt. It had been a particularly exhilarating and pleasurable feeling. "Don't be afraid. If he dares come over, we'll just tie up all 4 of his limbs and snatch the sword from him," Biggie shouted. Bell was not perturbed by the words as he ran toward everyone with a lifted sword. A few guards lunged at Bell. Biggie had also run toward him. Biggie knew he had to be the one to grab that sword. If someone else held it in their hands, something even more horrible might happen. By the looks of Bell's reaction, Biggie knew this was the same sword he had held on to all those years ago. The sword had the power to take control of man and deity. However, Biggie had experienced this once before and he should be able to overcome it. In the blink of an eye, The unexpected took place and the situation was flipped on its head. Belle gave the sword a swipe and a chilling and ruthless sword energy appeared out of thin air. Biggie immediately ducked, but the other 4 guards were not that lucky. They were immediately slashed into half at the waist. The smell of fresh blood and the stink of bloody intestinal fluids filled the air. The stench was deeply nauseating. Why is this happening? Biggie could not understand this. When he had the sword in his hands back then, it did not have such an effect. The sword was sharper than normal, and it did not take much strength to slash into something, but the sword energy was something that had never happened before. It was clear that Belle was much more dangerous than Biggie was back then. Right then, Belle had stopped right in front of where Biggie had fallen to the ground but did not attack Biggie. He grabbed Biggie's head, forcing it upwards to face him and gave him a sinister smile. He let go of Biggie and continued chasing the group of people. Belle's massacre continued with a hitch. With the help of the powerful sword energy, every swing of the sword took a few lives. Less than 10 minutes went by and the screaming in the prison finally died down. The mad noises finally died. It's over. Biggie stood up. He knew everyone else besides him had been killed by Belle. He was Belle's final target, just like how Belle was Biggie's final target. This must be retribution. Belle's footsteps got louder and louder as he approached, but Biggie stood calmly where he was. It had been years since he no longer feared death and pain. Besides, it was not a true death this time. He would only be sent to the 4th level of the dream world. Even though there was less chance of survival there, at least there was still hope. Belle walked toward Biggie. His body was drenched in blood, but it did perturb Belle. In fact, he was enjoying being bathed in fresh blood. He stood firm in front of Biggie but did not attack. They stared at each other. What are you waiting for? Biggie's lips curved slightly in a smile. He's waiting for me. A voice rang out from nearby. Biggie looked over at the direction of the voice in surprise. He had not expected someone to still be alive. The expression on Biggie's face changed when he saw who it was. It was an elderly man in a long, black robe. He was white-bearded and had a long, white mustache. This man was an unwelcome person from Biggie's memory. His existence was not something he was glad to be reminded of. This was because this man was the one responsible for pushing him into the deep belly of torturous hell. Chapter 214, The Beginning of a Nightmare. The black-robed man walked toward the 2 young men. Let's play a game between you and your friend, Biggie. Only one of you is allowed to live. Of course, whoever lives will need to leave with me. Make a decision now. The black-robed man might have suggested this game, but in fact, it was a trap. If Belle killed Biggie, Belle would need to leave with the black-robed man. He would be facing long, unending days in the future that would be worse than death. If Biggie killed Belle, he might be able to leave, but would once again endure being imprisoned by the black-robed man. He would experience pain far worse than death. The sword had now left Belle's hands and was floating between both of them. You have 10 seconds to make your decision. If you do nothing within that 10 seconds, I'll take it that you're choosing to send your friend to me. I can guarantee you that I will do my best to educate him. The black-robed man did not bother to conceal the smile on his face. Ready, get set, go. Biggie struggled with this as his body trembled slightly. Even though his memory of the black-robed man did not entirely come back to him, but his soul trembled with terror the moment he set eyes on that man. It was a deep-rooted fear within the depths of his soul. A voice played in his heart continuously, don't go with him, stay as far away as possible from him. Support our web novel go.com. Belle, on the other hand, was terrifying to watch. He was covered with bloodstains and his consciousness seemed to be controlled by the urge to massacre. There was no sign of his previous self in his eyes. It was replaced by a look of violence and torture. Biggie could not imagine what would become of him in the future if he allowed Belle to leave with the black-robed man. 3, 2, 1. Biggie took action immediately once the black-robed man was done with the countdown. He reached out to snatch the sword, thrusting it into Belle's abdomen. Biggie's right hand, which was holding on to the sword, could not stop trembling. I'm sorry. I can't allow him to take you, even though my memory has not completely recovered, but I know he will turn you into a monster that will only know to kill. He will allow you to stay alive, but he will also make you feel pain that is worse than death, Biggie explained loudly as Belle slowly regained his sense of consciousness, looking in shock at his own body that has been stabbed through by Biggie. However, Belle was not listening to him. He was wide-eyed and there was a look of despair in them. Biggie remembered the same look on Belle's face when he had killed him all those years ago. Biggie could not stomach this and closed his eyes. "I'm sorry." The black-robed man took off his hat and his face was finally revealed in front of Biggie. "You made the right choice." Weaklings like him with a fragile mind would end up being a slave to the sword after the first training, which would have completely wiped away all sense of self-consciousness. Death would be the best release for him. "Aren't you here to take me away?" "You can't stop spouting these useless words." Biggie's fear toward the black-robed man seemed to have disappeared after killing Belle, and his emotions poured out freely when he spoke. "You're not a big guy, but you do have a big temper." The black-robed man reached out a hand and Biggie began to feel dizzy. When Biggie woke up, he realized he was in a deep part of a primitive forest. The voice of the black-robed man could be heard next to his ear at the same time, but Biggie could not tell where it was coming from. "This is a very simple game. There are 10,000 rank 1 gene body humans in this deep forest. Every one of them has been given a weapon and 9,999 of them have to die before the game is over. This means that only one person can leave this place alive. Oh, by the way, the food supply in this forest is quite limited. Good luck." A few images appeared in Biggie's mind after that. It was of a skinny, weak young man who was alone in the forest. He was chopping off a leg from a dead body, placing it above a fire to cook and eating it. That young man was himself. According to the information unintentionally revealed by the black-robed man, Biggie deduced that this was his first training. The second and third time would follow. He found it difficult to imagine what had he gone through for so many years. Before Biggie could collect his thoughts, an arrow flew at him, striking the huge tree next to Biggie. The end of the arrow vibrated due to the sheer force of the strike. Biggie flipped over and rolled to the side, hiding behind a big tree. His right hand tightened its grip on the sword. He was still contemplating what to do in order to solve the problem with the food scarcity and about how terrible the next few pieces of training would be if the first one was so perverted. Before he could think through all of his questions, a sneak attack was conducted on him. If that arrow was shot 10 more centimeters to the left, Biggie's head would have exploded from it. However, Biggie had also noticed that the arrow was an ordinary shot. It did not contain primary power and there was no special ability attached to it. This meant that his opponent was just an ordinary rank 1 gene body. Biggie hid behind the tree while waiting patiently for the enemy to appear. According to the rules of the game, every single person in this forest was the enemy. Everyone would attack each other at the first opportunity. The person who had attacked Biggie was not about to let him off that easily. This was because Biggie was really small and weak, and he was barely even 10 years old. It was only natural that he would not give up such easy prey in this forest. Biggie was also aware that he was a very easy target for the others. Unlike his usual huge self, the Biggie now was only 7 years old and his body was still small and skinny due to lack of nutrition. However, this body size was also an advantage when it came to hiding. It was easy to get the opponent's guard down this way because most adults would not think a child younger than 10 years old would pose any threat. Biggie had lost all of his strength and primary powers, but he still had his swordsmanship. His opponents may be adults who were much bigger than he was, but none of them had the protection of primary power as they were rank 1 gene body. No matter how strong their defense was, they could not protect themselves from a sharp sword blade. Biggie personally thought that if he could solve the problem of the food scarcity, it would not be a problem to survive. The strong man carried a mechanical bow as he walked casually toward the big tree where Biggie had hidden. He thought this was his lucky day as he had bumped into a child right after understanding the rules of this game. "This is just like having food delivered to my doorstep," he thought. A child who was no older than 10 was just like a defenseless little chick to him. All he needed to do was grab him by the collar with one hand. There was no sense of danger from a child. However, this man had made a grave mistake. When he reached the tree, he realized that the child hiding behind it was gone. He looked around in confusion. That kid had rolled toward this tree. What happened to him? Right at the moment, Biggie had aimed and jumped off the tree from above. With both hands on the sword, he thrust it without hesitation into the enemy's body. He had climbed up the tree early on. As Biggie watched the man drop dead, there was a hesitant thought in him. He had to get enough food to keep his energy levels up. However, it was clear that the best food source in this forest was another human being. He was pretty sure of that after those images had flashed in his mind. He frowned slightly as he started ransacking the man's body, trying to find if he had any food on him besides being a dead body. After a while of going through the man's belongings, Biggie found nothing useful. What should I do? Do I really have to eat a human being? Biggie was a well-known chef and was not picky with ingredients. He even knew of a niche group of chefs whose specialty was preparing dishes made from humans. Biggie had reservations for these chefs, but he had yet to meet people like them in real life, so have not formed any judgment about them. However, he personally thought that it was too barbaric to be eating your own species. Just as he was at the end of his wits, a few Necrophocus black beetles scuttled over from nearby. Biggie's eyes lit up at the sight of this. These Necrophocus black beetles were a type of beetle that feasted on rotten food. Even though these beetles smelled really bad, this living organism was not poisonous and was fit for consumption. With a swing of his knife, Biggie pinned a Necrophocus black beetle the size of a fist on the ground. A green liquid immediately poured out from the beetle and it smelled truly awful. Biggie held his breath as he cut the beetle into a few pieces. He closed his eyes as he shoved it into his mouth. After chewing it for a bit, he quickly swallowed the beetle. It took a few minutes for Biggie to finish eating the Necrophocus black beetle. His mouth was filled with a vomit-inducing raw stink. His stomach could not stop rumbling, but he held it in and stopped himself from throwing up. He knew that he had to learn to adapt in order to survive. He would have to resort to cannibalism if he did not eat these beetles. He did not want to return to what he had been, to that person who had no qualms about eating human flesh. He was finally not that hungry after swallowing that Necrophocus black beetle the size of a fist. Besides that, the aftertaste in his mouth had greatly decreased his appetite. Biggie surveyed his surroundings and decided on a direction as he quickly left the scene of his recent fight. It would only serve to attract more enemies if he continued staying at this location that was thick with the stench of blood. Biggie scuttled quickly deeper into the forest, constantly on high alert in regards to his surroundings. He had actually made the right judgment before. Not more than 10 minutes after he had left the battle scene, a woman appeared at the location. She crouched down with a blank expression on her face as she used the sword in her hand to cut off both the man's legs and his muscled arms, throwing them into a cloth bag she was carrying on her back. It was clear that she had chosen to not only consume human flesh but also to store it. Not long after she had left, a young man of about 20 years old appeared. He had used less than 3 minutes to take apart the dead body with a dagger in his hand. He cut off any parts that still had flesh, not even leaving any trace of it at the crotch area. All that was left of this mangled corpse were the bones, internal organs, and the skull. The young man had even dug out the corpse's heart with his bare hands as he contemplated it. A smile appeared on his face. This is the most delicious part of the human body. Chapter 215, A Dangerous Woman. After escaping from the battlefield, Biggie quickly found a water source using an ability he still remembered from training in the past. He found a little stream that looked less than 2 meters wide at most. The stream was shallow and the depth of it was not more than 50 centimeters. Nevertheless, the water looked clean and clear. Since there was water, it meant that there was food nearby. However, it also meant that there were predators nearby as well. Biggie carefully observed his surroundings as he hid in a big tree. It did not seem like anyone else was around. He finally got down the tree and quickly ran toward the little stream. The foul taste of the Necrophocus black beetle was still in his mouth. He scooped some water from up the stream. He did not use the water to drink and instead used it to gargle. The terrible taste in his mouth was finally washed away after a few gargles. However, the taste did not completely disappear. Biggie knew that he needed a proper mouth hygiene kit to get rid of it. He stopped the pointless gargling and began to drink the water instead. The water from the stream was cool, and it tasted sweet in his mouth. He could not help but gulp down a few mouthfuls. He saw his blood-stained self from the reflection of the stream and decided to take off all his clothes. Scooping up more water, he bathed himself and took the opportunity to wash his clothes as well. Support our web novel Go.com. After a few minutes of bathing, he wrung his clothes dry and put them on. His clothes were still a bit wet, and they stuck to his skin. Nevertheless, all he could do was wait for the wind to dry them out. After his bath, Biggie found a big tree near the stream and climbed up it. The place was dangerous, but there was a water source, vital for his survival. While the stream did not have any big fish, a few little fish that were the size of a finger inhabited it. They could be used for food and would surely taste much better than Necrophocus black beetles. Biggie planned to wait on the tree patiently and avoid encountering others. Not long after Biggie had gotten onto the tree, he saw someone walking toward the stream. At first glance, the person looked like a skinny man who was about 30 years old. The man surveyed his surroundings just as Biggie had done and walked toward the stream when he was sure that there was no one else near him. That man had crouched down and begun to drink when all of a sudden, footsteps sounded from the forest. In response, the man quickly ducked down and rolled toward a bush nearby. He crouched in it and hid in it as he stared toward the source of the sound. Evidently, Biggie was observing the whole situation from high above. He could clearly see a woman nearby walking toward the stream. That woman looked to be about 20 years old and was quite pretty. However, her expressionless poker face was off-putting. Even though the sentence "do not come near" was not stamped on her face, anyone with the same feeling about her was not far off from doing so. Needless to say, every single person was an enemy under the circumstances they were in. Hence, it was normal for her to have such a look on her face. There was a bundle on the woman's back. The bundle was made out of a piece of clothing. It looked like the previous owner of the piece of clothing was quite a huge person. There were still bloodstains on the bundle of clothes. The bundle had to be her spoils from victory. There can only be one thing in that bundle in this situation, and that would be food. When the thought crossed Biggie's mind, the man in the bushes came to the same conclusion. Carrying a bundle on her back in such a place, it can only mean that there must be food in there. All I need to do is kill that woman and steal her bundle. Then, I'll have food. That woman was not aware of what was about to happen as she continued to walk straight for the little stream. She did not even bother to stop and observe her surroundings for any possible ambush. She headed for the stream and began to scoop up some water. Without warning, the skinny man made a move from the nearby bush just as she was gulping down her first mouthful of water. The sword in his hand glinted as he went straight for the woman's throat. However, what happened next was unexpected. The woman vanished right in front of his eyes, and the next thing he knew, he could feel a cold sensation coming from his neck. Right after that, the man felt liquid spurt out from his neck. He reached his hand out to his neck only to have his palm instantly drenched with sticky, red blood. Only then did he realize that the woman had cut the veins on his neck in one swift move. Biggie was frightened to the core as he watched from afar. The woman's speed surpassed the limits of a rank 1 gene body. He could hardly catch the woman's movements. Nevertheless, he could still tell that the weapon the woman had used was a sword, just like the skinny man. There are too many flaws in the way you move. Number 1, I felt your intent to kill the moment I walked out of the forest. Number 2, you're wearing black all over and it sticks out like a sore thumb in the middle of a green bush. Number 3, you have terrible swordsmanship. There's no force and speed when there should be. The woman stood in front of the skinny man as she critiqued him with an emotionless expression on her face. She sized him up. Too bad you're so skinny, but I guess I can make do with your pair of legs. With that, the woman swung her sword and immediately chopped off the skinny man's legs. The man was still breathing, and he gave the woman a hateful look. The woman cut off both his feet and threw them into the stream. Then, she swung her sword twice to slash off the pants that were still on the man's legs. She folded up his legs and placed them in her bundle. When she saw that the skinny man was not dead, she rummaged through his bundle and found a hand. The hand belonged to the strong man Biggie had killed. Take a good look at this. This is the hand of a real man. You could give me both your hands and I wouldn't even bother eating them. It was only then did the skinny man realize the woman's bundle was filled with flesh from other dead people. Biggie, who was crouching at the top of the big tree, frowned slightly as well. Even though he had expected the bundle to be filled with human flesh, the sight of it still made him feel uncomfortable. The skinny man died not long after as his main arteries had been cut open. However, the poker-faced woman did not leave immediately. Instead, she found an empty spot and collected some dried grass along with sticks. She stacked them up and made a small fire. Then, she took out the thigh that belonged to a big man from her bundle, shaved the body part clean, and washed it with water from the stream. Next, The woman sharpened a stick and used it to hold the thigh up as she started grilling it on the fire. The fragrant smell of the meat wafted through the area. Biggie began to feel hungrier as his nose whiffed the scent of the aroma. It proved that human flesh had a similar aroma as other types of meats when grilled. Its fragrance made it appealing and appetizing. The fact that the woman was brazenly grilling the meat at such a place was a telltale that she was quite confident with her abilities. For Biggie, her swordsmanship was also a reason for him to be cautious. He could only hope for her to leave after her meal. Nevertheless, most situations do not develop the way people want them to. Even after the woman was done grilling the meat, she did not immediately bite into it. Instead, she put out the fire by covering it with soil and took her bundle once again as she climbed up a big tree near the stream. It did not look like she was going to leave for quite a while. Biggie did not feel safe with someone so dangerous near him. Additionally, the poker-faced woman had no qualms about whatever she did and was probably going to attract others to his place. In that scenario, there was a high chance he would be affected by her actions. Running through all the potential problems, Biggie was convinced to move to a safer spot. Nevertheless, now was not a good time for him to do so. The woman could not see him in his current spot. On the other hand, if he got off the tree, he would immediately become an obvious target. He had to be patient and wait for the next wave of people to arrive so that the woman would attack them. Besides that, Biggie was pretty sure that the fire she had started just now would attract the arrival of others very soon. The moment chaos ensued, he would be able to escape in the midst of it. The place where the poker-faced woman had chosen to hide did not have much cover. Biggie could still spot her when he poked his head out. The woman was sitting on a branch and happily eating her grilled thigh. Even though she still had an emotionless expression on her face, Biggie could tell that she was enjoying her meal. She did not seem to care about being discovered. Biggie's guess was spot on. Less than 5 minutes after the poker-faced woman had climbed up the tree, a few people could be seen running toward her direction. Biggie knew that those people who intended to strike first were not weak in their abilities. However, the poker-faced woman was the best among the 10,000 of them. As long as there were no surprises, those people would end up as her food. The first to arrive at the scene was a dark-bearded man. He was wearing a half-buttoned-up plaid shirt that revealed his very hairy chest. There were 3 long scars on his naked chest which made him look quite vicious. A sword hung from his right waist, while his right hand rested on the sword's hilt in a very casual way. Nevertheless, he was obviously an expert in swordsmanship and seemed very vigilant. He walked toward where the fire had been started and saw that smoke was still coming from it even though it had been put out. He reached out to touch where the fire had been lighted. It was still warm to the touch. Hence, he quickly came to the conclusion that whoever had started it was not far off. He looked around him and quickly discovered the corpse without legs in the bush next to the now extinguished fire. He crouched down to examine the body. It was a lethal attack with the main arteries of his neck slashed. He died from losing too much blood. The cut marks on his legs are very tidy and whoever made them clearly needed only one swing to chop off both his legs. It looks like the person is no simple opponent. As he deduced what had happened, a second person appeared from the forest at almost the same time. One was a plump middle-aged man while the other was a young man who looked to be Gilding's age. They spotted each other and gave wary looks to the opposing party. Nevertheless, they did not attempt to attack in any way. Both of them also noticed the bearded man at the same time. "Hey, you were the one who built the fire, weren't you?" "That's very audacious of you," the plump man shouted at the bearded man. "I just arrived here." "I only reached a minute earlier than you," the bearded man rebuffed. Even though he knew that there was no way he could avoid fighting, he did not like to be maligned. "He's absolutely right. I was the one who built the fire." The voice of a woman was suddenly heard from nearby as everyone turned to look at the source of the voice. Chapter 216. Bury me by the stream where the green grass will be my companion. Hallie slipped down from the trunk of the big tree she had been on. She was still holding the grilled thigh, which more than half had been eaten by her. She chewed on the remaining meat as she made her way toward the 3 men. Biggie had thought that the poker-faced woman would continue hiding on the tree and watch things unfold, waiting for the 3 of them to fight it out with one another until it was almost the end before she took them down in one go. Nevertheless, the first thing she did was reveal herself on her own accord. Biggie wondered what she was thinking. The 3 men looked at the grilled thigh in her hand. There was no question about it. The person who had built the fire was the woman in front of them. Her expressionless face made it seem as if she had gone through an operation to keep the way her face looked permanent. The bearded man thought of the corpse without legs he had seen in the bushes when he saw the thigh in her hand. It was easy to guess what sort of meat she was eating. I initially planned to take a seat and enjoy my grilled meat while watching what would happen between the three of you. Nevertheless, I was only disappointed by your performance. No one took the initiative to start a fight. And you all even found time for idle chit-chat. Hallie shook her head. This is a waste of time. I've decided to take things in my own hands. However, before that, there's still a spectator among us. Get out here. Hallie looked toward the big tree that Biggie was in. The three men were taken aback. They had come from the direction where Biggie was in but did not notice anything unusual. Support our web novel go.com. Biggie felt a little helpless about the situation. He had been discovered and had no choice but to slide down from the tree trunk. He walked toward the rest of the people. When did you realize I was there? I heard your stomach growl when I was grilling my meat. My five senses are heightened compared to the average person. Any sound that is not in harmony with my surroundings won't escape my ears. Hallie looked at Biggie, still without expression. I was not expecting someone with such good hiding skills to be a kid. Don't look down on kids. Biggie knew that the poker-faced woman was very skillful, but he still had some pride in his swordsmanship. I've never looked down on an opponent. Hallie could vaguely feel a sense of danger from Biggie that was an intuitive thing. Not only did she have heightened senses, but she had good intuition, especially when it came to danger. She was more sensitive compared to ordinary people. Biggie's warning caused her to take interest in the young boy in front of her. You're hungry, aren't you? Hallie handed the rest of the thigh to him, completely ignoring the existence of the others. I'm sorry, I don't eat human flesh. Biggie rejected her offer immediately. Hallie suddenly recalled the huge man's corpse she had found when she heard Biggie's words. His corpse was complete, but it had a stink left behind by Necrophocus black beetles. You can't be that person who ate those bugs, could you? Those Necrophocus black beetles are so disgusting to look at, and they have a strong stink about them. Compared to them, it should be much easier to consume human flesh, shouldn't it? I'm a chef, and I think that using our own species as ingredients is inappropriate. That's why I reject such food. Biggie gave his reason. Hey, are you two done with all the chatting? Feeling annoyed that he had been ignored, the bearded man shouted at both of them. If you don't want it, I'll throw it away. I've had my fill, anyway, Hallie said as she casually threw the left-over thigh to the side. Then, she finally looked at the bearded man and the others. She sized up the three men and shook her head. You're all too weak. You must be joking. You're just the same as us. We're all rank 1 gene bodies. What right do you have to say that we're weak? The plump man sneered. I think you're misunderstanding something. Gene level and combat effectiveness are two different things. I may just be a rank 1 gene body, but my combat effectiveness is far superior compared to all of yours, Hallie explained emotionlessly. She unsheathed her sword without warning after she was done talking. The first swing of her sword was directed at the plump man's throat. However, the gleaming sword did not stop there as it went straight for the young man's throat right after. Then, like the spit of a venomous snake, the sword went for the bearded man's throat. The plump man immediately fell to the ground along with the young man, both of them clasping their hands over the arteries on their necks. As for the bearded man, he managed to block Hallie's attack with his sword. Nevertheless, he only managed to do so barely, and Hallie's attack made him realize just how big of a gap was between both of them. He felt as if something massive had crashed into him with her attack. Additionally, the sword in his hands almost fell to the ground when he blocked her attack. It's pointless. Hallie's low voice reached the ears of the bearded man. Her sword was like an agile snake. After her first attack, it suddenly changed directions and once again went for the bearded man's throat. The bearded man swung his sword once again and a ding was heard. It was the sound of metal clashing against metal. The bearded man clearly felt feedback from his sword, and Hallie's attack seemed slightly stronger than before. Her attack caused his right hand, which was holding on to his sword, to tremble a little. Nevertheless, Hallie showed no signs of stopping her attack. The tip of her sword changed directions once again as it went straight for the bearded man's throat. There was another ding, and the bearded man completely lost his stamina to move his right hand after the attack. Finally, his sword fell from his hands. The next thing he knew, Hallie's sword came from a different direction and went through his throat in a single thrust. The bearded man fell to the ground unwillingly. On the other hand, the other two men whose arteries had been torn open at their necks were already dead. Only now did Hallie finally turn to look at Biggie. "You had the chance to escape." "I know." Biggie was fully aware that he could have taken the time to escape and hide while Hallie was battling the bearded man, even though it was for only a few seconds. With his hiding skills, it would have been difficult for Hallie to find him in a short amount of time. "I had planned to escape while each of you fought amongst yourselves. However, you called me out. As for the reason why I didn't escape, well, it's because after watching your fight carefully, I've realized that I don't have much of a chance of winning. Moreover, a good friend once told me that whenever faced with a challenge, the right thing to do is face it and not run away from it. That's because running away will never solve the problem. Whatever needs to happen will happen eventually." "Sounds like that person is a very good friend of yours." "Unfortunately, we're enemies. Otherwise, I'd really like to meet that person." A slight smile appeared on Hallie's poker face. Even though it was only for a brief moment, it was enough to prove that she was capable of smiling. "You're a very special person, but I won't let you go because of that. In fact, I'd like to fight you with everything I have. Out of respect for you, I won't eat you after you die." "Where do you wish me to bury you?" Biggie looked around him and his eyes fell on the big tree he had hidden on top of previously. "You can bury me at that big tree. What if I win?" "What do you wish me to do for you?" "Bury me by the stream where the green grass will be my companion." Hallie told him her last wish and testament. "If we are done with our last wishes, let's fight." Biggie gripped the hilt of his sword and his body went into defense mode as he prepared to block an attack. Hallie started moving as well. Her sword was as agile as a snake, and her attack points were habitual as she targeted Biggie's throat and arteries on his neck. Biggie decided not to defend himself as he lifted up his sword. His blade was quick and precise as it clashed with the tip of Hallie's sword. He had not expected the swordsmanship knowledge in his mind to be capable of enhancing his attack even though his body was only that of a 7-year-old. It was powerful enough to go against Hallie. Both of them were forced backward because of the clash, but they quickly went for each other once more after regaining their footing, clashing with one another again. It was the blade of one's sword against the tip of another's sword. Both of them refused to back down. The third and fourth clash quickly followed. The sound of metal clashing continued to be heard as their fight surpassed the level of rank 1 gene bodies. Even those who were rank 2 or rank 3 gene bodies would lose quickly in such a battle of high skill. Biggie slowly began to regain his muscle memory with each clash they had. He was no longer using the swordsmanship he had inherited from darkness. Rather, he was using his own method. It came naturally to him as it gave his fight an uncanny effect. Hallie felt very pressured by this. She had initially thought that she had the upper hand as she had a faster attack speed compared to Biggie. Nevertheless, Biggie was able to take her attacks, and his strikes always came after hers. He used the blade of his sword to respond to the attacks she made with the tip of her sword. While it looked like he was attacking, it was in fact a form of defense. After exchanging a few attacks, Biggie's body began to acclimatizing to the battle's level of power. He started to gain speed until he was on par with Hallie. Additionally, his moves began to become more difficult to predict. It took only a few more minutes before Hallie's advantages were all exhausted. On the other hand, Biggie was now the one coming at her with full force as the advantage shifted to his side. "How is this happening?" "I've practiced my swordsmanship ever since I was 3 years old. It's been 18 years now, and I've never stopped training for a day. My teacher told me that I had a monster ranking and I'm gifted in kendo. He didn't allow me to enhance my gene level because he wanted me to train my basic abilities and build a strong foundation. Why is it that this kid right in front of me has basic skills that surpass my own?" Hallie could not understand the situation. Hallie's swordsmanship was overpowered by Biggie's attacks that had become more fierce. Additionally, Biggie performed moves that were rather unpredictable and powerful. Each move he executed was lethal, almost capable of killing her. It was completely different from how he had started out with amateur swordsmanship that was easy to figure out. Hallie even began to suspect that the kid in front of her had been intentionally trained to become an assassin. Both of them had no primary power and no righteous force. Their defense capabilities were at the same level as ordinary people. Normal swords were enough to wound them. It was because of these reasons that their basic skills could be displayed in their fight. There was no question that Biggie's basic skills were stronger than Hallie's. The tides of the battle had completely turned. Hallie had struck ferociously at the beginning, but all that was left for her now was to defend herself. She had no means of predicting where Biggie's next attack would appear. Biggie's swordsmanship had the intention to kill. There was no chance of surviving even a single slash from him. If she got hit, the only result she would face was death. Hallie's body began to give in under such high-strung attacks. All of a sudden, there was an opening in her defense, and Biggie's sword found its way through, slicing her throat in one fluid motion. Biggie finally managed to release himself from his fighting trance when he saw his opponent take his attack. Hallie clasped her neck as she fell. Biggie sheathed his sword and stood at one side, quietly watching Hallie fall as a pool of blood surrounded her. Hallie looked at Biggie, and a smile appeared on her frosty face. "You can finally go back and meet your friend." It was a few minutes later when that blooming smile left its permanent mark on Hallie's face. Biggie carried her body with great difficulty as he walked toward the stream. He wanted to fulfill her last wish and bury her by the stream so she could be accompanied by the green grass. Chapter 217. I'm a chef. Biggie stayed in the forest for a full 29 days. After his fight with Hallie, he managed to awaken his combat effectiveness within him. He no longer hid in corners, rather, he went around searching for powerhouses to fight. During this time, Biggie came head-to-head with many people who had monster rankings just like Hallie. They were all able to bypass several ranks in battle. Among them were assassins who hid in the dark, gunners who performed ferocious attacks, and close combat powerhouses who had outstanding combat effectiveness. Nevertheless, none of them were spared from Biggie's sword. Biggie finally took down his last opponent with his sword after 29 days before his surroundings changed once again. The black-robed man appeared once again. "Biggie, I have to admit that your performance was an eye-opener. Even though not many died under your sword, almost all of them were excellent fighters. You did not massacre them blindly and did not turn into a complete killing machine. However, you've only managed to pass the first round of this game. The second round is only about to begin. Do you know this? I created 1,000 forests, exactly the same as the one you stayed in. That means that there are 999 victors just like you. One of them even performed outstandingly, succeeding in massacring 8,335 people with his own hands in less than 5 days. Evidently, he has managed to proceed to the second round. You've killed the least number of people and were the slowest in terms of getting to the second round. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that you've improved greatly. The second round of the game is very simple. All 1,000 of you will be locked up in a sealed room. However, only one of you can come out alive. There won't be any food or water in that sealed room. Additionally, under the condition that 1,000 people will be breathing in that room at the same time, the oxygen in the area will only last for about an hour. I think all the players involved in the game know what they have to do. Biggie's surroundings started to change once again in the blink of an eye once the black-robed man had finished talking. Support our web novel Go.com. Biggie looked around him and found that he was in a large building. Besides that, he was in a huge birdcage and was hung in midair just like the others around him. The birdcages slowly began to descend to the ground and finally touched down after 2 minutes. Next, the door of the birdcages sprung open without warning at almost the same time, and Biggie dashed out of his birdcage. It was impossible to move freely within the cage. Hence, if Biggie bumped into an opponent who utilized long-range attacks, he would become a living target. Everyone else made the same move instantly. It was no wonder those people were the creme de la creme of the 10,000 people who had fought for survival in the forests. Their survival skills were incomparable. Biggie had just run out when 2 people nearby laid their sights on him. That was because Biggie was the smallest in size among the 1,000 people and exterminating the weak would leave more oxygen for the others. It was the main source of motivation for most of them. There were a few who were against bullying the weak. They felt sorry for Biggie and wondered if he had good or bad luck to have passed the fight for survival in the forest that involved 10,000 people. Judging by the size of his body, most of them had the idea that he had been lucky because all he had to do in the forest stage was hide well. His size was quite advantageous. It was not impossible for him to have sat back and collected the win when the last 2 powerhouses had wounded each other. Hence, Not many were of the opinion that Biggie had managed to get through to the current round with his abilities. Nevertheless, what happened next made everyone change their opinion of Biggie. The two people proceeded to attack Biggie from different directions. However, the moment they got close to him, only the glint of a sword was seen before everything ended. Biggie only slashed his sword once, and both of them were severed at the waist. His silver sword had shown itself like a bolt of lightning and immediately vanished right after. Biggie's sword was already in its sheath the next instant. Biggie stood quietly on the spot, and his cold gaze swept across the battlefield. His lightning-like attack managed to shock many people, enough to discourage most of them from targeting him. Nevertheless, a few powerhouses with strong abilities became excited upon seeing Biggie's swordsmanship and immediately went into a crazy killing frenzy. It only took less than an hour before the room was left with only 7 people out of the initial 1,000. Biggie had gotten used to killing. The floor was filled with corpses, broken limbs, blood, internal organs, and the wafting stench of corpses. Nevertheless, none of those factors affected him. The other 6 people had different reactions. 2 of them looked especially excited. They must have killed too many people, and their massacre had affected them psychologically. Biggie's gaze fell on a young man who looked to be about 13 or 14 years old. The person was the youngest besides himself, and he was using a sword as well. The young man also looked over at Biggie when he noticed the latter staring at him. He had been aware of Biggie's existence from the very beginning. Biggie had only made 3 moves in the half an hour that had passed, and each time he moved, it was to retaliate. Biggie's moves always killed his enemy in one swing. As a monster-ranking martial arts practitioner who was gifted in kendo, the young man could clearly sense that Biggie's swordsmanship was of a high level. It was difficult for him to accept that someone younger than him had actually managed to attain such enlightenment in swordsmanship, even surpassing him. Hence, the young man had a will fire to fight Biggie. That fire was ignited the moment Biggie made his first slash. Biggie could also tell that the young man's enlightenment in kendo could not compete with his own. Nevertheless, it did not mean that the young man could not compare to him, as there was no way for him to evaluate his combat abilities. Biggie's sword was used to massacre people. It was domineering but simple. All it did was take human life. As for the young man's sword, there was a vague sense of nobility to it and an aura of graciousness. Anyone capable of such swordsmanship had to be of extraordinary identity. They unsheathed their swords immediately the moment they met each other's eyes. Their actions ignited a battle among the other 5 people as well. The 2 people whose minds had been affected psychologically by all the killing were clearly attracted by Biggie's massacre-like swordsmanship. They lunged at Biggie while the other 3 started to fight amongst themselves. Biggie did not display any panic when faced with 3 enemies at the same time. He swung his sword in a domineering way and slashed the throat of the young man who was right in front of him. The young man tried his best to block Biggie's attack, but the latter had swung his sword very powerfully. As a result, even though the young man managed to save his own life by blocking Biggie's attack, he was forced to withdraw from the battle due to the backlash. Next, Biggie's sword movements took a different turn as he attacked like an agile snake and went for the other 2 people's throats. He had actually taken this move from Halley's set of sword skills. It was an attack that curved midway and was capable of creating various attack angles without changing his initial move. The 2 who were completely under the control of bloodshed felt no urgency to defend themselves. They were walking down the path of fighting with the goal of complete annihilation. They did not care a single bit about Biggie's sword that was coming at their throats. Hence, they continued to go at Biggie while waving a huge axe and hammer in their hands. Biggie's sword speed spiked in an instant the moment he noticed their actions. Then, a silver flash was seen and both their heads were thrown high up into the sky. 2 stupid men. Biggie gave his evaluation of them. He had attacked to test the young men. Biggie wanted to see more of their swordsmanship and did not give his all in his attacks. The other 2 men had not taken the time to understand their opponent's abilities and decided to perform a direct attack without a care in the world of being wounded. They were obviously dumb people. Such forms of attack would cause a difficult fight for their opponents if their abilities were of the same level. However, for those who were more powerful than themselves, it was equivalent to them welcoming their own deaths. In the end, they paid the price for it. The remaining 4 started to become cautious of Biggie after the 2 men were killed because they had witnessed the combat effectiveness of those 2 people. Despite that, Biggie did not even swing his sword twice. It was clear that Biggie's abilities surpassed everyone present in the room. Even though the young man was reluctant to let others take part in his fight, after witnessing the speed of Biggie's sword, he realized that Biggie had not given his all when fighting him. It meant that he was not on the same level as Biggie was. The remaining four had the same thought after witnessing the incident. They had to work together to kill Biggie. Biggie noticed their killing intent, but it did not bother him. He stood his ground as he waited for the others to attack. A woman wielding a whip took the initiative to perform the first attack. Her whip was like a black, venomous snake as it went straight for Biggie's right hand which he held his sword in. It was clear to everyone that Biggie was well versed in swordsmanship. If they could restrict the hand he held his sword with, his combat effectiveness would greatly decrease. Biggie did not attempt to stop his opponent from doing so. Rather, he allowed her to wrap her whip around his right hand. No one had expected it to happen so smoothly. They were momentarily surprised but immediately rushed toward him. Nevertheless, none of them had expected Biggie to flick his right thumb, which resulted in his sword to fall into his left hand. Lifting the sword with his left hand, Biggie slashed across with ease and 2 out of the 3 people rushing toward him were immediately cut into half at their waists. The young man had sensed danger the moment Biggie's sword changed hands. He managed to evade the lethal attack by ducking to the side. The expression of the woman who wielded the whip instantly turned grim. "I'm a chef. Both my hands have to be as proficient in wielding knives as the other," Biggie explained. The young man almost broke down in tears when he heard this. "You've got such good swordsmanship and yet you choose to be a chef. What does that make of me and my swordsmanship?" "I'm sorry, you too. I need to quickly finish this training from that black-robed man. My captain is waiting for me to return and prepare dinner," Biggie said as he dragged his sword toward them. The woman with the whip ended up being slaughtered by Biggie after struggling to fight back. On the other hand, the young man with the sword ended up being killed by Biggie without hesitation after the former had used every sword skill he knew. Having taken care of the young man with the sword and the woman with the whip, Biggie shouted into the sky, "Hey, I'm done with the second round. Let's get on to the third round. I'm rushing for time." "Good, very good. You haven't been taken over by the urge to kill and have maintained your original self even after killing so many people." The black-robed man appeared once again out of thin air. "Stop wasting time with useless words. I no longer fear you. Just come at me with whatever sort of training you've got and send me back to where I belong immediately." Once all of this is done with, Biggie stood face to face with the black-robed man. He no longer had any fear in his heart. "Is that so? The third round is a stage of life and death. In this round, everyone will revert to their original rank. I've picked 100 people, all of whom are people who managed to survive the training you just experienced. The highest ranked person among them is a demigod. You're required to go through 99 battles and ensure complete victory before you can leave." The black-robed man explained the rules of the following round. "Why does it need to be so troublesome? Just get all 99 people up here. I need to make it back in time to prepare dinner." Biggie did not look like he was joking. He was serious about taking on 99 people at once. "If that's the case, I'll let you have your wish." The black-robed man stared at Biggie for a while and nodded after determining he was serious. Chapter 218. The Arena. In the strange domain where many broken swords were buried, Roland's repeated provocations finally got to Tagor's head as the latter transformed into a 100-meter-long, blood-red, 9-tailed beast. An air of extreme brutality and bloodlust spread out from his body, adding to the already uncanny environment and making it even more eerie. Roland became a little warier. He was a peak demigod powerhouse, and as a 5-star monster, he had killed more than one deity. Nevertheless, Tagor had changed his form, and he felt slightly threatened by it. It showed how fearful Tagor's strength was. Tagor fixed his eyes on Roland. Although Roland could not see Tagor's eyes, he knew very well that Tagor was unhappy. He did not know what caused Tagor's sudden outbreak. He had a vague feeling that it had something to do with the cat teaser. Could it be? He doesn't like the cat teaser. It was advertised as a toy that no cat can refuse. Damn it. It seems like I've been cheated by an advertisement once more. I'll find a lawyer and sue the company that sells the cat teaser when I get back. After staring at Roland for a moment, Tagor lowered his eyes a little, and they landed on the cat teaser. Almost at the same time, He growled angrily at Roland and attacked him. Roland noticed the movement in Tagor's eyes, which allowed him to determine the reason for Tagor's anger. It was that damned cat teaser. Whichever company sold it, they're dead. Roland scolded as he defended himself. Support our web novel Go.com. Tagor's attack was capable of ripping space. Even in Roland's personal domain, space still appeared to be ripped apart under Tagor's attack. With each claw, he ripped a black gash through space. The slashes looked like irregular man-eating mouths as they kept growing and extending outward like ripples. Attacks with spatial elements were capable of causing way more damage compared to ordinary attacks, especially since Tagor had become bigger. Each blow he made was as powerful as a peak demigod powerhouse's attack. Nevertheless, Roland was still able to block most of his attacks. Roland only held a single sword in his hand. Before the terrifying black, man-eating mouth, he seemed extremely small. However, whenever one of the black fishes approached him, he would merely lift the tip of his sword and the black man-eating mouth would vanish into the ether. Out of nowhere, an attack missed its mark and hit the ground in the distance. The terrible attack did not create a loud explosion but fell quietly into the ground. The ground, however, began to shake violently and the place Tagor had hit was left with a crack that quickly widened and spread out. After a few minutes or so, everything finally came to a halt. The attack left more than just a gully. It managed to cut the ground in half and left behind the canyon hundreds of meters wide with unforeseeable depth. Tagor's attack had obviously impacted the nature of Roland's domain. In other words, as long as his attack power or cumulative attack power reached a certain point, it was likely to break Roland's domain. In a way, he was already a powerhouse like Roland. Having suffered 3 waves of such attacks in his domain, Roland knew that he could not let Tagor vent his anger however he wanted to. If his domain ended up being broken, it would be a problem as it would take time to repair. More importantly, he was in a downtown area with Tagor. The moment the domain was broken, the impact of the 2 demigods would wreak havoc over the large areas nearby, causing many casualties. "I'm sorry, Kitty, but I have to do this for everyone's safety." Roland had been defending passively all this while, and he knew it was not going to work out if things continued the same way. After cutting through Tagor's attack with one strike, he raised his hand and pointed the tip of his sword toward Tagor. His actions immediately alarmed Tagor as the latter was well aware of danger as well. In fact, it was very dangerous. The moment the tip of Roland's sword locked onto Tagor, the ground beneath them began to vibrate, and strange murmurs began to be heard coming from the ground. It started with just a few sounds and gradually increased as it got denser. All of a sudden, a sword broke free from the ground and shot at Tagor at lightning speed. Followed by it was a second sword, then a third. Sword after sword shot out from the ground as if they were living beings. What seemed like countless colorful lightning bolts flashed through the sky as each one of them was wildly headed in Tagor's direction. Tagor's gigantic body was instantly swallowed up by the thousands of long swords of various shapes. Biggie stood in a round arena. He remembered clearly that he had fought in the arena before. Strange cipher text and symbols were engraved in the middle of the arena. On the other hand, the surrounding circular stands were exactly how he remembered them. Alone in the vast arena, Biggie looked at his hands that were back to normal. The saber hanging from the right side of his waist was a familiar black color. He remembered the arena very well. Every once in a while, he was forced to participate in solo combat. Each time, he faced only one person. But his opponents were always extremely strong. Either one of them had to kill the other in order to leave the arena. He would be fed with countless body-strengthening agents before each battle and then fed with countless body repair agents right after. The constant stimulation of various medicines caused his body to mutate into a state different from normal people. Biggie stood opposite a gate made of unknown metal. The gate was 100 meters wide and 30 meters high. Behind the heavy gates was a battle cage. The battle cage was where each challenger appeared, and the one being challenged had to arrive in advance and wait in the arena. Biggie was undoubtedly the one being challenged now, which was why he had appeared in the center of the arena. As he watched on, the heavy gates slowly began to rise while the sound of chains being dragged were heard. Biggie knew that his opponent was about to appear. This time, It would be an unprecedented challenge for him. He was only a rank 11 gene body, and there seemed to be more than one demigod amongst the challenges. There 14 gene levels if one included becoming a demigod as one of them. After becoming a demigod, one's combat effectiveness would increase by 100-fold from when they were a rank 13 gene body. In other terms, it was the equivalent to 2 big ranks. Hence, in order to fight a demigod, Biggie's combat effectiveness had to at least exceed 4 big ranks his own gene level. Biggie was not too worried about it. He had chosen to fight because he was confident. After his battle with Halley, his memories of wielding a saber had been awakened. The battles that followed also played a part in helping him get back his familiarity with the blade. In fact, his current attacks had increased in strength by about 10,000-fold his original combat effectiveness. Otherwise, it would not have been that easy for him to overwhelm those people in the room who were capable of fighting across 3 big ranks. Even before the gates were fully open, people could be seen moving around in the battle cage. Several figures were heading toward Biggie. On the other hand, 2 gunners had begun launching attacks in the distance. Terrifying and dense gunfire, wrapped in righteous force, streaked through the sky like meteors falling from space. Biggie knew that standing still would make him a target for the gunners. Hence, he moved from side to side, dodging their shots. His primary target was the 2 gunners. The 2 gunsmiths were both peak rank 13 gene body powerhouses, only one step away from becoming demigods. Sensing Biggie's intentions, the 2 gunners ran in separate directions. Additionally, others immediately stepped forward to stop him. Nevertheless, the current Biggie was different. Holding his saber in one hand, he swung and shot black energy out of his blade. Then, an ink-colored crescent moon flew forward and sliced the 3 rank 13 gene bodies who were trying to intercept him in half. Seeing his own attack, Biggie realized that what had come out of the blade was not completely righteous force. Darkness had added another strange form of energy. The energy clearly ranked higher than righteous force, as it easily tore apart the 3 rank 13 gene bodies who had righteous force protecting them. It managed to cut them in half like tofu. Biggie, who had initially attacked with the intention of forcing the enemy to retreat, was surprised to see the effectiveness of his attack. He had expected his attack to wound them lightly at the very most. Nevertheless, Biggie did not change targets, as gunners were often very tricky to deal with. If the average martial arts practitioner was ever attacked by a team of people, killing the gunner was the first thing they should do. That was because the moment one met a team assistant gunner, one would be hampered in battle. Nevertheless, the main point was that although Biggie's combat effectiveness had increased by a large margin, his defense had not changed. Facing a rank 13 gunner, it was likely that he would suffer a fatal injury the moment he showed any signs of weakness. The 2 gunners were hunted down by Biggie and killed. As for those who tried to stop him, other than 3 demigod powerhouses, they were all killed by Biggie. Biggie managed to kill 23 out of the 99 enemies he had to face in less than 10 minutes. Additionally, the number of kills he had was still increasing. While Biggie was able to kill rank 13 gene bodies with his attacks seemed to do very limited damage to demigods. Therefore, what he did was very simple. He did not fight the demigods directly. Each time a demigod caught up with him, he would dish out a single blow and focus his attack on the rest. After half an hour, only 4 men were left in the vast arena: Biggie and 3 other demigods. Chapter 219 – An unexpected opponent. Demigods are demigods for the simple reason that the gene level evolution from rank 13 to rank 14 was not just a simple step up. A rank 14 gene body contains 10 large gene chains, whose spiral structures are the final state of a gene chain's linear structure. Another step forward would change the linear structure of said chains dramatically, and by then, humans would no longer be humans. Instead, they would be deities. Due to the extreme stability and perfection of a demigod's gene chain, those who attained that level would attain a level of combat effectiveness 100 times over one who was on rank 13. That aside, one would also be able to ignite ultrafire within your body and begin modifying your cells if you had a spark at this stage. However, this process would usually require a long time before completion. As for parts of the human physique that were unable to complete such a transformation, they would remain as a form of weakness for that particular human body. To achieve victory, Biggie had to find parts in his opponent that had yet to be converted to maximize the impact of his attacks. If his opponent had a complete energy body, Biggie would stand no chance at winning despite wielding a demigod item. A demigod item was not a true god item. Only a true god item can destroy a deity's body, while a demigod item would barely scratch a deity, inflicting little to no harm. It would be similar to throwing a pillow at someone. Support our web novel Go.com. Finding unconverted parts were not difficult. Different tissues and organs within the human physique had different cell compositions. Brain cells were the hardest to convert, followed by cardiac muscle cells, liver cells, and bone tissue. Armed with this knowledge, attacking a few of these organs or directly targeting the bones should not be a problem. The first few parts of the body a demigod could energize were the skin and muscles. Regular weapons would not even break the surface of energized skin. Instead, one would require at least a demigod item to break through, and that was why the darkness in Biggie's hand fits the bill. The three demigods launched a two-pronged attack against Biggie and looked at him warily, recognizing that the black saber in Biggie's hand was a demigod item that afforded him a fair chance at killing the trio. Despite having a 10,000-fold increase in combat effectiveness, Biggie still had a weak defense. It would be extremely unlikely for him to even survive a single blow from any of the three demigods, so he was not exactly out of harm's way. While under a three-man siege, making the first move was not such a good idea, as the opponent could easily overturn the tide by targeting your weakness. That alone was reason enough for Biggie to stand calm as he waited patiently and steadily, ready for an attack. However, the three demigods were a little depressed. Their opponent only had a rank 11 gene body and was now surrounded by the three of them. What was unexpected, however, was that nobody dared to take the first step and attack. It was then that the demigod behind Biggie suddenly moved. Feeling the battle was too boring, he wanted to blow off some steam, and as a bodybuilder, he was unafraid of engaging in close combat. With that in mind, he leapt and stretched his hand to target the back of Biggie's head. However, Biggie moved so quickly that nobody saw him turning, and yet, his saber was already out. A dark force aimed directly at his enemy's head. Almost at the same instant, the two other demigods made their move as well. However, they did not expect Biggie to pick another saber up from the ground with one foot, catch it firmly in his left hand before backhanding it into the left chest of the demigod that stood behind him. He cared little for the success of his attack as he pulled it away and instantly turned his body to launch a horizontal strike with both hands to stop the attack from the other two demigods. As for the demigod who previously stood behind Biggie and launched a surprise attack, his heart was the one part that had yet to complete the conversion, and Biggie's blow killed him instantly. I'm standing here waiting for the three of you to complete the siege because I saw a demigod saber lying on the ground here. Here I was, thinking it might come in handy, and it did. Biggie explained what had just happened once he saw the disbelief on the faces of the other two men. It's actually a kitchen thing, to be honest. I actually feel more comfortable with a saber in each hand. After killing the first demigod, it dawned on Biggie that demigods were not that difficult to kill at all, and it was at this point that the other two began to show a little more fear toward him. Can't you hurry up a little? I'm in a hurry. Biggie was still thinking about cooking dinner for Gyuding and the others. As a cook, it would not be appropriate for him to go home so late. As soon as Biggie uttered these words, he saw an incredible sight, the heads of two demigods suddenly falling to the ground. The headless bodies fell to the ground soon after, apparently as dead as doornails. What happened? There was a flash of fear in Biggie's eyes as he did not manage to see the events that just transpired. Soon, he saw another man that looked like him leaving the battle cage. As the man drew nearer, the only difference Biggie could notice was that his eyes were bloodshot red, and it was clear that they had been stained red from an excessive amount of killing over a long time. It was obvious, his soul had been demonized. Who the hell are you? Did you kill those two men? Biggie frowned slightly. The black-robed man told him that he only needed to defeat 99 people before he could leave. Based on the events that had just transpired, something seems to have changed. Those two cowards, they're useless. The red-eyed man greeted him with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Who am I? Why do you ask such a question? I'm you. Biggie stared at him in dead silence. He did not quite understand the meaning of the black-robed man. To be more exact, I'm you from the past. The part of you that you forgot, the red-eyed man replied as he held out his right hand that held the saber. The saber was stained a dark red. Its blade was black, with a series of strange ciphertext carved on the back. Massacre God? The moment he saw the saber, Biggie called out its name, but the rest of his memory of the saber vanished. "I didn't think you'd recognize it," the red-eyed man said and handed the saber to Biggie. After a moment's hesitation, Biggie held out his hand to take it. The moment he grasped the handle, he knew it was a god item. He had read about the saber's history but still had no memory of himself. However, the feeling that he had done something with the saber lasted a long time. The memory of the saber was full of bloodshed. The old man was right. "Only one person will get out of here alive today," the red-eyed man suddenly said. "If you win, you'll regain all your forgotten memories. If you lose, I'll replace you as one of Gilding's crew. They'll know you're not me." Biggie was very sure. "That's not true. Don't you know? We're just two sides of the same consciousnesses right now. As soon as you die, I'll gain full control of your body. My combat effectiveness is superior to yours and I'm sure they'll more than welcome me back than a cook. Besides, all they'll have to do is hire another cook once I become their main combatant." The red-eyed man also had a massacre god in his hands. "If that's the case, let's fight." Biggie was finally pissed off. Not only was he trying to replace him as one of Gilding's crew, but he was also trying to change his dream of becoming a chef. He could not tolerate these any longer. "Then show me how much you've improved after these few days of special training." The red-eyed man swung his saber, causing a blood-red force to pour out like a pillar of light that gave off a terrible wailing sound in the void. Biggie's moves were similar to his. He swung his saber as well and a similar blood-red force shot out like a beam of light, colliding with the red-eyed man's strike. With a god item under their control, their energy had been raised to an unprecedented level. As the forces collided, the arena seemed as if it was about to crumble. Not only was the stand destroyed, but the ground on which the two men were standing seemed to be sinking as well. Even the battle cage's heavy metal gates were bent from the fight. The first collision created such a terrible impact that Biggie did not expect. The blow he had just delivered would have killed the three demigods without any difficulties. This was the difference between a god item and a demigod item. Then again, it was only the first blow. Looking at Biggie's body flicker up and down like his own, the red-eyed man stabilized himself and lifted his saber once more, aiming it where Biggie would land with a diagonal strike. Another burst of dark red force shot out like the roar of a cannon thundering toward Biggie with the killing intent. Biggie held the saber in both hands and stopped the blow despite not being on his feet just yet. Since he was successful with that one attack, the red-eyed man would naturally not let his opponent go so easily. He would take advantage of this weakness. A series of blows were thrown as the third, fourth, and fifth attacks were launched. Biggie turned his body and managed to swing his saber to meet the onslaught of attacks from his opponent. At this moment, the red-eyed man had managed to close the gap. He once again swung his saber when he was less than a meter away from Biggie. Another dark red force shot out at close range. Despite struggling to hold it back with his saber, Biggie's huge frame was still immediately flung back like a sandbag. Biggie suffered some damage to his internal organs from the onslaught despite using his massacre god to deflect most of the damage. As he got up from the ruins, he gasped for breath. He could feel searing pain all over his body, but he knew he could not fall. No matter how hard the battle would be, he had to win. Chapter 220, Getting Out. Biggie struggled as he got up amidst the debris. The red-eyed man grinned. "You might as well just lie there. I'm quick. I won't make you feel any pain. Why struggle pointlessly? You can hardly move now, let alone fight." Biggie regained his footing but only barely. "I won't let you take over my body. Your existence is a great threat to my friends. I will not let anyone threaten them. Also, cooking is a great profession. Becoming a good cook has always been my lifelong dream. I won't let anyone sully it." "Sounds boring, so you should just go to hell." The red-eyed man suddenly appeared in front of Biggie while blood-colored rays of light once again erupted from his dark red saber. With his internal organs badly damaged, Biggie felt extreme pain with each move he made. It took a lot of effort for him to stand up, let alone swing a saber. Biggie held the saber with both his hands and tried to stop it. The two massacre gods once again collided with each other, and blood-colored light enveloped Biggie in an instant. Although most of the attack was borne by the massacre god, Biggie's body had to bear the strong impact of it. His hands trembled as he strained his muscles to the limit. Additionally, his bones began to crack under the impact. Once again, his body was also thrown backward. At some point, he realized that his body could only take one more attack of such magnitude. and it would probably collapse completely at that time. Then, he would face death. "Very good, you didn't lose consciousness," a voice rang in Biggie's ear, making him worry. This time, the red-eyed man did not leave any breathing room in between his attacks. Instead, he immediately rushed toward Biggie. Support our web novel go.com. "Your body is mine." The red-eyed man smirked as a harsh beam of red light came crashing down on Biggie's chest. The light had come from the man's saber that was being held with his two hands. Biggie had barely enough time to lay the blade across his chest to avoid being cut in half by the blow. Nevertheless, it was as if Biggie had been bombarded as he was seen hurtling toward the ground shortly after. The whole ring finally collapsed in ruins, and the red-eyed man lightly landed on a huge piece of rubble. His eyes were fixed on the ruins as if trying to confirm whether his opponent was now dead. The instant Biggie suffered the attack, his sternum was crushed into powder and all of his internal organs were destroyed by the violent shock. Even his heart had stopped beating from then on altogether. Deep within the ruins, without blood pumping from his heart, Biggie's body temperature began to drop rapidly along with the activity of his brain cells. Had he been sent to the hospital in such a state, he would have been pronounced a dead man, just that he had not yet died completely. His brain activity began to lessen bit by bit. Behind a door in Biggie's soul space, Biggie's soul could be seen looking up at the sky. The distant sky was beginning to collapse along with the ground. Is everything coming to an end? Just then, a black force pierced Biggie's soul gate and penetrated the world behind it. A saber that was entirely black in color suspended itself less than half a meter in front of Biggie. "Why are you here, old chap?" Biggie quickly recognized that it was Darkness' saber spirit. He reached out and grasped it to read its thoughts. "You want me to absorb your life force?" "No, you'll die. You're the only one who understands me, and I don't want to be handed over to someone else once you're dead. I want my existence to be more than just a killing tool. I want it to be more valuable. Now is the only time for me to express my other values, so I hope you won't refuse." The saber spirit stated its message clearly and firmly. Then, without waiting for a reply from Biggie, the saber spirit began transmitting a wave of warm energy from its handle into Biggie's body. No one knew how long it took the sky and the ground to recover, but Biggie's body began to heal quickly. His heart began to beat again, and the activity of his brain cells returned to normal. His muscles, internal organs, and bones underwent a rapid repair process. However, the black saber Biggie was gripping began to grow more and more transparent until it finally cracked and vanished into thin air. By this time, Biggie's body had been restored to its peak condition, or even stronger. As Biggie climbed out of the ruins, the look in his eyes became sharper. In the center of the ruins, a blood-red column rose to the sky. It was Biggie, proclaiming his rebirth. Nevertheless, the red-eyed man only taunted him. "What a stubborn fellow. Haven't you realized that there is a large gap in terms of strength between you and me? I now realize the mistake I've made. I've been thinking about how to stop you because I subconsciously thought of you as the most violent, strongest, and invincible part of me. Now, I'm going to prove that this is not the case because I'm going to kill you." Biggie's voice was firm and fearless. He picked up his saber and approached the red-eyed man. There were no fancy moves, no long-range red force bombardments. With each step he took, his speed increased. The red-eyed man looked at Biggie in surprise. He felt as if Biggie was now a different person. Put in an analogy, if Biggie was a good swordsman before, he was now the emperor of life and death. As Biggie began to fasten his pace, the red-eyed man began to tremble internally. He could feel Biggie's horrifying and suffocating aura. He looked up and vaguely spotted the phantom of a person. What he caught a glimpse of was an emperor in black armor, sitting silently on a throne made of countless sabers. The emperor was holding a blood-colored saber and traces of blood could be vaguely seen on his blade. Only when Biggie came to face with the red-eyed man did the latter come to his senses. Additionally, the latter's forehead was beaded with sweat while his knees were trembling in weakness. Although he was the most powerful Zura, in the face of the emperor, he was forced to lower his proud head. "It's over." Biggie paused for a brief moment in front of the red-eyed man before walking past him. Biggie's deep voice rippled through the air. The red-eyed man was confused. In the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Biggie's saber. It was still in its sheath. He drew his saber already? With that question, the red-eyed man's head was thrown into the air, and his body fell to the ground. What a horrifying saber! That was the red-eyed man's last thought. Biggie stood where he was and calmly watched the red-eyed man's body crumble to pieces. Then, he watched as the whole arena crumbled to pieces. All of a sudden, lost memories began to flood Biggie's mind like crazy. Most of the memories were bloody and ugly, but Biggie no longer cared about them. All he did was store those memories in a quiet corner of his mind. As he came back to his senses, Biggie once again found himself in an enclosed tower that now had only one door left. Biggie smirked. "Whoever you are, thanks for this." "It untied the knot in my heart," Biggie said so while pushing open the door to leave. Outside the door was the same noisy food market from earlier. Nevertheless, the current Biggie was no longer the Biggie from the past. While Biggie was still fighting his battle, Tagore, who was not far from Biggie, was caught in a bitter fight as well. The strength of his opponent completely exceeded Tagore's expectations. Tens of thousands of swords poured from the sky like rain as they frantically wrapped around him. Fortunately, Tagore managed to shrink his body by a few hundredfold in time to avoid most of the swords. Nevertheless, he was left with several lacerations from the intense attack. Tagore knew very well that his opponent was showing him mercy, for there were 2 attacks that could have penetrated his own body directly. However, they had changed directions at the last minute and only left him with scratches. "Wow, you can shrink in size." As the first wave of attacks fell, Roland looked at where Tagore was standing with his head cocked. "How about you leave Gyuding's crew and join me?" Tagore did not bother answering Roland and instead jumped on him again. Roland only wiggled 2 of his fingers and a broken sword that was stuck in the ground shot out of the ground. It was aimed for Tagore, and it managed to stop him in his tracks. With the twist of his waist, Tagore dodged the sword and continued to leap at Roland. Once more, Roland moved his fingers and the same sword swerved and took a detour as it headed right for Tagore's buttocks. After several attempts, Tagore began to feel a little anxious. His opponent was obviously too strong for him, and the latter had complete control over the rhythm of the battle. Tagore was being led by the nose. Hence, Tagore finally stopped attacking and began to consider whether or not he should use a more aggressive but forbidden move. Just then, Roland said, "Biggie's done. I can let you go. However, until then, you'd better return to your old self." "You killed Biggie?" Tagore's heart dropped. "Biggie's not dead. You'll see him once you're out." His job was done, and Roland did not want to waste any more time. Tagore doubtfully returned to his original cat form. He was not afraid that Roland would attack him because even in his special combat state, he was no match for him at all. He did not need to tell such a lie to get himself out of combat. After Tagore had reverted to his cat form, Roland's personal domain finally dispersed. On the roof, Tagore saw Biggie, who was easily recognizable amidst the crowd. He landed on Biggie's shoulder. "Where have you been? I've been searching for you for a very long time. I wasn't able to get through to your communicator. I'm sorry. I took some time in the washroom." "Let's continue shopping." Biggie touched Tagore's head and laughed. "Don't touch my head," Tagore protested. Since Biggie did not want to talk about what had happened, Tagore did not ask any more questions. Chapter 221, Monster Concentration Camp's Welcome Gift. Biggie and Tagore continued to browse the food market. At the top of a building not far away, a tall young woman could be seen standing next to a tall, middle-aged man that had a scarred face. The woman had waist-length hair that was dyed in 10 different colors at equal intervals. "What do you think of that big guy, Carol?" Roland asked as he looked at the man and cat in the food market in the distance. "Rank 11 gene body, with demigod combat effectiveness, at least a 2-star monster," Carol quickly gave her verdict. "What about the cat?" "I don't think he's a cat. His exact gene level is unknown, but he certainly hasn't reached demigod level. Nevertheless, he has the ability to fight 2-star lower-ranking deities. At least a 2-star monster, I guess." Roland gave his assessment. "Is this your first mission as a demigod? Knowing you, why didn't you choose something more challenging?" "That's because I'm interested in Gyuding." Carol laughed blatantly. "You're so honest." Roland had planned on teasing her, but Carol had openly spoken about her intentions. Support our web novel Go.com. "I can't help it. My master is a burly foot picker. I grew up under such influence. You know, uncle." Carol felt helpless as she spoke of her master. "You mean you like to pick your feet too?" Roland stepped back a little warily. Carol gave Roland a dirty look. "Anyway, There are some really great characters in Gylding's crew. There's also a Viking girl. Although the combat effectiveness she displayed did not get her a monster ranking, she proved that she's able to challenge people across 2 ranks. She's pretty malleable. Personally, I don't think Viking moves work well for women. If you get her a good teacher, it would be easy to make her a 1-star monster. Roland did not comment on this. The mission is complete, and we're free now. What are you going to do? Are you going to leave today? Aren't you leaving today, Uncle? Carol asked in reply. Gylding is going to meet me over tea tomorrow. Roland touched his nose. Tea? You guys aren't going to drink alcohol? Carol thought it was rather strange. She wondered what it would be like to see 2 men sitting together, not drinking alcohol. I've quit drinking and Gylding can't drink. That's why I'm going to drink juice and he's going to drink Milka. Roland did not see anything wrong with it. Uncle, I think you should join their crew, Carol suggested with a smile. Gylding invited me to join him yesterday. I said I'd think about it after becoming a deity. Roland once again told Carol something she could not believe. Alright. By the way, could I join you guys tomorrow? Carol was interested in meeting Gylding in person even though she had already met Gylding in Monster Paradise. Yes, but on one condition. Roland held out a finger. No alcoholic drinks. Carol was stunned for a while. Then, I can only drink coffee. Is coffee okay? Coffee is fine. Roland nodded. Once they were done shopping, both Biggie and Tagore returned to the ship as if nothing had happened. Lilith and Elsa were still out shopping for clothes, while Gylding had already bought his medicinal materials. Gylding returned to his room and began to learn how to make D-grade medicine. Biggie and Tagore are back, Neptune said in Gylding's ear. Their intelligent wristwatches were disconnected for about 43 minutes. The food market is less than 10 kilometers from here, and during the time they disconnected, I scanned a radius of hundreds of kilometers but found no sign of them. It wasn't until their signal popped up again half an hour ago that I realized they never left the food market in the first place. I suspect that they were attacked by powerhouses who have personal domains. Were they hurt? Gylding stopped refining his medicine and asked. Not at all. Neptune briefly checked and found no injuries on them. In fact, what Biggie encountered was a nightmare attack. Each battle he fought in took place in his dreams. Naturally, he did not suffer any injuries. As for Tagore, what he suffered was only ordinary wounds. With his regenerative abilities, he managed to recover completely by the time he left Roland's personal domain. That's all right then. Gylding continued to refine his medicine. They can tell us whenever they want to. They must have their own reasons if they choose not to bring it up. I trust their judgment and so should you, Neptune. I'm just a little concerned about everyone's safety. If they were attacked, there's a good chance that the others will be attacked as well. Neptune voiced out his own reasoning. I don't think so. Biggie may look goofy, but he wouldn't let such things go. If he was attacked, he would have contacted us to be careful as soon as he escaped. However, he didn't do that, so there can only be 2 reasons. First, he was not attacked. Second, it was likely that the attack was directed at him personally, and he judged that the matter would not involve the other members. Either way, I think we should trust his judgment. Gylding asked, are Lily and the rest all right? She's having a good time with Elsa. They don't have any problems. Neptune had been watching over them all this while. Gylding finally finished refining a bottle of D-grade cell enhancer. It was orange in color and was of perfect quality. However, the D-grade drug could only be consumed by rank 6 and rank 7 gene bodies. Hence, it was of little use to Gylding's crew members. Gylding might have been a rank 6 gene body, but his constitution was so special that D-grade medicine had little effect on him. Once he was done refining the cell enhancer, Gylding began refining other D-grade medicine. It had always been a habit of his to refine all conventional medicine of the same rank until each one of them was of perfect quality before moving on to the next level. That way, he would have a strong foundation. Gylding felt that time moved very fast whenever he was refining medicine. Throughout the span of one whole afternoon, he managed to produce more than 20 different types of D-grade medicine. He only faced a small problem when it came to refining the face-changing agent. He had tried to modify the prescription slightly to increase the duration of the face-changing agent. However, the results of his modification were not ideal and small explosions occurred along with fires. Fortunately, Lilith was not around, otherwise, Gilding would have been told off. Lilith and Elsa returned dressed in distinctly different outfits compared to when they had gone out before dinner. Other than clothes, the two girls also bought a lot of snacks and kept them in a cupboard in the living room. On the other hand, Biggie had prepared a feast and they were to be seated in a circle in the small living room next to the kitchen. At that moment, Gilding's communicator rang. The number of the caller was still a string of unreadable codes, indicating that it was X who was calling. "How are you, Gilding? Do you like the welcome gift we gave you?" X's voice sounded cheerful, and it felt a bit like he was the one who had received the welcome gift. "What welcome gift?" Gilding was puzzled. "Didn't you say that the man who was supposed to pass me the welcome gift won't arrive for another 2 days because his ship broke down earlier? Didn't Biggie tell you? We already delivered our welcome gift to him." X's statement made Gilding look at Biggie. "I've been busy in my room and only came out for dinner. He hasn't had time to say anything," Gilding explained. "Well, I'm sure you and your crew will be pleased with the gift," X said confidently. "As for what it is, you'll have to ask Biggie yourself. I won't reveal it. Moreover, once you've made sure that you're satisfied with the gift, don't forget to give us a thumbs up in the system. If it's convenient, leave us a good comment." After the call disconnected, Lilith guessed, "That's X, right?" "Yes, he told me that they've already sent us our welcome gift and it was received by Biggie." Gilding looked at Biggie. He was curious about what the so-called meeting gift was. "A gift?" "No." Biggie shook his head. There was a puzzled expression on his face. "Did you receive anything from someone strange?" Gilding thought that X was less likely trying to fool him and it was Biggie that had not noticed. Biggie searched his pockets. They were empty. "No one gave me anything, but I did come across a strange man." Only then did Biggie give a brief account of his inexplicable attack. "If there was a gift, it was the attack that allowed me to overcome my fear. I don't need to be hypnotized to fight anymore." Biggie thought about it carefully and realized that there was a chance it was the welcome gift X had mentioned. That's probably what X was talking about. Gilding's eyes lit up when he heard it. Gilding had never doubted Biggie's combat effectiveness. In fact, whenever Biggie was hypnotized, his combat strength was restrained by a large amount. Now that he no longer had to be hypnotized to fight, he was a stronger fighter. Additionally, Lilith, who was a gunner, could finally serve her real purpose. In fact, it was essential for every strong crew to have a gunner that could perform ranged attacks, provide cover fire, and offer support from afar. Looks like X wasn't joking. "I'm indeed satisfied with the welcome gift." Gilding grinned with pleasure. "We've received the welcome gift. Shall we leave tomorrow morning or stay another day?" Lilith asked because she had been cramped up for more than 10 days and was hoping that their vacation would last a little longer. "We'll stay another day. I still owe an uncle a drink. If I don't return the favor tomorrow, I don't know when I'll be able to return it." "Let's go together tomorrow after lunch," Gilding decided happily. Chapter 222, A New Wanted Notice. The next morning, Gilding had just woken up and was about to go back to sleep when Neptune teased in his ear, "Hey, don't sleep. There's good news." "What is it?" Gilding sat up, well aware that once Neptune started talking, he would not be able to sleep in because he would keep nagging until he got up. "The latest bounty just came out this morning." "Guess how much your bounty is?" Neptune knew that Gilding, as an interstellar pirate, would be happy to hear that his bounty had increased. "I'm too lazy to guess." "Am I the only one with an increased bounty?" "What about the rest?" Gilding went into the bathroom barefoot and began to wash up. "No, only your bounty has gone up." Lily and the rest remain unchanged. They haven't been involved in anything for a while, and last time on Jerry were onlookers at best. Elsa and Takor stood there and did nothing. Lily and the rest didn't even get off the spaceship. Their faces weren't visible on the surveillance cameras. Neptune explained. "All right, is there any news besides me?" Gilding asked. "Yes. Cold Blood attacked Scarlet Universe's Realm Lord the other day, causing him to die of his injuries. The Realm Lord was a peak rank 13 gene body powerhouse and is a 1-star monster with demigod combat effectiveness. Because of this, his bounty has skyrocketed to 7 billion universe credits. He also has 3 other people on board with bounties of more than billion universe credits. 2 of them are peak rank 13 powerhouses, and the other one is a demigod. This time, the bounty directly exceeds 10 billion universe credits. Support our web novel Go.com." Gilding paused for a while before asking, Did he mention why he attacked the Realm Lord? It was revealed on Skynet that the Realm Lord was a womanizer and had built a castle on an isolated planet to hold the women he fancied. Pictures of the castle have all been dug up, but by the time they were found the castle was empty. Neptune said and projected several photos. It was a lonely castle with no other buildings surrounding it. From a distance, there seemed to be only one building on the planet, with no port at all. Gylding looked up but made no comment. This cold-blood guy really sees himself as a law enforcer. I took a look at some of his behavior from his debut until now. He's been fighting crime for most of his life. Occasionally, he'll get into a fight with the army, but only when they initiated the fight. However, he did go a little too far this time. Realm Lords are usually appointed directly by the federal government. If there is evidence that they have committed a crime, you can report it, and basically, if there is a report, the Realm Lord will be suspended and investigated immediately. Through killing a Realm Lord, and you will be classified as terrorists by the federal government. You will be seen as a member of the Dark Sectors. Neptune brought up his opinions. He was a stubborn man, and it was clear that when he retired from the army, he felt that the army couldn't give him the justice he wanted. That's why he formed his own pirate crew and called them the Punishers, because pirates do as they please with no regard for any rules. Besides, he's the captain, so he makes the rules. Gylding could somehow understand Cold-Blood's psychological journey. He did not comment further because, in his opinion, everyone's experience and life were bound to be different. Cold-Blood chose justice whereas he chose protection. There was no right or wrong in nature. After he finished washing up, Gylding was the first to reach the small living room. Biggie was busy in the kitchen. Not long after, everyone came out except Robert, and Biggie had just made breakfast. I will now announce the good news. Neptune's voice rang and at the same time projected the bounty. Wanted offender, Gylding. Gender, male. Age, 15. Gene level, unknown. Highest combat strength, rank 12. Special ability, taboo energy. Seal ability, able to seal away all ability of the enemy in an instant. Ability limitations and conditions unknown. Other abilities, possesses special ultimate arts that can enhance his combat effectiveness by multiple times. Bounty price, 2.8 billion universe credits. Latest crime, confronted a hunter squad on Jer, severely wounding 8 people, including 2 captains. Official assessment, a handsome and dangerous young man who possesses taboo energy. Wow, that's 2 billion. Elsa yelled in admiration. I said no more than 3 billion, right? Lilith shrugged her shoulders. After breakfast, Gylding went back to his room and practiced refining medicine, while the others went about their own business. At noon, Neptune interrupted Gylding's medicine refining because he had an appointment with Roland to go to the Old George Tavern. They were about to go out for lunch when Neptune shouted, "Let's wait for Robert." He was finished his initial modification. While Neptune was speaking, a giant robot that was nearly 5 meters in height appeared in front of the crew. Robert. They watched in disbelief as that small robot that was originally less than half a meter tall transformed into a giant suddenly. Hi, everybody, this is the best I can do. Any higher and I'm going to hit the spaceship's ceiling. Robert seemed to think it was still too small. I think it's cool. Gylding had always been interested in mechanical things. I still think your previous look was cute. Lilith gave a different opinion. I feel strange. Biggie, who was used to lowering his head to look at others, suddenly needed to look up. I finally see a guy bigger than my dad. Too bad he's not human, or I could have brought him back to show my dad. Elsa's first reaction was different from everyone else. After getting off the spaceship and having lunch, they all went into the Old George Tavern. The tavern had just opened for business. Old George was looking very cheerful, and he recognized Gylding. You're the boy who drank Milka yesterday. Do you still want Milka today? Yes, old man. Gylding grinned. He thought the owner might not recognize him, because business might be slow now, but at night the tavern was full, and it was hard to remember who ordered what. How about the others? Old George looked at the bulky Biggie. Just give me a glass of absinthe. Biggie rubbed the back of his head, hesitated a little, and ordered it. What a peculiar taste. This alcohol is not very popular among young people. Old George smiled and looked at the others. Absinthe was a bitter alcoholic beverage that was usually ordered by people of a certain age to prevent them from overdrinking. As a matter of fact, after the bitter taste, it would gradually turn sweet. Some people experience life just like the wine. As their life was a process from bitter to sweet. You will get what you want if you soldier through the tough times. Everyone except Robert ordered their own drinks, even Tagore, but he chose the same milker as Gyuding. Soon after they started drinking, two people walked through the door. One of whom was a tall man with a scar on his face. It was Roland that Gyuding had made an appointment to meet. Next to him was a woman with colorful hair, whom Gyuding also recognized. She was Carol, whom he had met in Monster Paradise. What a crowd! Roland did not expect Gyuding to invite the entire crew. Hearing this familiar voice, Tagore, who was bending over the counter and drinking milker, raised his head. When he saw Roland with the scarred face, he jumped down and stood in front of Gyuding. He arched his back, his fur stood up in a spike, and he growled at Roland. "Hello, talking kitten. We just met yesterday, don't you remember me?" Roland said and pulled out the cat teaser. Gyuding grabbed his cat teaser immediately and whispered in his ear, "Don't provoke him with that. He hates all the things cats like, including cat teasers, string balls, and paper rolls." No wonder. I wondered why he was so mad yesterday. Roland finally learned the reasoning behind the reaction. It was not the cat teasers brand, but the fact that he did not like cat teasers at all. "Gyuding, do you know them?" Tagore asked, somewhat morosely. "It was the uncle who bought me a drink yesterday," Gyuding explained. "As for the beautiful lady, we met in Monster Paradise." "That guy with the scar on his face ambushed me yesterday," Tagore complained to Gyuding. "Ambushed you?" Gyuding looked at Roland in confusion. "Don't make it sound so serious. I just kept you in my personal domain and forbid you from leaving." Roland's explanation did not make the matter clear at all. It only made Gyuding more confused. "Biggie, you remember my voice, right?" Carol walked over to Big. "You're the one who dragged me into the dream." Biggie was stunned for a moment before quickly realizing. "Yes, we were the delivery men for the welcome gift. I was in charge of the gift, and Uncle was in charge of security. That's why he trapped the kitten to prevent him from alarming the rest of you and causing panic," Carol explained. "Can't you just come to us like normal and use that move on Biggie directly?" Gyuding was also speechless. "First of all, you wouldn't necessarily agree with us, because I think his mortality rate is extremely high, almost 99.9% after I use it. Secondly, if he comes to you directly to explain the situation, he will not have enough psychological pressure, and he may feel the urge of quitting halfway if he encountered great difficulties. An attack puts enough pressure on him because he has a will to live." Carol gave a more superficial explanation. Gyuding finally understood what was going on. "Who's Gyuding?" Just as everyone was enjoying their happy drinking party, a discordant sound rang at the door of the tavern. Chapter 223, Biggie's Horrifying Combat Effectiveness. A young man in his early 20s, dressed in fancy clothes, entered the tavern and shouted arrogantly, "Who's Gyuding?" Gyuding looked at the man, whose gene level did not seem very high. Gyuding leapt off his bar stool. "I'm Gyuding. How can I help you? I heard your bounty is set at 2.8 billion universe credits." As the young man studied Gyuding, he could not help thinking that the young man in front of him did not look like someone with a high bounty price. "Hey, can't you go and see the bounty yourself?" Lilith retorted. "Who are you?" "I'm talking to your captain. Can you just butt in like that?" The young man seemed to look down on Lilith and gave her a sideways glance. Lilith dashed and appeared beside him in a flash. The muzzle of her sniper cannon was aimed at his head. "The bullet in this gun is an armor-piercing bullet made of a special material, and with my special primary power, a rank 12 gene body's head can burst instantly at such close range." "Am I allowed to interrupt now?" "Support our web novel go.com." You. The young man was petrified. He had not expected the little girl, who looked the youngest, to be so fierce. However, he still seemed pretty confident. "Do you know who I am?" "That's right. Status still matters even when you become a corpse." Lilith smirked. She was clearly being sarcastic. "In terms of status, few second-generation rich kids in the Cosmic Sea could match her." I'm telling you, your behavior is a death threat. I can sue you." The man stopped playing the status card. He shifted over to the law. "Are you still asleep or have you drunk too much?" "Come on, we're interstellar pirates and we're wanted offenders. If Federation law had any power over us, We'd be locked up for thousands of years already. Lilioth lectured and patted his face. All right, Lili, let him talk. Gylding saw his arrogance subdued and wondered what he was here for. Lilioth withdrew her gun and sat down in her seat. Well, everybody. The young man sounded distinctly polite. I'm from the Child family. Our young master admires Mr. Gylding very much. So, I'd like to invite Mr. Gylding to his rites of passage and challenge him while he's there. Of course, he's still young, so he's very competitive. He wants Mr. Gylding to challenge and let him win. He will pay Mr. Gylding handsomely afterward. How handsome is this compensation? Gylding asked with a smile rather than an immediate refusal. I don't know about that. I think you will be pleased, Mr. Gylding. The young man replied with a smile. Why me? There must be a lot more people with bounties higher than me who are willing to do this, right? Gylding asked a question that confused him slightly. All I know is that there are two main reasons. First, your age is the closest to our young master's age. The second reason is that the young master has an older sister who is very close to him and has just turned 16. She thinks highly of you and adores you. An older sister that just turned 16? Then he's holding a 16-year-old's rites of passage? Gylding asked, somewhat incredulously. Master has 23 wives, so... The young man explained in embarrassment. Oh, I see. Gylding only understood when he heard this explanation. What do you think, Mr. Gylding? The young man asked. Tell your young master that if he intends to fight fairly with me, I am very willing to accept the challenge. As for this situation, I can only say, sorry, I'm not interested. Gylding rejected. In that case, I shall have to take Mr. Gylding away by force. The young man said and whistled. Through the door came 4 men dressed as bodyguards. They were clad in professional-looking black suits and wore frightening shades. They stood behind the young man. It's the young master's orders. I can't help it. I'm sorry. The young man said and pointed his finger at Gylding. Take him away. The 4 bodyguards immediately approached Gylding. Biggie picked up his saber, leaving a shallow mark on the ground. Whoever crosses that line, dies. It was a simple statement. But there was something distinctive in his voice. The 4 bodyguards were stunned by Biggie's authoritative stance. Then they noticed that Biggie's gene level had not reached demigod level and that all 4 of them were peak rank 13 gene body powerhouses. Even if the guy who just spoke was a rank 13 gene body, they had nothing to fear. Therefore, they chose to ignore Biggie's warning. They stomped past the line, and one of them stared at Biggie in defiance. However, the next moment, 2 of the men's necks began to spew a lot of blood, and their heads completely separated from their bodies. The scene stiffened the 2 men who were behind them. They had just raised their feet in midair. For a split second their heads went blank. Fortunately, however, neither of them stepped down but withdrew it immediately once they recovered. Biggie did this in a rather frightening way, and he deliberately used his saber this fast to intimidate his opponent. Only Roland and Carol could see what Biggie had done just now. Even Lilioth, who was gifted at pupillary abilities, only saw a figure flash by. Elsa, who was of the same rank as Biggie, did not see Biggie's move. Gylding, of course, failed to capture Biggie's attacking speed that outpaced demigods. However, it was not just Biggie's move that intimidated his opponents. Even his people looked a little stunned. Do you still want to take me away? Gylding could not help but grin at his opponent's goofy expression. The fancily dressed young man gulped in fear. He had no idea that there was such a terrifying character in Gylding's crew. Of course, he had not researched Gylding's crew before he came. He had only glanced at Gylding's bounty with an unending trail of zeros beneath it. Other than that, he knew nothing about Gylding and had not even seen a single video of their fights. He was used to being arrogant because in Fey Cosmic Nation, not many people dared oppose the Child family. Every time he mentioned the Child family name on his mission, things will go smoothly. However, this time as soon as he walked in the door, he was met with a pushy little girl with a gun. She aimed the gun at his head and did not give him a chance to speak. Then Gylding rejected the deal outright. He tried to take Gylding away by force, but the 2 men he borrowed were stealthily taken out by another big guy. It was also his first encounter with interstellar pirates, and, unbeknownst to Gylding, it dealt the young man a huge emotional wound for the days to come. No, not anymore. The fancily dressed young man waved his hand, and now he did not doubt that Gylding's crew would dare to touch him. You may go once the ground is clean. Gylding pointed to the ground where the two bodies were at. I understand. The fancily dressed young man quickly nodded, beckoning the other two bodyguards to drag the bodies out. Give him the mop, old man. Gylding turned and smiled apologetically at Old George. Old George went to the bathroom to fetch the mop and handed it to the young man. Although the young man was somewhat embarrassed, he still took the mop to clean the blood on the ground. He cleaned it with great care, for he did not want to be killed as a result of not doing a good job. After more than 10 minutes, the young man finally cleaned the ground thoroughly. He even washed the mop clean. You may go. Gylding finally granted them a pardon. The three men breathed a sigh of relief at this and left the Old George Tavern quickly. The Child family is a first-class conglomerate in the Cosmic Sea. You killed their men, Gylding. I'm afraid they won't let you off the hook so easily, Roland reminded. Well, what's done is done. You could have just kept your mouth shut so that no one could inform them. By the time the Child family finds out, no one will know where you've gone. Now, that pretty boy must have reported it to the Child family. Carol chimed in with her opinion. I don't think that's necessary. Gylding shook his head. Outside the tavern, Trick, who had just escaped, dialed a number. How are things going with what I asked you to do? A young teenager's voice rang across the communicator. Young master, the man around Gylding was so ruthless that he killed 2 of our rank 13 powerhouses in one move. Trick was still trembling slightly, apparently still recovering from the shock. Send me the footage. There was something unmistakable in his boyish tone. Trick immediately sent the video he had taken secretly to the teenager. The other end of the communicator was momentarily silent. After a while, the boy finally spoke again. It looks like they have a pretty powerful crew. Nevertheless, whoever kills our people must pay the price. If they can fight like this, spread word about their presence on Probrand. I'm sure the army, dark sectors, and other interstellar pirates will be interested. That won't do much good, will it? They won't stay very long on Probrand. Aren't they going to end up empty-handed? Trick raised his concerns. Someone will find Gylding's crew's route. Just do as I say. The teenager finished and hung up the call. Chapter 224, Grand Duke Roland joins Gylding's crew. Although Trick was proud, defiant, and incredibly weak, one thing people had to admit was that he was a capable man. He did most of the tasks assigned to him by the Child family very well. In many cases, he even exceeded the expectations of his superiors. That was why he was promoted to head of the Child family's Probrand division in his early 20s. After all, the Probrand division was not only in charge of business on this planet but it was also in charge of the entire Mat sector and over 20 star sectors surrounding Mat sector. This was also one of Child family's management approaches. Only one division was set up for about 10 to 20 star sectors, which undoubtedly saved a lot of costs compared with other families who had set up one division for each star sector. Because of this, Trick also had his own social network. Through his status at Child family, he had close contacts with many of the elites and even leaders of various local industries. There were also a few companies that processed network information, and a few that worked in media. After getting the young master's instructions, he first dialed the contact numbers of several friends who worked in the media. Anderson, I haven't heard from you for a long time. How have you been? Trick greeted. Anderson was the most famous news writer in the neighboring star sectors. How can you, a busy man, have time to contact me? Trick, could it be that something has gone wrong and you want me to help you? Anderson and Trick were not really friends. They just had a deal that profited them both in the past. Support our web novel Go.com. No, it's just that I had some news to sell, and I thought of you immediately, Trick said with great persuasion. News of what? Is it some inside news regarding the Child family? Anderson heard and was immediately interested. Did you see the latest bounty updates this morning? Trick said, hanging his appetite. Yes, but apart from the newcomer Gylding and Cold Blood, the others don't have enough buzz surrounding them for me to write about. Anderson, as a media professional, naturally followed news about these interstellar pirates daily, but in this new batch of bounties, only Gylding and Cold Blood were much more popular and worth writing about. Well, I must say, you're in luck because the information I'm going to sell is related to Gylding. Trick laughed. Gylding's crew is on Probrand now? Anderson reacted immediately after hearing Trick's statement. Yes, and I have much more to tell. For example, One of Gilding's crew members has combat effectiveness comparable to a demigod. And I have the footage. Trick drawled. We want exclusivity on this news. Don't upload your video to Skynet yet. Don't contact any other media or news company. 200,000 universe credits. I don't think any other company will pay more than this. Anderson made the offer on the spot. He was not only a writer, but also a shareholder of the company, so in a way, he had the right to make a bid. 200,000. Trick was a little hesitant. Although he was a manager in the Child family and made just over 300,000 universe credits a year, he thought the information would sell for about 100,000. But Anderson's offer far exceeded his expectations. The businessman instinct made him aware that he could earn more because he immediately quoted a price of 200,000. Which suggested that 200,000 was not the lowest price they could offer and that he still had room to raise the price. Anderson was not a businessman. He made his fortune as a media professional. He became a shareholder in the company afterward but did not participate in operations because he was not qualified enough. Therefore, he chose to continue working as a media professional, and he preferred his identity as a media professional. Therefore, instead of waiting for Trick to offer, he proposed what he thought was the right price. To be honest, 200,000 was not the price I expected. Trick drawled again. 200,000 is quite a lot, Trick. Your annual salary, not including bonuses, is probably around 360,000. This piece of news can't be worth more than half a year's salary. Anderson knew a lot about Trick too. The value of this information has little to do with my salary. If someone is making 100 million a year, would your offer go up to 50 million? Trick laughed. How about this? You encrypt the video and project it remotely. I'll take a look at the video first and re-offer. Anderson had a better idea. Remote projection allowed Anderson to see the video projection in front of Trick, but the projection was encrypted and could not be recorded. Therefore, Trick did not have to worry about Anderson secretly recording and not paying for the video. All right. Trick agreed and immediately invited Anderson to watch the remote encrypted projection. The video projection was played in front of Anderson. Gilding's crew was in a tavern, and everyone seemed to be there. What concerned Anderson was that other than Gilding and the tavern owner, there was also a man, a woman and a robot in the video. The three unfamiliar figures did not belong to Gilding's pirate crew. What took Anderson by surprise the most was that the man with the scarred face was the person closest to being a god. Roland. Roland sat next to Gilding. He rested his elbow on Gilding's shoulder several times. It was clear that the two were close. Trick was not a media person, and Roland had kept a low profile in recent years. He had heard of his name but did not know that the man with the scarred face was Roland. Otherwise, he would have asked for a higher price. Soon, the video showed Biggie cutting off the heads of the two rank 13 martial art practitioners with one strike. Anderson was stunned to see this scene. As the video was recorded on Trick's wristwatch, it was recorded from his point of view, and he was not shown in the video. Moreover, he deliberately blocked out the sound to avoid the video being linked to the Child family and himself. However, the media did not matter whether the video had sound or not. Having images were enough. The scene in the image was indeed horrifying. Two peak rank 13 powerhouses were killed in seconds. More importantly, Roland, who had been given the title Grand Duke by the federal government, was in the same tavern as Gilding, and they seemed to be on good terms. Well, 300,000 is not that expensive, is it? When Trick heard nothing for some time, he guessed that he was horrified by the scene. All right. 300,000 then. Send me this video and delete your copy. I don't want you to post it anywhere. Anderson agreed to the price because the video revealed so much information he could exploit. I know, Trick said, smirking. To his surprise, Gilding had helped him earn nearly a year's salary. I'll send you the video as soon as I receive the money. How you choose to write the story is up to you, but don't involve me or the Child family. The source of the video must be kept secret. I understand. Anderson agreed immediately. I'll ask finance to arrange the transfer immediately. You can send the video directly to my work email. You know the email address. In less than 10 minutes, the two men had closed the deal. As he looked at the money he just received, Trick smirked. Today's not all bad, I suppose. Young Master gave such a good idea. Gilding's presence on ProBrand was reported half an hour later by a media outlet, which, instead of the usual rumors, it had a real video. The editors of that media outlet even analyzed and explained the entire video. The identity of the robot and the color-haired woman was played down in the commentary. Even the incident where Biggie killed Rank 13 Gene bodies was played down. Instead, it was the fact that Roland and Gyuding were drinking together that was widely publicized. This was indeed a good stunt. Grand Duke Roland was like a god in the heart of countless swordsmen in Fey Cosmic Nation. He was also a powerhouse respected by numerous martial arts practitioners. The headline read, Grand Duke Roland joins Gyuding's crew? In less than 20 minutes, the article garnered hundreds of millions of views. Its content and video were also forwarded by countless people, and the number of people who gave thumbs up was endless. Of course, some of Roland's die-hard fans saw this as an insult to his reputation, but when they saw the video of Roland and Gyuding getting along, they did not turn their anger on Gyuding. Instead, they lashed out at the writer. For Gyuding's fans, they had been hitting the like button all along. One even supported by saying, "Good Gyuding, get the Grand Duke first, then, take the Lord." In less than an hour, his supportive comment was liked by millions of people. Trick, who read the article, got a little morose. That Scarface turned out to be Lord Roland. Why didn't I recognize him? I could have gotten millions of universe credits for this video. Inside a palace, a tall woman in a black dress and another woman in a purple dress were also watching the video. When did Roland get on so well with Gyuding? My dear, who was dressed in black, had a puzzled expression on her face. According to the information we have, he and Gyuding did not know each other before they met on Pro Brand. They probably shared the same behavior. Elizabeth was not surprised at all. It's not like you've never met Roland. Two head-strong fellows getting together. It'll be strange if they didn't get along. Miss, do you think Roland will join Gyuding's crew? My dear frowned slightly. The article made her a little worried. No, to Roland, becoming a god is his priority. No matter how close he is to Gyuding, he wouldn't let abandon his journey. Then again, it's hard to say after he became a god. Elizabeth had her own take on the situation. Chapter 225, The Kidnapped Lilioth. Pro Brand, Old George Tavern. Even after what just happened, their drinking party went on. It did not end because of the interruption. Neptune was aware of the article once the media posted it. Gyuding, the guy you just let go, recorded us in secret and sent it to the media. Now that the media has published it and the video has revealed our location, should I block it? Don't worry about it. Exposing ourselves isn't that bad. Biggie's bounty price is seriously underwhelming for his level of combat effectiveness. Not only Biggie but the rest of the crew. A few small battles will help them raise their bounty price. Gyuding actually enjoyed being hunted because the pressure made the journey feel more real. Entering the cosmic sea without encountering any enemies was not what he wanted. News of Gyuding's crew's appearance on Pro Brand soon spread because of the media's article and video. Although Trick told Anderson that the two people Biggie beheaded were peak rank 13 gene body powerhouses, Anderson mentioned nothing about their strength in the article. Outsiders could not make the correct judgment from the video because the two of them did not even attack. Support our web novel Go.com. Therefore, anyone who saw the video was more concerned about Roland's presence in the video. Some even set their eyes on Carol and Robert to figure out how they relate to Gyuding's crew. In the tavern, the party went on and more people started to join. Some were locals who had come out to have fun this afternoon. Others deliberately turned up after seeing the news about Gyuding's crew. This included the media, interstellar hunters, army officers in plain clothes, and other interstellar pirates. Old George Tavern was as lively as it had ever been. Elsa had already drunk herself out and fell asleep on the bar. She maintained the Vikings' habit of drinking alcohol that was on the slightly stronger side. Biggie drank absinthe, but the alcohol was not strong enough to have any effect on him. As for the two milker drinkers Gyuding and Tagore, they were perfectly sane. Robert just sat there analyzing the chemicals in the drinks. Lilioth's drink was not very strong either, but she had drunk a lot, so she was tipsy, staggering toward the washroom. Gyuding took a look at Elsa, who was asleep but did not wake her up to follow Lilioth. As soon as she pushed open the door to the washroom, Lilioth saw a tall man standing in the doorway, his eyes fixed on her. Sorry, I must have gone into the wrong room. Lilioth thought she had strayed into the men's room and was turning to leave when she heard the man say, "No, you didn't. I've been waiting for you." Lilioth, who was still drunk, turned and stared at him for some time. His face seemed familiar, She could not remember where she had seen him before. "Do I know you?" "Of course you don't," the man said, and with a strike of his hand on the back of Liliath's neck, Liliath collapsed instantly. The man lifted her onto his shoulders, and immediately after, there was a black tear in space that appeared in front of him. As he stepped into it, the gap closed itself immediately, leaving no trace. Liliath woke up to find herself chained with magic dampening chains to a chair in a dark warehouse. She immediately woke up, although she was previously a little dazed. "You're awake." A man's voice came from a short distance away. Liliath looked up, vaguely remembering that it was the man she had just met in the washroom. "It turns out that you're from Dark Sectors. You even dared wear Dark Sectors clothes to carry out your mission. Are you afraid of being chased and killed?" "Sorry, you guessed wrong." The man took a few steps forward, and because of the lighting in the warehouse, Liliath finally saw his face clearly. He was an ordinary-looking, middle-aged man with black-rimmed glasses. He was tall, his body was slightly incongruous and looked in every way an honest man. "I'm not from Dark Sectors." "Dark Sectors works in teams of at least 2, don't you know? Besides, with the arrogance of their organization, they would never take their costumey robes off. Their members are so eager to be recognized wherever they go that they don't even know the word Loki. This is the complete opposite of my character." "How am I from Dark Sectors?" The middle-aged man shook his head. "If you're not from Dark Sectors and still kidnapped and brought me here, the only explanation is that you are a sex maniac. I warn you though, if you do anything to me, you will die a miserable death." Liliath's eyes flashed a ruthless look. "Don't worry, I'm not interested in a flat-chested person like you, who's not even 1.4 meters tall." The middle-aged man's statement made Liliath's mouth twitch a little. She hated it when people commented on her chest, and the guy not only commented on her chest but also on her height, which was a little hard for her to tolerate. However, she forbore it for the time being. "Then stop talking nonsense. What exactly is your purpose?" "Just say it." "Hold on, I need to make a call to know what I must do next," the middle-aged man said and dialed number. "I got her." "Will you send someone over to pick her up now? Or shall I deliver her to you?" "I told you earlier that the price will not be the same." "Let me see a picture of her first." A teenager's voice came across the communicator. The middle-aged man pointed his wristwatch at Liliath. "Here, smile." Liliath turned her face away. The middle-aged man turned to the left to get a profile shot, but Liliath turned her face to the right again. Then, the middle-aged man turned back to the right, but Liliath once again turned her head back to the left, leaving him with a view of the back of her head. "Hey, give me some face." "I just want a profile shot of your face," the middle-aged man said somewhat helplessly as he did not want to force her. Liliath rolled her eyes at him, which he caught on camera and sent to the teenager on the other side of the communicator. "Why does she look a little different?" the teenager on the other side of the communicator asked uncertainly. "You did not kidnap the wrong person, did you?" "It's her. She just kept twisting around to prevent me from taking a profile shot. She just happened to roll her eyes at me when I finally caught it." The middle-aged man was also a little speechless. "I did not get it wrong, you can rest assured." "All right then, is your place safe? Gilding and his crew won't find her earlier than expected, right?" the teenager asked. "Don't worry, it's not the first time I've done something like this. I've seen Gilding and his crew's profile. Other than Gilding himself being a hacker, the rest don't have detection abilities. At least none of them have demonstrated them so far. My ability is teleportation, and now we're more than 20 kilometers away from the tavern. They can't possibly find this location. Besides, the warehouse I chose has an electromagnetic shielding effect and there is no monitoring equipment nearby." The middle-aged man seemed to be well prepared. "All right then, I'll send someone over to take over this matter. Send me the address. I'll give him your number too. He'll call you once he arrives. He should be there in half an hour. Just wait a little longer," the teenager said and hung up the call. On the other side, Trick's communicator rang suddenly. He looked at the number and immediately answered. "What's up, young master?" "Go to unloading warehouse number 3 at the port and find warehouse number 009527. Pick up Liliath from someone and arrange a ship to bring her to me as soon as possible." There was something unmistakable in the teenager's voice. "Take a few more men with you and get rid of that delivery man." "All right." Trick did not ask too many questions, such as how and why Liliath from Gilding's crew was caught. He knew he just needed to carry out the mission. That was why some of the child family's top management preferred to deal with him after working with him before. At Old George Tavern, the party was still ongoing. Yuding, Lily's been in the washroom for half an hour. I'll see what's going on, Neptune said. The washroom, which was excluded previously, was included in his detection range, and he spotted the problem instantly. Lily's gone. What? Yuding frowned. As the washroom is a private area, I purposely avoided these two areas in my detection range. However, I had access to all areas other than the washroom. I could tell if someone was going in or out of the washroom, let alone if they jumped out of the window, but I still can't find Lily. Maybe she had too much to drink and went into the wrong washroom. Look in the men's room, Yuding reminded. Neptune checked again. Still no. Check the video from half an hour ago to see if any suspicious people appeared. Yuding speculated that there was a more than 90% chance that Lilith had been abducted. How they managed to avoid Neptune's detection was a little weird. Neptune immediately rummaged through any surrounding surveillance records he could get his hands on. 7 people left the pub after Lily went into the washroom. 6 of them were seen walking out the entrance and leaving alone. There was one who, like Lily, disappeared without warning. He said and projected a photo of a tall, ordinary-looking middle-aged man with black-rimmed glasses, who looked like an honest man. Find him. Yuding's eyes narrowed slightly, and his instructions were brief and firm.